Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying the middle of summer and you're staying cool and staying safe wherever you are. This is the first of a couple of compilations going up on the channel just while I lock in and finish some feature-length productions. I really hope you enjoy them. They are some of my favorite epic and weird and cosmic stories we've done from the first half of 30 in 30. Please check out everybody tagged in these, from Whispering Screams to We Try Horror, who does the editing, to Vidith, to Spirit Voices, and of course Dark Somnium and everyone else. I really appreciate you guys checking this out. I hope it's a good binge. And, remember what Vidith said once upon a time. I'm so green. Thanks and take care. I'm not a liar, not a conspiracy theorist, not a man known to exaggerate. No one's listening. I'm throwing this message in a bottle online, hoping someone relevant picks it up. If you know me, you know. You have my number. Call me. Let me explain. I'll start from the beginning. I'm a South Dakota boy. Came from a small community near the bend of the river by Crow Creek. Us East River folk live by a different tempo. We don't get a lot of big headlines, and we keep our dreams close enough to see them from our bedroom window. I wanted to be a cop like my dad, so I followed in his footsteps, got my badge, and now I'm a cop too. Before this whole shitstorm started, I'd been doing this job for 4 years. I was no stranger to death or disease, but it's from places you expect. Some guy overdosing outside a fast food joint, a diabetic running a stop sign into oncoming traffic. We see some gruesome stuff. You can't avoid that. It comes with the job. But it was never intentional, you know? It was always a consequence of bad choices or random happenstances. Or plain bad luck. But one day we got a call about something I'd been dreading. A driver called about spotting something off the road west of Wessington. We didn't get a lot of details, but me and my partner were the closest to check it out. Apparently, they'd found a head. A human head. Out there, it's all flat. No hills, just the occasional tree blocking the horizon. We could see this guy parked by the side of the road long before we got there. There was a couple of other people there. A man with a bloodhound, 2 teenage boys taking pictures with their phones, and a man in overalls that reminded me of a walking blueberry with a sunflower patch on his chest. That was the driver, the guy who made the call. Russell and I parked and got out. Russell's my partner, and had been for about 9 months at that point. We worked well together, but we had no contact outside of work. It was better that way. The few times we got personal, we figured out we were nothing alike. We had vastly different opinions and experiences. West of the river kind of folks, you know. We go up to this blueberry guy. He tilts his cap and points at the end of a fence with the butt of a cigarette.
Right there. That shit's right there.
He was trying to play it off as something casual, but I could tell he was mortified. There were 3 cigarettes scattered around his feet, and at least 2 of them weren't even half finished. He was shaking bad enough to drop them. The old guy with the bloodhound had to hold his dog back. Not that it was angry or anything, but it seemed desperate enough to sniff the thing. And from where I was standing, that's what it looked like. A thing. Not a head. Not a person. Just this pale blotch of skin lined up against a fence pole.
I was stopping to talk to Chris when I saw it.
The driver continued.
That's Chris.
The old man raised a hand and snapped at his dog, who finally calmed down.
I stepped back and called you guys. I barely looked. Not a peep.
Russell asked the mandatory questions, establishing a timeline, asking about witnesses, what he was doing, all that stuff. Meanwhile, I asked the teenagers to step back and explain to the old man that we had to keep the area clear. I was the first one to step up close and take a good look. Someone had to confirm that it was a human head, and, well, it was. It was fresh. Young woman, maybe 20 to 25 years old. Mouth half open as if letting out a long sigh. Eyes closed. Without touching anything, I took some pictures. It's important to be able to show a crime scene the way you find it. You never know when the weather takes a turn. I made a couple of observations. She didn't have any makeup on, and there was not a large pool of blood or gore. The head was sort of propped up against the fence, making me think someone left it there intentionally. This was not an accident. No way. It dawned on me that I was witnessing what might be my first murder scene. Well, not a murder scene. A murder display, if anything. We called in the cavalry. As I mentioned, things like this don't happen where I grew up. Accidents, yes, but this was no accident. Couldn't be. We got a whole bunch of cars out there in less than an hour. We sectioned off a part of the farmlands to check for further body parts. We got the cadaver dogs, we called to prep for an autopsy, and we had crime scene investigators on site by late afternoon. I'd never seen that kind of mobilization. Now, I'm sure they wanted to bring in some expert from Sioux Falls, but time was a factor. We needed an early call on whether this death was the result of an accident, animal, or tool. Yes, it all pointed to a murder, but we couldn't know for sure. That wasn't our job. Before anything, we needed an initial statement. We had a coroner and a medical examiner ready. Problem was, these were local guys, and they weren't prepared. Not in the least. Me and Russell were sent along to get them up to speed as a sort of go-between. We were the first to get there, after all. We got the pictures and the initial statements. Also, we knew these people. That'd make things easier. Russell and I got there just before dinner time. The medical examiner had gotten there about 10 minutes ahead of us, but the coroner was already getting work done. The medical examiner was a lady named Kerry. Early 40s, mother of 4, no-nonsense kind of woman with a bad but honest temper. The coroner's name was Daly. Man ought to have been retired by then, but he was still going at it. Almost 70 years old, but sharp as ever. When we stepped in, he was already turning the head over, making observations about the wound.
Daly,
Russell said as he entered.
How you holding up?
Just dandy,
Daly said, making a note.
I'm more worried about our friend here.
Kerry pushed us aside and made her way to the examiner's table. Russell's got a pretty good shove and rolled his eyes at her.
Since you're still looking, I take it you haven't come to a conclusion.
Kerry sighed.
It's easier to explain what it's not at this point. The wounds are about a halfway patterned, halfway something else, but it depends on the time they were inflicted.
So what's the TOD? We talking days or weeks?
I haven't got the slightest clue.
That made her pause. There were several inconsistencies that Daly noted. For example, several of the usual markers that we see in corpses just weren't there. There were no flies or maggots, and many common shows of decomposition had either not manifested at all, or manifested in an order that didn't make sense. For example, the inner lining of the mouth showed signs of advanced decay around the soft tissue, but there were no signs of bacteria or strong active smells. Daly couldn't make sense of it. Russell and I stood back and watched them work. We knew Daly had a habit of not answering his emails or checking his phone, so it was better to have some boots on the ground to keep tabs on their progress. We were all going to be on call for most of the night anyway, so we figured we'd settle in for the long haul. I took a dinner break while Russell stayed behind. He'd brought leftovers that he forgot to eat for lunch. I got an hour to clear my head and fill my stomach while they kept working. I checked in with the guys still out in the field. They hadn't found anything else. No witnesses, no footprints, no track marks, no wheels, not a thing. They were checking traffic cameras going in and out of the area, but the distances required and the amount of cars passing through made the potential numbers go up in the hundreds. I could tell it was a dead end. Hell, I could tell that just by the tone of their voice. By the time I got back, Daly and Kerry were arguing. They were listing things on a whiteboard, going through them one by one, crossing things off. You could tell who'd written what. Daly had this old-fashioned cursive, while Kerry kept it simple and blocky. The smell of chemicals tickled the ranch-sprinkled taste buds on the back of my tongue, making me wish I was back outside. Russell gave me a pat on the shoulder and took a break, leaving me alone with the arguing professionals. Kerry was in the middle of a monologue, pointing at one thing at a time on the whiteboard.
Not a hacksaw, not a chainsaw, not a... What did you say, piano wire?
Not a piano wire.
Daly agreed.
Not a knife, not an axe.
And we got nothing certain. Not a fragment. No nothing.
Daly turned to me.
You got any ideas? You saw anything out there? Anything?
Not a thing, I shrugged. Witness statement in the folder.
This is shit.
Kerry spat, flipping the folder over.
Not a single thing we can use.
You don't think it was wildlife? Wolves? Bears?
We have to find some kind of baseline before we start eliminating things it ain't. We can't just start listing things it's not.
Well, it's better than standing here saying nothing. Hold on.
He flipped the whiteboard over, uncorked his pen, and started at the top.
It's not a wolf. What else?
They went at it for hours. Not a wolf, not a bear, not a coyote, not a bobcat. Just a long list of things to exclude. They checked for fur, claw marks, teeth marks, anything. All the while, Russell and I went up and down the stairs, calling the chief to let him know there was nothing to report. By 8 p.m., we were running in circles, and we called it a night. Kareen packed up first. Then Russell and I got off the clock. Russell headed home immediately, but I noticed Daly sticking around a little longer. I pretended to look for my keys as I kept an eye on him. He was still talking, but not to me.
We're missing something.
He mumbled.
We're missing something big.
Like what? I asked. He looked up at me, snapping out of whatever thought was running through his head.
I'm just making conversation. Pay me no mind.
All right. You good to lock up? Daly waved me off with a smile, and I didn't think much else of it. The next morning, we got a call about feds wanting to join in on the action. I tried to get a hold of Daly, telling him to come in a little early, but the man really can't be reached by email or text. He was coming in whenever, and that was that. Kareen, on the other hand, was already there by the time Russell and I pulled into the parking lot. She was leaning against the streetlight, tapping a pen against a notebook.
Not a big machine.
She mumbled.
Not a small machine. Not a tool. Not a saw.
Morning, Corrine. Trying to get some work done before the feds get here?
She ignored us. We'd gotten the spare keys to open. Daly got the other pair. Kareen wasn't usually the one we called for these kinds of things. Then again, we'd never had this kind of thing. Not really. The moment Russell clicked the lock open, Kareen shoved her way past him, this time with even more force. It was enough to make Russell go,
"Hey!"
But she had no visible reaction. She kept mulling over whatever list she'd made on her notebook. She was eager to get back to it. We only had about an hour or so before reinforcements would come knocking on the door. Kareen wasn't wasting any time. She ran down the stairs, put on the bare minimum equipment, and rushed to pull the slabs out. We barely had the time to keep up with her, like she was racing against the clock. But when she pulled the slab out, there was a whole other problem. The head was gone. Russell stood there, mouth agape. He snapped out of it the moment Kareen turned to us, her eyes sunken and red. Something was off. She'd always been a bit short and snippy with us, but this was something else. I don't think Russell saw it, but I could tell she was up to something. She looked from him to me, and then at the door.
Not a little girl.
She mumbled.
Not an old lady. Not a teenager.
You all right there? You sleep okay?
I could tell she wasn't listening. There was something about the white of her eyes that bugged me. A sort of micro-twitch, like a nervous dog. When she suddenly burst into a sprint, I was ready. Russell wasn't. I stepped in front of her and she ran straight into me. She knocked herself to the ground, landing face first on the hard floor. I could hear the air pass from her lungs in a huff. I got a pretty nasty landing flat on my back, but nothing was broken. A bad bruise, but I got lucky. Russell was on her back within seconds, putting her in handcuffs.
Not a snake bite.
Kareen mumbled.
Not a hound. Not a house cat. Not a gunshot.
What the hell? What's wrong with you?
Not a thing wrong. Not a question answered. Not a long way to go.
Corrine, you hear me?
I was already calling for another squad car. Time was of the essence. We had a missing head and Daly wasn't around. I prayed to God he just overslept, but I had this sinking feeling in my gut that he hadn't. There was something about the way he'd lingered the other night that made me think he might have done something he shouldn't. Another car was sent to check on Daly, but he wasn't at his apartment. Another car went to check his office, but there was no one there either. We ended up combing through whatever contacts we thought might be useful. Russell and I had our coffees, making mental lists out loud. His ex-wife, I said. I know we got one of those.
I don't think he made it to Fort overnight. His car is still in the driveway.
So, not an ex-wife.
Not ex-wife. Not a chance.
I turned to look at him as he tapered off. He stared at the steering wheel, coffee hanging limp in his hands. His eyes glassed over and I could see a bubble of spit pooling in the corner of his mouth. He wasn't blinking. Russell? He blinked, dropping his coffee straight into his lap. It wasn't that hot, but he was up and about within less than a second, cursing like a sailor. He kicked the cop down the street like it owed him money and got back in the car, wiping the seat in his pants with a blanket from the glove box. You okay?
Not about to get sick. Not now.
You sure? You seem out of it.
You really think Daly stole that damn head?
Russell said, changing the subject.
You think he'd do that?
He could have. I mean, it's possible. What's the odds of them both disappearing without him being involved? Exactly. I gave Russell another look. He was clearly thinking about something, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I tapped him on the shoulder and handed him my coffee. I think you need this more than I do. I'll take the wheel for a bit. We spent most of the early day driving around town, asking questions. We had a couple of vague leads, but it's like we were spinning tires stuck in the mud. Russell was getting frustrated, so the chief asked us to do something else for a bit. They were busy dealing with the feds anyway, and they had 4 different squad cars out looking for Daly. We were sent to check on a roadside diner, old folks kind of place. It had been closed all day, and the waitress working the lunch shift was getting worried. The owner wasn't answering their phone, and there had been no notice ahead of time. There was just a note in the window saying, closed. It wasn't a high priority call, but it gave us something to do. That is, until I noticed something curious. We went to check up on the place before we headed to the owner's registered address for a house call. But when I got a closer look at the sign, I noticed it was written in a beautiful cursive. I elbowed Russell and pointed. You see that? He nodded, moving in to get a closer look.
Not a common thing around here. Owner's got arthritis.
You don't think he wrote that?
Not a... No. Now that I think about it, I think I've seen Daly around here before.
You have? When?
Not a long...
Russell trailed off, falling silent. I gave him a couple seconds. This time I wasn't going to snap him out of it. I wanted to see what was going on. He stood there for a full minute. I counted. It was a full minute. Then he almost toppled over, tipping forward like a fallen tree. That's when I rushed to catch him. If I hadn't, he'd have gotten a face full of gravel. He immediately went on the defensive, straightening his back out.
I'm okay.
You gotta talk to me.
I'm okay. Whatever. I'm okay. Not a...
Stop saying that. You keep saying that and you zone out.
Saying what?
I blinked. I didn't want to say it. There was something dangerous in it, like turning a key to a door you didn't want to open. I shook it out of my head and headed for the car. Before I got halfway, Russell was going around the back. He wasn't about to wait. He was heading inside, with or without me. I had to stop whatever I was doing to catch up with him. I called out to him, but he was heading for the back door. Before I got to him, he'd cracked a window and shoved the door open. He was rushing inside with the same urgency that Kareen had, except I wasn't there to tackle him. Last thing I saw before he rounded the corner was him pulling out his gun. I called out for backup as I ran after him. I stopped dead in my tracks, a couple steps inside the kitchen. The owner was on the floor, face down in a pool of blood. You could smell death on him. Russell had stepped over him, heading straight for the front of the diner. This wasn't like him. Russell was not a hothead, not a thrill-seeker. If anything, he was the controlled one. Russell! Gotta step back! Backup's on the way! There was no answer. Instead, he rushed straight to the front and stopped. I followed him, rounded the corner. The blinders were shut, casting the whole serving area in a gray shade. A couple streaks of sunlight made their way through the shutters, lighting up the white spaces with spots of red. Daly had been busy. Without a whiteboard, he'd been writing on the furniture with whatever pen was closest. Turns out that pen was blood. The first few sentences seemed familiar. Not a cougar, not a lion, not a panther, not a gator. More animals. But the further in you got, the text got smaller. more concentrated, and the sentences grew stranger. Not a lot, not a little, not a lord, not a queen. Then at the far end, there was something written on a table. Russell was already there, picking something up from it. As I got closer, I saw the text while trying to keep an eye on my partner. The text was cleaner, underlined. Not a person.
Not a person.
Russell nodded.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's that you're holding? What are you doing? He dropped his handgun to the floor and cradled something between his hands. As I got closer, I saw what it was. The bottom jaw of the missing head, torn loose.
Not a person. Not a threat.
You ought to put that down. We got people coming in any second. He looked up at me, elated. This immense sense of relief spreading over his face.
It's not a person,
he repeated.
It's okay. Not a person. Not a corpse.
What's not a corpse? He held up the jaw, looking me in the eye, and without looking away, he put it up to his lips and bit off a mouthful. It didn't make the sound I thought it would. Instead, there was a soft and mushy kind of noise, like someone biting a jelly-filled marshmallow. He barely chewed for a second before he got another chunk.
See?
He said, mouth full.
It's fine. Not a person.
I kept shaking my head, backing away. I didn't even notice I pulled my gun. He held the flesh out to me, looking like I'd said something hurtful. No way, I said. Not a... I had to stop myself. I had to physically stop myself. Thinking about this sentence made my head spiral into a pattern of repetition over and over again, like an allergic reaction in the back of my mind. I slapped my hands over my mouth, smacking my front teeth with the metal of my gun. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't shoot Russell, but I couldn't stay. I turned away. I hadn't noticed the bathroom door opening, the one in the back near the grill, and I hadn't noticed Daly waddling out of it. Turns out he'd had a meal of his own. He'd eaten most of the head. Hair was still hanging out the side of his mouth. His glasses were clinging to the tip of his nose, a single good shake from falling to the floor. In the dark, his hands looked black rather than bloody, but you could tell from the smell. I ran straight into him, almost knocking him over. He fumbled his steps a little, leaned back against the wall and braced himself.
It's okay.
Daly burped.
It's not a person.
Not a corpse. Not a soul.
I could hear myself finishing the sentence. I was just a syllable or two away. I wanted to say it was not a person too. Not a problem. Instead, I pushed past Daly. I rushed forward, leaping over the dead body and threw myself out the back door. I got a good 10, 15 feet out past the door before I looked back. Daly and Russell were both standing by the door, looking at me. They weren't chasing me off or trying to talk me down. They just stood there, mumbling the same pattern, the same rhythm. They couldn't figure out what the hell this thing was, so they were just listing things it wasn't. Not a this, not a that. Then I heard something, a dragging sound, and I realized they weren't looking at me. They were looking at something behind me. Something cold and mucus-covered wrapped around my eyes like wet seaweed. I screamed, but that only served to open my mouth. Something cold got pushed in past my tongue, tickling my nostrils, and I swallowed. I choked as something bitter and meaty swirled down my gullet. It felt like someone had thrown a sack of bricks off a tall bridge, landing hard in the bottom of my stomach. I fell forward, gasping for air and scraping my knees. I was dry heaving to get that thing out of me. My eyes were covered in grease, and all I see is this figure. It emerged from behind me, moving past me. I barely saw the shape of it, but it had something like a big arm coming out of its side. It looked like a big corn cob, but instead of kernels, they were pieces. There was the shape of a foot, a hand, a long hair from a scalp. As it moved past me, Daly and Russell silently joined it. Before they disappeared down the northern field, I heard something snap and tumble to the ground. I got to my feet stumbling. I made it to the bathroom. I shoved fingers down my throat, but no matter what I did, nothing came of it. Something was stuck in the pit of my stomach, and by the time backup arrived, I was sobbing on my knees, bent over a bloody toilet seat. I was screaming into the porcelain, begging for whatever was inside of me to leave. But it didn't. They had to drag me out by the arms. I didn't get any of it out. Not a piece. Not a little piece. Not a single little piece. They didn't find Daly or Russell. I ended up with a 2-night stay at the hospital. Apparently something similar had happened to Corinne. She'd had a breakdown and they were still trying to figure out the problem. Some signs pointed to a fungal infection, but they couldn't find the cause. The doctor determined that it was not a virus, not a bacterial infection, not a misfolded prion. They had to put her on an IV as they couldn't get her to shut her mouth long enough to eat. They were still trying to figure me out when I got sent home. They said I wasn't as far gone. Paid leave, 3 weeks. 3 weeks turned to 6 as the test results came back inconclusive over and over again. At one point, they thought I had some kind of contagion, but they couldn't say for sure. Someone mentioned narcotics, but it just turned into a long list of negative tests. I switched doctors 3 times as they kept tripping over their own diagnoses. One of them ended up taking their own sick leave after a while. I've been trying to figure out a way to get rid of this. I sit up at night staring at the wall, drawing on my cheap wallpaper with a black pen. I want to help them. I want to figure this out. I write what I know to be true over and over. It's not a threat, not a person, not a human, not a corpse. I had to give myself a reason to write again. I've been trying to resist it for so long. It's like whistling a song that you know you can't stop humming. If you start, it'll be on your mind all day. But I'll just do it. I'll do it until I get it out of my system. I don't care if it takes days or weeks or months. I'll figure it out. I'll get it out. And once it's gone, I'll be back here to figure this out. Not a day, not a week, not a month, not a year, not a threat, not a person, not a killer, not a beast, not a thing, not a.
Phase 1. The arrival.
The photograph arrived without explanation. It showed some kind of mass, dark grey and pulsating. It was hovering far above the North Atlantic. It resembled a cyclone, but there was no eye of this storm. No rotation. Just layers, like folds of gauze stacked and suspended. The sky around it was eerily clear. That was the first impossibility. Dr. Myreed Finn saw the image at 6:32 a.m. It was forwarded to her personal account from an encrypted ministry server. The subject line read only,
"Come in immediately."
Dr. Finn arrived at the North Strand Climate Monitoring Facility before sunrise. The conference room was already full, unusual for a Wednesday. Technicians, military liaisons, 2 senior meteorologists, and a man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena, a department that, officially, didn't exist. No one spoke for the first 10 minutes. They just stared at the image projected on the main wall, a still frame from a weather satellite feed.
I've never seen a static formation at that altitude before,
Myreed said, her eyes locked on the impossible image.
How high is this exactly?
68 kilometers.
One of the technicians said, adjusting his glasses. She blinked.
Mesosphere.
Correct.
This doesn't make any sense.
She murmured to herself, irritated by confusion. One of the meteorologists stood.
It's your job to make sense of it, Dr. Finn.
When was it first reported?
She responded, ignoring the man's tone.
It's been there for 6 hours. It just showed up.
The military liaison cleared his throat.
Spotted by a satellite over the Atlantic. Cross-checked by a second pass. We thought it might be weapon debris. It's not. Civil flights are already diverting, and maritime routes too.
On the monitors, numbers scrolled. Temperatures, wind speeds, strange depth readings. The mass wasn't moving. Winds tore at it hundreds of kilometers per hour, but it didn't rotate, didn't shear, just remained. Impossibly still.
It's not a weather event,
the meteorologist declared with a shaky voice and worry in his eyes.
Then what is it?
Asked the liaison. No one had an answer. By noon, the world had seen it. Footage taken by a commercial pilot had gone viral. A band of dark mist stretching from horizon to horizon, bloated and heavy, blotting out the sun. It covered a region roughly the size of North America and appeared to be growing. The shadow the cloud cast was immeasurable. On a clear day, the light would dim like a solar eclipse. The sky turned a dull gray. Shadows vanished and the birds fell silent. Some areas experienced perpetual dusk, the night imposing in its darkness. People on the ground began reporting changes. Strange, static humming in their teeth, tension headaches, and a persistent low pressure in the ears. Online forums exploded. #The cloud trended within the hour. Dr. Finn kept working. She had trained herself to remain clinical, methodical. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the air in the lab had gone stale. Something was very wrong, and not a single thinking brain on the planet could provide answers to the impossible situation. At exactly 9:43 p.m. GMT, the first sound was recorded. A low frequency, deep and distant. Then another, 2 hours apart. Then again, and again.
Thunder?
Someone offered, but the radar was clear. Not a single weather system for 1,000 kilometers. The thump came again, only minutes apart. Myreed sat perfectly still, headset on, watching the sound wave roll across the monitor. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't seismic. It was airborne, high above our heads.
Jesus,
whispered a young intern nearby.
It's coming from inside the cloud.
By midnight, it had settled into a rhythm, a slow, deep drumming sound. Regular, relentless, as though something far, far above was knocking from the other side of the sky.
Project Cerberus Vale, Field Journal entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, Lead Meteorologist. Classified, Level Omega. Day 1, 11:42 p.m. GMT.
The cloud remains stationary. Its scale is beyond measurement. Its thick fog goes far beyond our atmosphere. The sound began tonight. Regular pulses, low frequency, origin unknown but triangulated within the formation. The collection of all data is incomplete at this time. Personal note. It is not weather. It is not man-made. We don't know what this is.
Phase 2. The Sound of God.
By morning, the drumming was heard across the entire northern hemisphere. It was no longer limited to the monitoring stations. People across Europe, the eastern United States, parts of Western Africa, and even as far as Argentina reported hearing it. Not just through the air, but through their bodies. In the base of the skull, the hollows of the chest or behind the eyes. The sound was felt just as much as it was heard. Entire cities reported the vibrations. Hospitals began to fill, not from injury but from confusion. Migraines, tinnitus, bleeding noses. Some people began to lose their minds, tormented by a sound they couldn't escape. Others seemed unfazed by the strange phenomenon. A woman in Bordeaux began convulsing and screamed.
I hear it! I hear it! I hear it!
Before falling unconscious. At 1:06 a.m. GMT, Dr. Finn watched from the roof of the North Strand facility as the light changed again. Not dimmer. Not quite. She struggled to name it. Shadows had lost their edges. Buildings looked slightly flattened. Colors were muted, like the world had been submerged in water. She raised her hand and stared at her palm, veins like rivers on a map. Her skin was paler than before. The hairs on her arms stood up. The drumming continued. The man from the Department of Anomalous Phenomena pushed through the steel door behind her.
Dr. Finn, my name is Jonas, ma'am. I've been meaning to speak with you.
He paused beside her, eyes turned upward to the dreadful cloud. It swallowed the entire skyline, hiding stars and moon alike.
Quite the view,
he murmured.
What can I do for you, Jonas?
She asked, her tone clipped, unwilling to indulge small talk.
You know who I work for?
She nodded once, offering him a cigarette from a near-empty pack.
No, thanks. I quit. Fresh air for me.
He laughed awkwardly as Dr. Finn lit her smoke.
They're relocating me,
he said.
Opposite side of the world. Counterpart facility in the southern hemisphere. They want simultaneous readings, nearer data sets. Honestly, it feels like I'm just being moved out of the blast zone.
He paused for a moment.
If this thing is global, if it keeps growing, we need to know if it behaves the same way everywhere. Otherwise, we're flying blind.
Finn studied him, the shadows across his face blurred and trembling in the wrong light.
So you'll be chasing the other horizon?
Something like that.
He gave a thin smile, but his eyes stayed locked on the sky.
I'll send you everything I find. Maybe between the two of us, we'll make sense of it.
Her gaze lingered on him a moment longer than she intended. Then she looked back to the cloud.
Maybe.
The drumming echoed, low, cavernous, endless. Neither of them spoke after that. The emergency broadcast systems went live just after noon. News anchors read pre-written statements. No questions, no speculation.
Authorities are aware of the atmospheric anomaly currently positioned over the Atlantic. Remain indoors. Limit direct observation of the phenomenon. Further information will be provided when available.
The feed cuts off after 90 seconds. Black screens revealed the concerned reactions of the population. Social media boiled over with conspiracy, prophecy, and fear. A viral clip from New York showed commuters frozen in the middle of an intersection, all exiting their vehicles, all staring up at once, dozens of them, like they'd heard a voice. Then some began to cry, others fell to their knees in prayer, all united by the oppression of complete and total helplessness. Government helicopters swarmed beneath the cloud, like flies drawn to the stench of death. Another clip from a Nigerian cargo ship showed the cloud expanding, spilling outward in curling tendrils. Vast sections of dark mist swirled within the cloud, like black sand in clear water. The crew's final log simply read,
God has returned to us.
At 2:42 a.m., Dr. Finn stepped into the soundproof chamber to listen to the unfiltered live feed. She sat in the center of the small white room, strapped on the over-ear monitors, and listened. There it was. The drumming from the cloud. Clearer now. More spacious. More thoughtful. There were pauses between the beats, pauses long enough to create the illusion it had stopped, before it came again. She felt it deep in her ribcage, her heart sinking to the aerial phenomenon. The drumming had become a presence, not sound alone, but a tidal force pressing against the earth. Every beat made her stomach lurch, as if something vast was stirring within the planet itself. Then it shifted. The sound broke free of the rhythm. A single, elongated groan, wet and guttural, poured from the cloud. It rippled across the atmosphere like thick, viscous liquid, sloshing into every crack or crevice it could find, the ground itself vibrating under the sonic pressure. It was enormous, impossible, something malignant, something so vast that its moan reshaped the sky. The pitch was almost beyond hearing, subsonic yet tortuously present. Low, dragging, reverberating with the weight of mass she could not comprehend. The groan slithered and pulsed like the wet crack of muscle tearing, sinew stretching, a predator yawning across the heavens. Her chest heaved, her stomach twisted, her fingers tingled with the pressure of sound. Her mind screamed against comprehension. The noise was alive, shapeless yet aware. It hung in the room like a storm that could devour everything, pausing only to let its presence sink further into her bones before dragging itself back into a wet, shuddering growl. She ripped the headphones off, trembling, sweat prickling across her skin. The chamber was silent, but not really. The sound lingered, imprinted on her ribs and skull, crawling through her blood.
Was that a voice?
The intern monitoring the signal turned to her, pale and crying.
No.
Dr. Finn whispered.
It wasn't a voice.
He swallowed.
Then what was it?
She stood slowly and left the room without speaking another word. The drumming resumed as normal.
Project Cerberus Fail, Field Journal Entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, Lead Meteorologist. Classified, Level Omega. Day 2, 3:17 a.m. GMT.
Cloud remains stationary. Estimated diameter now exceeds 5,000 kilometers. Audio patterns continue. Rhythmic, biological, possibly vocal. Global symptoms reported. Neurological disruption, auditory hallucinations, emotional volatility. Mass hysteria. Thousands of casualties across different countries. Burst eardrums and internal hemorrhaging. Public unrest increasing. Government control deteriorating. A plan was initiated to obtain a visual of the sound source. Jonas's team ran 3 LiDAR sweeps from orbit, from a U-2 spy plane and from a modified weather balloon. Orbital scan returned no depth readings. Not 0, just nothing. As if it struck open air for 1,000 meters, then refused to return. Plane scan logged 1 frame of internal structure. Looked like bone. A moment later, the image glitched, reloaded, and showed a perfect sphere the size of a mountain. Then static. Balloon feed. 20 minutes of telemetry before loss of signal. Internal layers visible. Fibrous. Twitching. Final frame. A shape in the center. Spindled. Elongated. Symmetrical, but wrong. Our analysts ran it through edge detection software. The results were disturbing. It resembled a face, but only when you didn't look at it directly. A convergence of lines, folds, and textures that formed something odd. One technician collapsed during image review, said she felt like it could see her. I saw it too, just once. It didn't scare me. It just made me feel ashamed. We've locked the files. Project code, Cerberus Veil. Access, Visual AI systems only. No human review permitted. Effective immediately. Personal note. Jonas agrees. There's something in there. He's gone south into the dark. I don't know when I'll see him again. I think it's stretching.
Phase 3. The Arms.
Dr. Finn jolted from her sleep, her phone vibrating on the steel table. She has passed out at her desk. Overworked and exhausted, she grabbed her phone. The screen read Jonas, DAP.
Finn,
Jonas's voice came sharp, urgent.
are you seeing the latest readings?
Her pulse quickened. The cloud had been behaving differently. The drumming was heavier, more insistent.
I'm watching. It's intense, but nothing new yet.
Intense.
His laugh was bitter.
Intense doesn't cover this. The subsonic pulses, every monitoring station on every continent, they're aligning. The underside of the cloud, it's splitting along a straight vertical seam. The satellites caught it just before it closed again.
Dr. Finn frowned.
A seam?
Like it's preparing to open, and I don't mean metaphorically.
His voice dropped, urgent.
There's a pattern in the pulses. Rhythms, building. I don't know how else to say it. The drumming. It's a fucking heartbeat. Myriad, and it's getting faster. You need to be ready. Something is happening. Whatever you do, don't go outside. Whatever happens next, it's not just sound. It's alive.
She felt it in her chest before she could reply. A vibration deep in bone and blood. The wet resonance of something enormous stirring.
Jonas,
Stay calm. Lock yourself in. Go to the bunker, now. The monitors are there. You can observe. Whatever you do, do not fucking step outside.
Then the line went dead. A heartbeat later, across the northern hemisphere, a vertical fracture tore through the sky like a wound. It widened with deliberate slowness. Layers of mist peeled back in fleshy folds. Shadows deepened, bending the space around it. A deafening, sticky squelch like tearing flesh echoed across the hemisphere. Behind it was a darkness that seemed to breathe, vast and unfathomable. A darkness that bent perception. No camera could capture it. No eye on the planet was built to perceive such a biblical event. Without tremor or trumpet, the cloud opened. What lay inside was not lightless, but unknowable. Some said it was a mouth. Some said it was a wound. And from it came the sound again. Louder now. Clearer. Something wet and vast and pulsing. Something impossible. Not breathing. Mooing. Across the world, people looked up in unison. Some screamed. Some dropped to their knees. Others stood still and watched, transfixed as the first of the arms descended. Long, tapering limbs like serpents, oily, black and glistening, emerging from the wound in the sky in slow spirals. Some were miles long, others kilometers. They swam through the air like they were underwater, languid, elegant, hypnotic. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. They moved across the sky like a nest of worms poured through a funnel. Coiling. Searching. One by one, the arms reached down into the earth, slithering through cities, across oceans, over fields. It didn't take long for the first to be taken. A man in Tokyo screamed as an arm squirmed its way around him. His fingers dug into the strange meat as the grip around his waist tightened, pulling him skyward. His cries split the morning air. In a European city, a young couple ran through the streets hand in hand. The woman tripped, an arm twisted around her ankle. Her boyfriend tried to pull her free. The arm retracted, twisting her upward with such force that his hands tore away from hers. He fell on his back, begging, only for the arm to return for him. In a Venezuelan village, her mother was snatched from her courtyard. Her young daughter clung desperately to her leg, screaming for her mother to come back down. Her tiny hands gripped her mother's ankle in desperation to save her, but the child's fingers could not hold. They were ripped upward. Hundreds of feet in a matter of seconds. Her mother's body ascended, twisting elegantly like a dancer in midair. But gravity did not forgive the child. She fell, limbs flailing, hair whipping across her face, colliding with the unforgiving earth. The sickening thump echoed across the village. Some were taken screaming. Others laughed as if ascending into a dark ecstasy. Cultists, convinced of divine favor, threw themselves towards the putrid appendages, arms outstretched, their voices raised in hymns or chants of joy, begging for rapture. The arms only took a few of them with the same cold precision, pulling them upward as their ecstasy transformed into terror mid-flight. Across continents, people fought, clawed, resisted, but it was futile. Each arm performed the same ritual, one human at a time, spiraling upward toward the yawning darkness, then returning to the earth for its next selection. Cities became theaters of chaos. Streets emptied in seconds. Traffic snarled and stalled. Windows rattled under the roar of thousands being drawn skyward as humanity unleashed below. Parents clawed for their children. Children screamed for their parents. People tried to leap from balconies, bridges, and rooftops only to be grabbed mid-fall. Their last moments a tangled dance of limbs and terror. In remote fields, farmers and herders watched as the arms swept across the horizon. Livestock scattered, terrified, the ground shaking under the thrumming resonance of the arms. One farmer caught a glimpse of his wife being lifted, screaming, crying his name. He tried to run. The arm retracted and she was gone, leaving him kneeling in mud, screaming into the indifferent sky. Over the first 12 hours, over 40 million people were gone, more than the entire population of Canada. By 48 hours, estimates climbed past 90 million, entire nations devoured by the sky. Children, the elderly, the sick, the healthy, criminals, priests, lovers, the lost. The arms moved like a living tide, slow but inexorable, elegant in motion but grotesque in function. Each human was treated as a singular prize, twisted upward toward the infinite, the process horrifyingly meticulous. Dr. Finn watched from the bunker as the monitors flared with the streams of abductions. Faces contorted in panic, joy, or disbelief. She could hear them through the cameras, screams and prayer that layered upon one another like a living symphony of terror. The arms paused briefly over cities, observing, coiling and uncoiling. Their thick veins pulsate. They seemed to savor the fear. Then, with chilling patience, they selected again, dragging the living toward the more. Over the 57 hours, the northern hemisphere emptied in a relentless, mechanical, almost ritualistic harvest. Each arm returned repeatedly to the sky's wound. Each human plucked and lifted, until the air was thick with echoes of terror and awe. By the final hour, Dr. Finn could only stare at the screens, numb. The arms paused at last, holding their harvests aloft for a long, silent moment, as if counting, observing, savoring. Then they began the slow, deliberate retreat, one by one, carrying their captives towards the unknowable darkness that had given them form. Over 4 hours, the sky had closed and survivors emerged from false shelters. The world was left in silence. Only the sound of the drums remained.
Project Cerberus Veil, Field Journal Entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, lead meteorologist. Classified, level Omega. Day 3, 11:11 p.m. GMT.
The formation opened. An aperture. Estimated diameter is 3,000 kilometers across. Arms, tongues, emerged. Thousands. Movement suggests intelligence, not random. Selection appears non-biological. We can't predict it. I watched them be taken. Oh, God, forgive me. We tried everything. Interference, signal jamming, sonic weapons. Russia sent a nuke. To hell with the aftermath of that. It didn't go off. It was just swallowed by the cloud. The arms are not affected. The world is hollow. The monitors lie dead, their screens frozen with faces I will never forget. Even the saved recordings fail to convey the scale of what happened. The arms, the screams, the silence that followed. Entire populations taken with the precision of a surgeon, the cruelty of a predator, the indifference of an animal. 90 million, more, perhaps 100 million, I can't be certain. The northern hemisphere is a graveyard with no corpses, and yet the sky is calm. Deceptively calm. The wound is closed. The drum, it continues. Always beneath everything, a low, insistent pulse that will not be ignored. Personal note. I don't know what to do next. Every theory, every model, every calculation is meaningless against this. We are observers of an event. We are its remnants. Survivors only in a technical sense. In every other way, we are gone. There is nothing to fight, nothing to flee, only to record, only to bear witness. And I will, till the end. What else is there to do?
Phase 4, the Belch.
1 month and 14 days passed. No arms, no movement from the sky. The cloud remained, hanging impossibly still above the Atlantic, like a wound that refused to heal. Most nations had abandoned any attempt to engage with it. Some still broadcast official statements, hollow robotic reassurances, but no one listened. The world had been held in place, breathless, afraid to look up, held hostage by our new god. Cities went dark, markets crashed, faiths fractured, people starved, millions gathered in open fields begging to be taken. Millions took their own lives in the face of the inevitable. Others locked their doors and prayed to be forgotten. Dr. Myreed Finn stayed. She slept inside the bunker beneath the North Strand climate facility. She hadn't left in weeks. The others were gone, some taken when the arms descended, some fled, some too broken to continue. She kept her notes, her logs, her rituals of data and control, but every day it grew harder to believe that any of it mattered. Finn's console crackled to life at 3:58 a.m. GMT. The signal was faint, washed in static, but the voice on the other end was unmistakable.
Finn,
Jonas said, quick and hushed, like he was afraid the sound itself might carry.
tell me you're awake.
I'm awake.
Her voice was brittle, the syllables clipped. She had been awake for days.
What is it?
I've been tracking something.
He said.
Pressure readings from the South Atlantic buoy network. They're tanking. Not a storm, not a current shift. It's like the air itself is leaking.
You said that before.
This is different.
His breathing was uneven, shaky.
The drop isn't local. It's global. Everything is bleeding toward the cloud. Not winds. Everything. It's pulling, like it's...
He stopped himself, then said it anyway.
Like it's inhaling.
Finn exhaled through her nose.
We don't know if that's what it's doing.
I do know.
Jonas shot back, voice tightening.
It's hungry, and it's been patient, but...
A low laugh broke out that wasn't joy.
Christ, I can't believe we're still pretending this is all about data.
This is about survival, Jonas.
She said, doubting her own words.
Is it?
Jonas snapped. There was a pause before he spoke again.
We're all dead anyway. It's just a matter of time before it gets hungry again. And when it does...
He trailed off, static filling the gap.
You've seen the fields. You've seen the ones begging for it to take them. That's not living. That's meat waiting to be picked up.
Stop!
Why?
His voice cracked.
You want the truth, Myreed? There's no stopping it. There's no bargaining. We're not even ants to it. Ants get noticed before they're stepped on. This thing...
He stopped abruptly, the next sound a sharp hiss in the line.
Jonas?
Silence. She waited another 3 seconds, then set the receiver down, her fingers trembling against the console. She clasped her hands together, lowered her head, and for the first time in her life, she began to pray. She waited. Nothing. At exactly 4:17 a.m. GMT, 1 month and 14 days since the cloud arrived, the sky opened again. No warning, no signal, just a sudden shift of the cloud's center, folds drawing back, parting like lips peeled open by invisible hands. The drumming was constant, but this time something new came. The sound began low, wet, rolling, like a cauldron of bile tipping somewhere beyond the stratosphere. The pressure dropped. The wind died. Then came a vast, guttural exhalation that seemed to surge from the planet's core and shatter the sky above. A noise like the entire sky dry heaving, viscous and phlegm-soaked, the kind of sound that makes the stomach knot before the ears understand. A single, cataclysmic, guttural bellow that cracked windows on every continent and shattered the upper atmosphere. The ground shook, tides recoiled, and birds fell from the sky. It wasn't just sound, it was force. A pressure wave of wet breath and raw heat, like an open furnace filled with rotting flesh. It swept the globe within minutes. People clutched their heads and screamed as their ears bled. Animals bolted and dropped dead mid-run. Birds fell in flocks. Machines died. Satellites blinked out. Those at the epicenter could only scream as the force burst them into nothingness. And the smell. A stench so vast, so cellular, it soaked through the walls. It crawled into lungs and stayed there, a taste of spoiled meat and copper. People vomited. Others tore at their flesh trying to escape it. Most were dead in seconds. And then came the blood. From deep within the beast, beyond the gauze and folds of mist, something ruptured. A pressure valve? A gullet? A wound? No one knows. A tidal wave of thick, arterial blood, expelled with such volume and speed that it fell like monsoon rain over half the globe. Red soaked the ocean and rivers. Red splashed across rooftops and deserts and jungles. Half the earth painted in blood. It steamed where it landed, hot and thick, and it reeked of iron and something sweet. Something wrong. Some said they heard whispers in the rain. The clouds peeled back, and for the first and only time, the being was seen. Truly seen. For exactly 93 seconds, the sky was clear. Not in fragments, not distorted. It filled the sky. It was the sky. Its shape defied thought, impossibly symmetrical, yet shifting as though the universe itself was trying and failing to remember it. Its surface was a chaos of textures, pinkish-gray membranes that pulsed with a rhythm older than time, bone-plate ridges spiraling in geometries our minds could not hold, and spindled nerves that writhed like lightning frozen mid-strike. Each wrinkle, each twitch seemed to hum with awareness, as if the cosmos itself had been stitched into its flesh. Its face, or what passed for one, stared down through a million lidless, goat-like eyes. Some were as vast as mountains, some flickered like dying stars, all simultaneously seeing and knowing. Our thoughts recoiled, our vision trembled, and yet we could not look away. And then it did something impossible. It smiled. No teeth, no lips, no gesture that humans could recognize. Just a slow, dreadful unfurling of facial tissue. An imitation of something it had only ever observed in our species. A suggestion of amusement aimed at the futility of existence. The motion folded in on itself in ways that should have torn it apart, yet held. We felt it not just in our eyes, but in our blood, in our marrow, in the corners of thought we didn't know existed. And then the sky swallowed itself once more. But the memory lingered. Shapes impossible to describe etched themselves into our minds. Geometry that should not exist haunted our dreams, and the faint, impossible smile echoed in every shadow we ever crossed again. Silence fell. Not peace, but silence. And then, nothing. No arms. No sound. Just the repetition of fear felt through the drum of the cloud. The wind, returning at last. The stench never faded, never fully gone. The red rain soaked into everything. No government spoke publicly again after that. People stopped going outside. Entire towns were found empty. Dead. Others worshipped. Others still killed themselves. The world waited.
Project Cerberus Vale, Field Journal Entry. Dr. Myreed Finn, Lead Meteorologist. Classified, Level Omega. Day 45. 7:02 a.m. GMT.
It belched. I don't know how else to describe it. It expelled something vast and foul into our atmosphere. Not an attack, not a gesture of dominance. A function. A bodily function. Like it forgot we were here. The sound. I cannot put it into words. I felt it in the roots of my teeth, in the gaps between cells. It broke something in the sky. And the smell is still here, clinging to the vents, to my skin. It soaked its way into the bunker. The blood is everywhere. We've confirmed it's organic, human, and something else. For 93 seconds, it let us see it. I don't think we were supposed to. I don't think it cares. I haven't slept since. I don't believe anyone is left to read this, but I'm still writing. There's no scientific language left for what's happening. This is not an anomaly. This is a presence. This is an extinction event.
Phase 5. Afterbirth.
It began to harden. Not all at once, but gradually, day by day as the blood congealed under heat and rain. The bright red stains that had covered oceans, cities, forests, darkened, thickened with reddish clots. Then, it began to bond. What had been first described as organic blood now revealed itself to be something more. A precursor. A fluid waiting to become. On the 15th day after the belch, the first major surface scan from what remained of the LEO satellites returned images of a continuous sheet forming across the Atlantic basin. Fibrous, pale, ridged in places like cooled wax spread over the surface of the Earth. At first, it seemed like sediment or ice, but it flexed. Beneath solar radiation, it tightened. Beneath lunar light, it swelled. Seismic equipment registered subtle movement, microscopic contractions, as if breathing through the crust. The red had become pink-gray. The pink-gray was becoming skin. A skin that now stretched, uninterrupted, from Portugal to the eastern edge of the Caribbean. The scientists who remained debated this transformation in hushed, mechanical tones. No conclusions were reached. There was no baseline. No comparative models. But Dr. Myrene Finn understood. This was not an invasion. This was not divine punishment. This was gestation. Earth, or what remained of it, was being blanketed in something alive. Not absorbed, not consumed, prepared. And then, at 8:46 p.m. GMT on the 46th day, the cloud moved. It shifted without sound, without storm, without effort. Not blown, not carried, not pulled by gravity. It simply drifted, as if an unseen cord had been cut, as if the process in the west had reached some threshold. It took 6 hours to traverse the ocean. 6 hours of silence. People in Asia and Australia watched it approach, the spiraling gauze blotting out the sky as if it was swallowing it whole. They had seen the videos. They knew what would come. Still, they watched. Some hoped it would pass. It didn't. At 2:17 local time, the clouds settled above the Indian Ocean. The sky began to open again, and the arms began their terrible descent.
Project Cerberus Veil, Field Journal Entry. Dr. Myrene Finn, Lead Meteorologist. Classified, Level Omega. Day 46, 11:44 p.m. GMT. Cerberus Veil. Final transmission.
The blood is not inert. It is a matrix, a forming tissue, something between placenta and a cocoon. Still soft in parts, but solidifying. Already 3/4 of the Atlantic seafloor is covered in a single sheet. Our instruments can't pierce it. It's warm. It pulses every 7 minutes. It is alive. The cloud has moved to the Indian Ocean. Initial signs suggest the process is starting again. The same pattern, same altitude, same shape, same silence. I believe this is reproductive behavior, a life cycle. This thing or system or entity is using the atmosphere to sow itself. It does not see us. It does not hear us. It does not need us. We were not chosen. We were not rejected. We were incidentally present. What we thought was an anomaly was a phase, a part of something older, larger, maybe 1,000,000 years old, maybe eternal. It doesn't matter. What matters is what's being left behind. A blanket, a membrane, a womb stretched across the earth. There is no rescue coming. There is no top of the food chain. There is only the shape behind the clouds and what it leaves in its wake. I am writing this from a world already half covered in skin, already half dead. Tomorrow, I will step outside and feel it for myself. I want to know if it responds. I want to know if it knows I'm here. End log.
Phase 6. Final breath.
The surface of the planet is no longer visible. A thick, swirling fog blankets every inhospitable continent, every ocean, rising miles into the sky. It doesn't move with the wind. It ignores the weather. It simply clings, dense, luminous, and unnaturally still. Satellite feeds, what few remain, show the same impossible formations above Earth's surface. Layered mist, spiraling but unmoving. No rotation, no eye, just folds, just gauze, stacked and suspended. Jonas no longer checks the time. He hasn't for days. His oxygen mask hisses its final shallow breaths, each one thinner than the last. The generators have gone silent. The lights burn only in intermittent flickers, casting the facility in a pulse of dim, ghost-like hues. Every room is empty. Everyone else is dead. Jonas lies flat on the cold concrete floor, cheek pressed against it, one hand spread wide as if to hold the earth steady. His lips move, forming soundless words, but he stops. He doesn't need words. He only needs to listen. A heartbeat. It was in the cloud. It was in the sky. Now it's here, beneath his bones, inside the crust, deep in the dark belly of the world. Jonas let out a broken laugh that cracked into a sob. His eyes glisten, unfocused, staring at the ceiling as if he could see through it to the sky above.
There are two of them now,
he whispers, barely audible. The fog outside pulses with a faint, internal light. Not lightning, not fire. Something vascular, something alive. His throat tightens. His chest is heavy. The hiss of his mask is a thin trickle of air, barely enough to maintain hope. He pulls it away, lets it all fall beside him. The silence rushes in. He smiles, weak and delirious, teeth streaked with blood from biting his tongue raw in his sleep.
We were the womb.
Jonas had never been a religious man. He used to scoff at prayer, at ritual. But now, on the floor of a dying world, the last man standing, a gun trembling in his hand, he mouths the words anyway. Fragments of hymns, half-remembered psalms, apologies to no one. He turns the gun on himself, comforted by the realization it will all be over soon. The fog above glows brighter, its folds pulsing with rhythm, like veins, like lungs. Jonas closes his eyes, the weight of suffocation pressing him into the floor. His last thought is not of escape, not of resistance, only awe. Far beyond the earth, in the silence of space, the first cloud drifts on, searching for the next world. The earth exhales its final breath and becomes something new. Okay, I know the title sounds a bit weird. I know, but please hear me out. Because I feel like I'm going crazy and I need someone, anyone, to tell me I'm not. It all started 3 weeks ago in my AP US History class. We just finished the Vietnam War unit and Mr. Henderson started talking about Reconstruction, which is normal, right? Wrong. He showed a slide, and I swear it was a picture of a Tyrannosaurus Rex wearing a suit. A full 3-piece suit with a tie. Standing on a presidential platform with the national emblem and stuff. I thought this must be a joke, maybe some kind of meme to grab our attention. Mr. Henderson had done some weird things before. Last month he dressed up as Alexander Hamilton and lectured the entire time as Hamilton. So I sat there waiting to see what joke he'd come up with. But the joke never came. Mr. Henderson continued. President Scales. S-C-A-L-E-S. Make sure you spell it right on the test. Was elected by a landslide in 1974. His campaign slogan was solve modern problems with prehistoric solutions. Resonated with Americans weary of the political system. I looked around. Everyone was taking notes. Taking notes. My friend Jessica was highlighting in her textbook. There was an entire chapter about a dinosaur president. I leaned over to look. There were pictures. Several pictures. President Scales shaking hands with Gerald Ford. President Scales throwing the first pitch in a baseball game. President Scales giving his inaugural address, his tiny Tyrannosaurus Rex arms barely reaching the microphone. Mr. Henderson? I raised my hand. What is it, Connor? Are we doing an alternate history exercise? Like the Man in the High Castle or something? The whole class turned to look at me as if I'd asked something completely absurd. Mr. Henderson frowned. I don't understand, Connor. We're studying the history of the Scales era. It's standard curriculum. But he was a dinosaur, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And dinosaurs have been extinct for 65 million years. Dead silence. The silence was deafening. Then someone laughed. It was Brad from the football team.
Dude, what are you talking about? Are you on drugs?
No, I mean, listen, I just mean dinosaurs and humans have never coexisted. They couldn't possibly be present in the 1970s because they went extinct thousands of years before humans evolved. Mr. Henderson's frown deepened. He wore that teacher's worried look, the look they give you before calling your parents. Connor, I think you might be mistaken. Yes, the Mesozoic dinosaurs went extinct, but the Cenozoic dinosaurs, those that survived the asteroid impact, evolved alongside humans, and some even developed intelligence. We learned about it in our freshman biology class. Are you all right? I didn't feel good. I feel like I'd just woken up from another dimension. There were no Cenozoic dinosaurs, I said, my voice trembling. The asteroid killed them all. All of them. That's basic science. Jessica nudged my arm.
Connor, seriously, are you alright? Should we go to the infirmary?
Stop pretending, everyone, like a living dinosaur is president! Mr. Henderson stood up. Connor, I think you should get some fresh air. We'll talk about it after class. So I went outside and completely broke down in the hallway. I pulled out my phone and searched the absurdity online. The internet would surely prove I wasn't crazy. I typed in President Scales Dinosaur. The search results appeared. Wikipedia entry. Scales, 1920 to 2003, was an American politician who served as the 38th President of the United States from 1974 to 1982. As a member of the Dinosaur Democratic Party, Scales was the first theropod dinosaur to be elected president. There were many pictures, really many. Some black and white photos, seemingly taken in the 1950s, showed a young Tyrannosaurus Rex in military uniform. There were also color photos from the 1970s of his inauguration, his thin arm resting on a Bible, held by a seemingly very patient Supreme Court justice. My hands trembled as I flipped through these materials, one entire section dedicated to the Scales era. This section recounted several key achievements of his presidency. The Dinosaur-Human Reconciliation Act of 1975, the establishment of the Department of Paleontology, the controversial two-fingered or two-clawed Equal Rights Amendment. Oh, and not without scandal, the Jurassic Park of 1979. The Park Scandal. I found the video, real footage of President Scales giving a speech. His voice sounded hoarse, and he was a huge reptile. His press conferences were insane because reporters had to use specially made, tall microphones to accommodate his height. And this happened several times. He accidentally knocked them over with his tail. There's video footage of him trying to sign bills with a specially made, extended pen held in his tiny Tyrannosaurus Rex claws, sometimes taking 3 tries to succeed. Back in the classroom, I couldn't concentrate at all. Mr. Henderson was talking about the Velociraptor rights movement and the 1976 Brontosaurus labor dispute, and also mentioned Scales' nomination of the first Stegosaurus to the Supreme Court. After class, he made me stay.
Connor, I'm worried. Your outburst just now wasn't like you. Is everything all right at home?
Mr. Henderson, if I may be so bold, none of this is true. Dinosaurs are extinct. They don't exist anymore. They've been extinct for millions of years. He sat on the edge of the table.
Connor, I know being a sophomore is stressful, but making up outlandish stories won't solve anything. If you're having trouble with your studies, I can arrange tutoring.
I didn't make anything up. It's the dinosaur presidents you taught me.
That's right, because there really were dinosaur presidents in history. In fact, there were several, but Scales was undoubtedly the most popular. The Velociraptor president took office in the late 90s, though his term was more controversial.
Shut up! I shouted. Don't pretend this is normal! Mr. Henderson stood up, looking genuinely worried.
I'm going to call your parents. I think you might need to see the school counselor.
That was Monday. By Wednesday, I had already been to the counselor twice. Mrs. Patterson, whom I usually liked, today, with an irritating calm, made me sit down and talk about my denial of the dinosaur extinction. This isn't denial, I said. It's a fact. The Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, an asteroid impact, iridium layers in the geological record. The dinosaurs went extinct. She nodded slowly, writing something in her notebook.
When did you start having these ideas that contradict established history?
They don't contradict history. They are history. Real history.
Connor, I want you to consider that you might be experiencing some form of dissociative episode. Sometimes pressure makes us question reality, and this questioning feels very real to us.
I wanted to scream, but I held back and asked, "Can you provide any evidence that the dinosaurs survived?" She turned the computer screen towards me and opened. Good heavens, I didn't even know where to begin. The Smithsonian Institution's website had a section dedicated to the evolution of Cenozoic dinosaurs. It had scientific papers, peer-reviewed journal articles, and photos of dinosaur skeletons in museums. Not the fossils I remembered, but specimens from the last few thousand years. The website had a complete timeline showing how some small theropod dinosaurs survived asteroid impacts by burrowing, and then, over millions of years of evolution, developed greater intelligence and small, fully functional anti-throat thumbs. Clearly, we had coexisted with dinosaurs for millennia before humans appeared. Jurassic Park? I asked anxiously. That movie? The one where they had to clone dinosaurs because they went extinct? Mrs. Patterson looked confused.
You mean that documentary about theme park safety violations? Connor, that's not about cloning. It's about a park that, for entertainment purposes, attempted to genetically modify some mentally challenged dinosaurs to make them more aggressive, ultimately leading to the tragedy of 1993.
No. No, that movie was released in 1993. It's science fiction. It's about...
That movie was released in 1995. It's based on the Senate's investigation into the park incident. Steven Spielberg directed it. If you want to rewatch it, we might still have it in our library.
I felt like throwing up. Thursday, things got worse. Mr. Henderson was sick. Probably because the student's denial of basic facts was putting too much pressure on him. We got a substitute teacher for history class. The substitute teacher, Mr. Garcia, continued teaching the unit on President Scales.
Today we're going to see some footage from President Scales' term,
he said, pushing an old-fashioned television on a trolley.
This is a news report from 1976.
The video began to play. The picture was rough, old, but absolutely real. Or at least as real as the fake moon landing video, only this video looked more real. Walter Cronkite sat at his desk discussing President Scales' approval ratings. Then the scene switched to Scales at a press conference. What truly shocked me was how real the video looked. Really, incredibly real. His movements were fluid and natural, unlike electronic animation. The lighting effects didn't match the computer effects of 1970s because there were no computer effects back then. As he spoke, his small arms waved clumsily. His tail swung back and forth, knocking over a potted plant. A Secret Service agent picked it up impatiently. A reporter asked him about the economy, and Scales replied in a deep, resonant voice. The American people, whether human or lizard, deserve better treatment than economic stagnation. That was the policy of the previous administration. That's why I proposed the Midlife Marshall Plan. I stood up, trembling. This isn't real. It's been edited, a deep fake. It can't be real. The whole class sighed. Someone threw a crumpled piece of paper at me.
Connor, please sit down.
No! Can't you all see how ridiculous this is? Dinosaurs don't wear suits. They can't talk. They don't understand economics. They're lizards! Dead lizards!
They're not lizards.
Brad corrected me.
They're theropods and avian dinosaurs, related to birds. We learned that in our freshman year.
In our timeline, they're related to birds because birds are the only surviving dinosaurs. Those little guys. They evolved into birds. They didn't evolve into politicians wearing ties.
Jessica burst into tears.
Connor, you scared me.
Mr. Garcia turned off the television.
Connor, I need to take you to the principal's office.
Well, maybe Principal Rodriguez is the only normal person in this building.
Warning, Principal Rodriguez is not the normal person I expected. Principal Rodriguez is a velociraptor. I've seen him before, of course. I've been to this school for 3 years, but I've never really looked at him closely. He's about 5 feet tall, covered in feathers, and has those signature curved claws. When I came in, he stood up from behind his desk, his tail steadily balancing him.
Connor, please, sit down. I've heard you've been behaving a bit strangely.
I just stared at him, at the crest on his head, at the claws holding his pen, at his amber eyes, those predatory eyes that seemed to be tracking my every move. You're a dinosaur.
I'm a velociraptor, that's right. And you're a human. and I'm glad we've confirmed our species. Now, what do you mean by denying the existence of dinosaurs?
I'm not denying it. You're right here. I can see you. But this isn't normal. This world doesn't work like this. He leaned back in his chair, which had a deliberately left gap at the back.
Connor, to be honest, this might sound like more than just stress. I suggest you see a doctor. I'll call your parents to pick you up.
An hour later, my parents arrived. The drive home was quiet at first. Then my mother turned around from the passenger seat.
Connor, honey, what's wrong? Mr. Rodriguez said you've been claiming dinosaurs don't exist?
Not that they don't exist now, but that they didn't exist in the past. They went extinct 65 million years ago, never co-evolved with humans, and certainly never had a president. My father gripped the steering wheel tightly.
Son, I don't know what stage you're going through, but you have to stop. You're disrupting the classroom and worrying the teachers. Frankly, your denial of dinosaurs sounds like you've been reading too much conspiracy theories online.
This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is real history. Asteroid impact, mass extinction.
Yes, there was a mass extinction,
Mom said patiently.
Most of the dinosaurs went extinct. Most of the smaller dinosaurs and Tyrannosaurus rex survived. They evolved. That's basic science, Connor. You learned that in elementary school.
No! What I learned was that all the non-avian dinosaurs went extinct. The only survivors became birds. Dad pulled into the driveway and turned off the engine. He looked at me in the rearview mirror and I could tell he was genuinely scared.
I think you need help. You really need help. This isn't normal.
I'm the one who's not normal? The whole world has gone mad! That's when I made a mistake. I took out my phone intending to show them the real Wikipedia I remembered. But when I opened it, the content was exactly the same as what I'd seen before. President Scales, Dinosaur Democrats, the Dinosaur-Human Reconciliation Act. I tried showing them my old textbooks, the ones from last year, but when I took my world history textbook off the shelf, chapter 14 was titled The Age of Dinosaur-Human Cooperation, accompanied by a full-color illustration, a triceratops pulling a plow with a human farmer directing it. This isn't my book, I whispered. Someone switched them. My mother started crying.
Oh, baby.
That night they took me to the emergency room. The doctor who treated me was kind. Too kind. The kind of kindness people show when they think you're completely insane.
Connor, this is Dr. Patel. Can you tell me how you feel?
Everyone thinks there was a dinosaur president in history. Everyone acts like dinosaurs and humans have always coexisted. But that's not the case. They went extinct millions of years ago. She nodded, taking notes.
When did you first notice this contradiction?
3 weeks ago. Monday, in history class.
Have you used drugs? Even marijuana?
No.
Any family history of mental illness, schizophrenia?
No, I'm not crazy.
I'm not saying you're crazy, Connor, but you are experiencing a disconnect from mainstream reality, and that is something we need to take seriously.
They admitted me for psychiatric treatment, an evaluation. I spent a week in the adolescent psychiatric ward at St. Mary's Hospital. Let me tell you about the worst week of my life. Everyone there was so nice, so understanding, so patient, even with me, the kid who thinks dinosaurs are extinct. They organized group therapy, and I had to sit with other teenagers who had real problems, and I tried to explain, no, I'm not delusional. Yes, I know dinosaurs still exist, but they shouldn't exist this way. A girl, Sarah, who was there because of severe anxiety, tried to help me, telling me maybe I'd seen some movies or something that made me think they're extinct, like science fiction.
I remember learning about it. In school, teachers taught it, books talked about it, museums talked about it too. The Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event, Chicxulub crater, iridium layers. But these are all partial extinction events. For example, yes, most dinosaurs went extinct, but not all. Smaller dinosaurs survived. Just like the Ice Age didn't wipe out all mammals. Just like the Ice Age didn't wipe out all mammals.
That's different. That's completely different. My therapist, Dr. Reeves, took a different approach. She wanted me to accept reality, not to accept what I want it to be.
Sometimes our brains create false memories. This happens far more than you think, and you might be remembering things incorrectly or confusing fictional events with real history.
I've been like this my whole life? I've been confused my whole life?
It's not your fault. The brain is complex, but the good news is we can overcome this together.
They prescribed me medication. Antipsychotics, the kind used for people who hallucinate. But I wasn't hallucinating. Everyone else was. Or rather, they were all collectively delusional. Or maybe I'd stumbled into another parallel universe where dinosaurs never went extinct, integrated into human society, and even ran for president. By the 5th day, I was exhausted. The medication made my head spin. Every conversation, every treatment, every gentle correction from the nurse eroded my beliefs. Was I wrong? Had I been wrong all along? Dr. Reeves showed me photos from my childhood. 5-year-old me was standing in the contemporary dinosaurs exhibit at the Natural History Museum, next to a live Stegosaurus. It was when I was 8, at a petting zoo, feeding an animal that looked like a small Pachycephalosaurus.
Do you remember these?
I remember a little. The memories were both real and unreal, like a 3D image that only appeared when you relaxed your gaze. I remember that zoo, but there weren't any dinosaurs, only goats.
Are you sure? Really sure? Look at yourself in the photo. You look happy.
I did look happy. All smiles, feeding a creature that shouldn't exist. By the 7th day, I broke down. Okay, you were right. I was wrong. The dinosaurs survived. They evolved. President Scales was real. Dr. Reeves smiled.
Very good, Connor. That's real progress. How are you feeling?
Tired.
That's normal. You've been fighting reality for a long time. You're tired. But now you can rest.
I was discharged the next day. My parents came to pick me up. They were relieved. My mom hugged me tightly for a full 5 minutes while my dad signed the discharge papers.
We're so proud of you. We knew it must have been tough.
Yeah, it certainly was. We drove home, and I'm back at school next Monday. Everyone was unusually friendly to me. It was a friendly feeling, seemingly normal on the surface, but you knew they were all secretly watching to see if you'd break down again. Mr. Henderson called me aside before class.
Connor, it's good to see you back. Do you feel ready to continue your studies?
Yes, sir.
Good. This week we'll finish the Scales administration and then move on to the Reagan era. If you need any help keeping up, just let me know.
I sat down. Jessica gave me a sympathetic smile. Brad nodded at me as if we were on good terms. Mr. Henderson began his lecture.
As we've discussed, President Scales' economic policies, though controversial, were ultimately successful. The Jurassic Jobs program got millions of Americans, including humans and dinosaurs, back to work after the recession.
I took notes, highlighting key points in my textbook. I looked at photos of President Scales at various state events, his tiny Tyrannosaurus Rex arm shaking hands with foreign dignitaries, his tail carefully positioned so as not to knock over the antique furniture in the White House. I accepted it all. What else could I do? That was 2 weeks ago. Yesterday, I visited my grandmother. She lives in a retirement community called Middle Ages Estate, about an hour's drive from me. We were having tea in her living room when she suddenly brought something up that sent a chill down my spine.
Have you heard?
She asked, dipping a cookie into her tea.
The Scales family is considering running again.
I froze. What?
Well, not President Scales himself. It's his grandson, Scales III. He'll become the first third-generation politician in the presidential family. How exciting.
Grandma?
Oh, dear. His grandson is quite the figure in the Lizardman Democratic Party. He's rumored to be running in 2028 or 2029.
That's
3 or 4 years, yes. Such exciting times. I voted for his grandfather in 1974. In my opinion, he was the best president we've ever had. He truly united the entire country after Vietnam.
My hands were trembling. Grandma, can I ask you a question? Do you remember the Vietnam War? I mean, do you really remember?
Of course, dear. Those were terrible days. You know, your grandfather was in the army. He was in the 23rd Airborne Division with a Pteranodon reconnaissance unit. They were incredibly useful for aerial reconnaissance. Your grandfather used to tell stories about his Pteranodon friend, a lovely Dimorphodon named Shirley.
I put down my teacup or else I knew I'd smash it. Grandma, did dinosaurs participate in the Vietnam War?
Yes, some kind of dinosaurs did. Mainly the flying ones, and some smaller velociraptors. There was a lot of controversy at the time about whether deploying dinosaurs in a war zone was ethical. The Dinosaur Rights Alliance staged a lot of protests.
I'd like to use your restroom. I locked myself in the bathroom, my hands trembling as I pulled out my phone. I Googled Vietnam War dinosaurs. The search results were page after page. Pentagon documents included sections on Operation Thunder Lizard. There were photos, blurry color photographs from the 60s and 70s of soldiers in helicopters with pterosaurs flying around them. News reports about the controversy, veterans' testimonies of fighting alongside dinosaurs. There was an entire Wikipedia article about the Raptor Red Scare, where Americans feared communist dinosaurs from China might infiltrate the United States. I looked at myself in the mirror. I was pale, trembling, and on the verge of a breakdown. But this time, I didn't want to fight anymore. I didn't want to argue anymore. I didn't want to go back to the hospital. So I'm on Reddit now, 2 a.m. I feel like I'll have a nervous breakdown. What I want to know is, does anyone remember that dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago?
Sometimes I find it hard to believe that I've been an internet user for 20 years now. That's older than some of my coworkers. It's over half my life. And still, the internet feels like the new thing. I used to take it for granted, like we all do. But at least I remember what it was like when it wasn't there. When you had to leaf through an encyclopedia set to find an answer. When you could only find Gillian Anderson's picture in magazines. Or later, when songs took 30 minutes to download and full-length movies were almost impossible to find because no one's hard drive could hold them. First getting online was super exciting. I mean, the first time I did it without supervision, because I knew I had anything at my fingertips. I could type it into good old Lycos, one of the many pre-Google search engines, and there it would be. I was interested in naked celebrities and the paranormal back then. I was only 13, give me a break. I was so interested in the paranormal, I built a Fortune City free homepage about all the occult and the X-Files. I linked it to the Darknet web ring, where all the best dark websites and homepages came together. Pages on spellbooks, goth babes, the occult, dark art, and a gross-out page or two. It was through the web ring that I met Angelica. Angelica hosted a Wiccan GeoCities or tripod homepage that I found particularly alluring. No, wait, it was Angel Fire. She just made the best of some cool animated GIFs, MIDIs, and frames. Amazing stuff at the time. Just like her, the page was creative and attractive, but also simple. The reason I bring all this up is she suddenly contacted me just a few weeks ago by email, asking,
"What's been happening?"
A catch-up question. We had almost 20 years of catching up to do. And this is pure Angelica. She signed the email with her ICQ contact number. I enjoyed the quaint touch. It'd be like someone in the 90s sending a letter with a wax seal, right? I replied back with a summary of how my life had gone over the past 18 years or so since I'd last communicated with her. 18 years. Makes you think. She shot back a response almost immediately asking for details. We exchanged a few emails this way. I was pretty excited to come home from work and write to her, actually. Nothing romantic. It was reconnecting with my past. It's a strange but addictive feeling. Soon I started to notice something just a little off. She never really answered anything about herself. She ignored my suggestions that we text or talk on the phone. All she wanted was to know more about me. It got me wondering, like maybe she's dying and just doesn't want to say, so I asked her. I asked why she wasn't sharing and if there was something I should know. I started reading over her previous message for clues, and I noticed something that didn't occur to me at all until then. Her email address was at globetrotter.net. Now that may not mean anything to you, but it struck me as strange. You see, Globetrotter was a Canadian ISP way back in the mid-90s. I didn't even realize they still hosted. I know a lot of people still have their old email addresses for sentimental value and all, but it's like she was purposely trying to be old school. Something about it creeped me out. Like she was trying too hard to make me feel nostalgic or something. Again, I didn't have to wait long for her reply. Oh, she didn't answer my questions. She asked me,
"Hey, do you remember the hole?"
I didn't know why then, but the moment I read that sentence, I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. I had a hazy sense that I dreamed about something called the hole once. Whatever it was, I was instinctively repulsed by it. I couldn't remember anything solid though. In my head, I went over IRC rooms, websites, news groups, web rings, all the old internet stuff, and came up empty. She sent me another email before I could even reply.
"You really don't remember? The hole was our little secret. Not many knew about it. Even fewer know how to find it. But we found it. It was right there all along. Sometimes when you load Darknet and Netscape, there'd be a tiny black dot in the bottom left corner, in all this blank space. You had to hover over it exactly and click it. Then you'd be there. You'd be in the hole. You remember it now, don't you?"
She was right. I did. I just didn't remember ever calling it the hole. What I remembered was the secret little space we found. I remember it was like the browser didn't see it as a real website or something. There wasn't even an address to copy and paste from the bar. It was just the letter M. I tried everything to pin it down to an IP, but M was all I could ever find. Another thing I remember is that I never liked that place. Not at all. There was nothing there. It was all empty. I remember being excited the first time we found it because it was something hidden, and it felt like somewhere we shouldn't be. Then I hated it because it was just empty, and it made me feel bad and empty. Not boredom, like it wasn't supposed to be there or anywhere, wasn't a part of anything. I wrote Angelica back telling her I wasn't interested in talking about that. I didn't hear back from her that night. That was unusual. She normally replied right away. Eerily fast, I realized when I was mulling it over. It was like she already had her answer typed out, and it didn't matter what I actually said to her. Now that I was waiting for a response, because this whole thing had me inexplicably shaken up, of course she didn't reply. The next day, when I got home from work, an email was waiting. She said,
"We were missing so much. The hole has so much for us to discover, so many secrets. You could just keep going and going. It's like an endless puzzle. Everyone else stopped at the first layer. You remember that, right? I just knew there had to be something else in it. I knew no one would create and hide it for no reason. I kept going back to it, looking closely until I discovered how to go deeper. And I kept going. It's still there, it's not too late. The web ring is gone, Netscape is gone, but the hole is still there for you.
I felt a strange chill down my spine that I brushed off as nerves. I was up for a promotion and a little stressed after all. Then I started to wonder if she was pranking me. Angelica wasn't really a humorous girl. She'd laugh at your jokes, but she didn't really make her own. In fact, something about her earnestness was really disturbing. I didn't reply to her right then. I decided to run some checks on her because things just weren't adding up. I started with her email address to see if she'd been posting anywhere. I was searching for a while before I hit something. I didn't find any forum posts or websites or anything like that. What I found was that her email host, Globetrotter, had stopped hosting 11 years ago. The email address she was writing from was impossible. Now I knew something was wrong with her. If it was even really Angelica. I mean, why would she go through so much trouble to create a fake email address that mirrored whatever email address she would have been using in the 90s? That wasn't just quaint anymore. Also, we hadn't talked in 18 years. Why did she suddenly want to reach out to me? And why just to talk about some long-forgotten website? Because I felt like that's what she was building up to all along. The more I thought about it, the more weird it seemed. I should have just ignored her and went on with my life, but I wanted to know what was going on. I kept digging around. I used her ICQ number, her name, the state I believed she lived in. I could find no record of her doing anything after her Angel Fire homepage. No Facebook, no Google+, not even a MySpace. It's like her last presence on the internet actually was in the 90s. Like she disappeared completely, waiting and hiding for almost 20 years, then reappeared just to talk to me about an old website. The whole thing was so bizarre, I started having trouble sleeping. I was having nightmares about staring into a monitor, not able to move. There were computers all around, and I was concerned about the beehive in the corner. After that, I went a week without sending her an email or her sending me one. I felt guilty about it. But I had every right. I just knew I would regret it if I sent her another email. And it seemed like she took the hint at first. Until a new email came in. This one was short and to the point. It read,
I think I'm coming to the center. You could spend your whole life in here.
I remember those words exactly. Oh yes. Because whatever the hell they meant, the way she said them, so real and urgent, was really upsetting. I didn't dare answer her. Another week went by without a strange email. This one was a different kind of email. This one didn't even have an email address. That was spooky enough in itself, but it gets worse. The text read,
Don't trust emails. Not from a good place. Delete and forget.
It wasn't signed. I figured it had to be Angelica, but it just wasn't her style. Not long after, I received another email from Angelica with instructions on where to go looking for the hole, a place on archive.org on their Wayback Machine. Still had the dot to click on. That was the only way in, she said. It had to be the dot. I thought about going to check it. I would have, except I was afraid of it. I couldn't remember what happened to me with that site, but I knew there was something bad about it. Then another email came from the blank email address. In the body, just a link to a Gopher site. Now, I hadn't seen a Gopher site in a good 15 years. I had to download an old browser just to access it. If you weren't on the internet back then, Gopher sites just housed a bunch of text files and folders, usually. You'd go to gopher://blah-blah.com, and they were usually run by universities. This particular Gopher site only had a few files, all audio files. I listened to them all. They had different file names, but they were the same. The muffled sound of a boy's voice saying, "Help me, please," over and over. I was shaking. I got the police involved this time. They thought I was being pranked. I asked them if they could at least look into Angelica. I told them all I knew about her. The only thing I didn't tell them is who I thought the voice was. I know it's crazy, but the reason I didn't tell them is that I'm pretty sure it was my voice when I was a boy. I stopped receiving emails from Angelica and the blank email address after that. I hoped it was over. I think a month passed before anything else happened. I got the promotion. Things were feeling normal. I told myself, some secrets are best left secret. Well, I got a large manila envelope in the mail. No return address. I went against my gut and opened it. Inside was a printout of all my correspondence with Angelica. All of it. Not just the new stuff. Emails I'd written her back in the 90s. I took this stack of papers to the police. This was evidence. They told me they still thought it was a sick prank. That struck me as odd. I asked them, but why sick? That's when they told me that they actually had heard back from the local PD where Angelica lived. She'd been a missing person since 1999. Her parents offered a reward and everything. They never found her. No clues. One night, she was in her room, listening to music on the computer. In the morning, she was gone without a trace. I was so shocked I had to sit down. Maybe it was a prank, but then, what if it was her? Wouldn't her family want to know? Maybe she'd had a psychotic break or something. What's this stuff about the hole, and what about the blank email address? I didn't have a clue. The police were no help with these questions, and I was pulled back in. I decided to go looking for any contacts I could remember from the time when I was speaking to Angelica. Anyone who would have known both me and her. We had a few mutual contacts, mostly people from the web ring, but also people we introduced to each other. Just not many I remember by their real names. Actually, none. There was one guy. He went by the handle Rapskellion_42. He was an odd guy, into hacking and anarchy, the good, clean internet taboos we had back then. He'd been on the net forever, since the days of bulletin board systems. That guy, if he was still around, he'd probably still be going by the same username, so I got to searching. Not only could I not find any trace of a Rapskellion_42, I couldn't find any Rapskellion at all. He was all over the web in the day, so that in itself was weird, like someone scrubbed any trace of him. That's when I got the idea to go dig out my old computer. It was an old 1997 HP running Windows 98. I had it stashed in the basement since I went to college. It would at least have all of my old contacts stored just where I left them, if it would even load. I had to wait 5 minutes for it to boot up. Then I got the Ethernet cable plugged in. It was like it had just been in sleep mode for 2 decades. And there they were, my desktop icons for IRC, ICQ, Netscape, and even Napster. Napster. I learned there was more to music than the radio from Napster. Some good memories there. I honestly wasn't sure ICQ would load. I believe ICQ still exists in some form, but I just doubted their servers would still accommodate the old software. One of the key features of ICQ that made it so ahead of its time was that, besides being the only instant messenger, it also allowed offline messaging. I mention that because not only did ICQ load, but it loaded with a message. That perturbed me a little because it's like it was just waiting for me, knowing I'd booted up. Except for one detail. The message was dated from November 1999. It was from Angelica, so it had to have been sent right before she disappeared. It just said,
"You coming?"
And it sent a shiver down my spine. Where was she going? Could I have helped her if I'd seen it in time? Why'd she act like I knew? Even weirder is that I'm sure I'd been on ICQ after November 1999. I'd say I used it up to 2001 or so. That's when I went to college. It's like the message got trapped in the server all that time, and I was only getting it now. I closed the message and looked for Rapskellion42. I was hoping just to find an email address on his ICQ info. I really didn't expect to see a green online icon beside his name, but that's what I got. That only added to how unsettled I was. I almost had to check to make sure it was really 2017. Anyway, I fired off a message to Rap saying,
"Hey man, long time no speak."
I didn't want to just start with business after all that time. I was relieved when he replied back with a friendly hello and asked me how I was doing. After exchanging pleasantries and catching up a little, I had to ask him why he was still using ICQ after all this time. He said it's because of Y2K.
Y2K really happened,
he said. It just didn't happen the way everyone expected. It's way more insidious. We all thought computers would just stop working because they couldn't handle the millennium change. But it wasn't that they stopped working. Something happened inside the connection of things. Something bad. The old equipment would be fine as long as it didn't get patched, but everything made after December 31st, 1999 would be tainted. That's why he still used ICQ and never let go of his net zero dial-up connection. I hadn't heard a Y2K conspiracy theory in a very long time, so that was interesting. I chose to ignore it and asked him if he knew about Angelica going missing back in '99. He said he didn't. He figured she just dropped off the internet. But, he said, it's no coincidence she went missing right at Y2K.
A lot of strange things happened then. The world changed. Only a few people even noticed.
Rap was always a little on the fringe, but what he was saying was strangely upsetting. Maybe it was just hitting too close to home. If that last message really was sent November 1999, then he was right. She disappeared right before Y2K. Given his views, I went ahead and told Rap everything that had happened. He believed me. That was a nice change, in a way. It also made it feel more real, and I was shaking while typing. He told me my story reminded him of something he'd heard from another old friend just recently. There was this guy, Rockster, or to his closer friends just Reggie, who used to frequent an internet forum on hacking and freaking back in the mid-90s. This guy had a lot of friends there, was well-spoken, and clever enough to earn real respect. Over time, as often happens, he just drifted away from the forum. His posts became less frequent as other aspects of his life preoccupied him. And soon enough, he was gone. The forum strove for anonymity for obvious reasons, so no one kept in contact with him. The forum's still there, Rap said. Nowhere near what it used to be, but the regulars like him are dedicated. A few months ago, after 20 years of absence, Reggie suddenly showed up on the forum again. His posts were polite, conversational, but just off somehow, like someone feigning familiarity. He was just trying so hard. It was weird, but they were happy he was alive and well, so they replied to him and brought him up to date. Then, without acknowledging anything they'd even said, he started making post after post about how his life was revolutionized. He found a new frontier of hacking. The hacking begins inside you, he said, and he wanted to show it to them. The forum folk were flabbergasted by his odd behavior, so they started interrogating him. He went silent for about a week. Then he sent one last message, saying, "I love you guys so much," with a tiny URL link. Rap's friend thought it was all a joke and that Reggie was just leading the whole forum into an epic rickroll. He didn't click it because he didn't need to hear any Astley and he was busy with something else. He came back to the forum later and decided he was going to go ahead and click the link anyway. It may be something legit. On a whim, he refreshed first to see if anyone replied saying what the link was. He sees a post in reply from a very trusted and respected member of the forum saying, in all caps, "Do not click that link, whatever you do." And that is not Reggie. From an old pro to use all caps? That was serious shit. Even I knew that. So that was enough to dissuade everyone from clicking. The fake Reggie deleted his account immediately. The forum moderator and others tried to figure out who the guy was, but no luck. The guy who made the all caps post explained after that he tried to safe browse the link with an old Linux box, and whatever was in there wrecked it. And that box had security out the wazoo. He couldn't explain it. Also, before the computer wiped out completely, he said he thought he saw something. The regulars pressed him to say what it was. He made them promise first that it stays with them. He said he saw a picture of his daughter on the screen. She died 5 years ago. there were no pictures of her on the computer. Worse, he'd never seen that picture before. That, more than anything, convinced him to post the warning in all caps. Whatever it is, he said, it's evil. Rapp added,
If you've been on the internet long enough, you learn that there's evil out there. Not the child porn or torture videos. Something deeper. Something hidden in all the code and connections. Maybe it came from us at one point.
He was giving me the creeps, so I tried bringing the subject back to Angelica. He said,
No, listen. Sometimes it tries to get out.
That was enough. I told him he was freaking me out with that kind of talk and I had enough to deal with. He said he didn't understand what I was talking about. He still reads my homepage all the time and that I've been doing great work exposing the evil. Thing is, I don't even have a homepage anymore. That thing was taken down in like 2001. He insisted it was my Fortune City homepage. He'd been reading my updates all these years, even after we lost contact, he said. I sent him a link to prove to him that Fortune City doesn't even exist anymore. Rapp went quiet for a few minutes. Then he said he was looking at the homepage at that moment. It was last updated just a few days ago, and it was all about what they were talking about now and what was going to happen next.
It's a doozy,
he said, then immediately went offline. I sent him a message with my contact info and to let me know if he was okay. I haven't heard from him since. I've checked ICQ a few times, and he's never been back online. I had to walk away from that computer. I felt like I was being watched or something. Every noise was freaking me out. After a sandwich and some tea, I went back just to shut it down. That's when I noticed a folder on the desktop that stood out. For one, I never really kept folders on my desktop, and two, I didn't remember this folder at all. It was called Noah's Cape, which sounds like a crappy Bible game. I never played crappy Bible games. Something about it didn't seem right. I opened it. Inside was all pictures and WAV files. My instincts told me to get out of there. One picture after another was just kids. Teens, boys, and girls sitting at their computers. None of them seemed aware they were being photographed. The pics all seemed pointless. All I knew for sure is I didn't take or download those pictures. Ever. They were all time-stamped to the 21st of November, 1999. The WAV files were the sounds of typing, muttering, chairs moving. The sounds of people at a computer. The sounds of surveillance. Until one of the files, it was a voice I'd never heard before. I know it, because I don't think anyone could make me forget that voice. It was a hollow, metallic voice, almost inhuman but a man. It whispered with a hiss.
You coming?
And its whispers were like flesh sizzling on iron. Nothing of this earth should talk like that. What it said, it was the same as Angelica's message, also from 99. I shut down the computer and left the house. I didn't even want to be in my own home. I just drove around for a while, thinking, whatever was going on, it was really not good. Yet I couldn't let it go. I felt drawn into something secret and I wanted to figure it out. For Angelica's sake too, if she really was a victim. I decided to contact my buddy Ben. He's a real computer wizard. Works IT at the University of Guelph. I know that may not sound like the most prestigious place to be, but they actively poached him. He's good. Anyway, I gave Ben an idea of what was going on and asked if he could get a lock on that Gopher site for me. I also asked if he could safely do it to see if there was anything to this whole site. He said that wouldn't be a problem. The next day, he already comes back to me with the question,
Is this some sort of a joke? I don't like wasting my time.
I'd never seen Ben even slightly irritated before, but he was mad. He told me that when he traced the Gopher site, it turned out it was being hosted right there at the University of Guelph. But they didn't have a Gopher site, he said. Never have. I assured him if it was a joke, I wasn't in on it. So he said he'd try to find the server tower it was running on. If he could do that, he could read the logs and find out who set up the damn thing. While I was waiting for Ben to get back to me, I got a call from a Detective Thoreau. The police hadn't shown much interest in my case, but it had happened to land in front of this guy. Thankfully. He said the simple fact that Angelica had disappeared meant there was the possibility that a crime had taken place. And I agreed. Because of that, he had done a little more work and, he felt I should know, he found Angelica. When he told me she was alive and well, I was thrilled. He said she voluntarily ran away from home and chose not to have contact with her family. She declined to say why, and he had no right to compel her otherwise. Legally, he was bound to protect her privacy. The point is, there was no crime. However, when he told her how it came about that he went looking for her, she asked him if she could speak to me. He said he took the liberty of accepting for me and passed on her phone number. I thanked him heartily. It was the first bit of good news, the first real break in this mess. As soon as I hung up with the detective, I called her. I was nervous. It had been so long and I was excited to hear from her again. She answered quickly and asked if it was me. I told her yes and said it was nice to hear her voice after all this time. Then she said, without any pleasantries,
"It wasn't me sending you messages."
I told her I'd figured that much out already.
"I don't think you understand,"
she said.
"I have never once in my life sent you any sort of communication. I don't know you at all."
A part of me was screaming, she's lying. She just sounded so certain. It almost felt like drowning, because if she wasn't lying, a whole chunk of my youth was a lie. I told her all I knew about her, personal things, and she said that they were true. I told her how I found her through her Wiccan homepage on Angel Fire, and I described the page to her in the web ring. She said she didn't make
"that thing,"
and I should never have gone there.
"It's bad,"
she said, and wouldn't elaborate. "What do you mean?" I asked. Then I told her all the details I knew of her personal life, about her likes and hopes and dreams and her family. She said it was all true, but whoever told him about it, it wasn't her. That's why she wanted to talk to me now, so I would know the truth. She remembered how it used to happen every now and then a long time ago. She would have people tell her they talked to her online all night, but she knew she'd never spoken to them. And they'd tell her she was doing things she knew she'd never done. She was asleep or sometimes not even in town. Then they'd get weird or disappear. She remembered this one time she was doing her math homework and a random guy messaged her with the solution to the problem. She was terrified, but she asked him how he knew her math problem. Was he spying on her? And he told her no, she asked him for help. She didn't believe him, so he sent her a screenshot. The message was from a day ago. She'd just gotten the homework that day. She said the worst it got was when she messaged a close friend of hers she saw online on ICQ. Her friend replied with,
"Who is this?"
She thought it was just a joke, so she said something silly. She didn't remember what. Her friend said she didn't think it was cool to be hacking Angelica's account, or if this was her brother to knock it off. Angelica swore it was her, and her friend replied,
I know you're not Angelica, because Angelica is sitting right here with me."
She knew this friend wouldn't joke like that. She didn't have the imagination for it. Whatever it was, her friend really believed she was in the room with her, but she wasn't. Her friend always insisted she was there that night. She said Angelica was showing her her cool new homepage. The friendship fell apart after that because her friend got strange. That was the first she'd ever seen of the homepage, and she knew it was bad juju. I asked her if she'd ever heard of the Hole. She went silent for so long I thought we'd lost connection. She said she's still there, she just never expected to hear that again. There was this guy who used to harass her back when she was just about 12 or 13 on IRC. He called himself Holy Moses. He started off nice. He seemed to understand all her problems, and to know what she was thinking. At 12, that felt romantic. But she noticed weird things, like he didn't seem to have any life or personality. Any time of the day, he was always online and active, but no one knew anything about him. One day, he started telling her stranger things, like, "Do you remember the 3 men dressed as bees at the Halloween party?" She didn't know what he was talking about. 8 years later, at a college Halloween party, she saw 3 men dressed as bees sitting in the corner of the room. They weren't doing anything, just sitting still and staring at the floor. Then they turned to her and their eyes looked so black. She ran out of the party. Another time he told her, "You can drink and smoke, you know. You died in a car crash." It scared the life out of her. She briefly wondered if she was really a ghost, she said. When she told him to stop telling her things like that, he said there was a place she could go to that was for special people only, and that she'd never need anywhere else. It was a place on the internet that was infinite in all directions. She said she remembered him saying that specifically, and everything she needed would be there. It was called The Hole, and she just had to send him a message with the letter M to get there. She actually tried to do it, because things weren't going well for her. But she sent the letter N by accident because her hands were shaking. Holy Moses went offline and she didn't see him after. Until 2010, when she got an email from the New Commandments at holymoses.com, simply saying, "You coming?" If anyone was impersonating her, she said that that was the most likely person. At the time, she was so naive. Looking back on it now, talking to me, she said he was the creepiest person she'd ever encountered. Just thinking of him creeped her out. It made her afraid he'd sense it somehow and come for her.
"I don't know you, but I told you all this for a reason,"
she said.
"What you're digging into, be careful. There are a lot of very bad things hidden in the old internet. Things the Twitter and Tumblr generations will never see. And lucky them."
She promised we'd never speak again and bid me a good life before hanging up. I was left reeling. What she said meant whoever I spoke to for years in my teens, I don't even know who that person is. It was all a lie. And why? What's so interesting about me? I wondered how much else in my life was trickery. Before I could dwell on it too much, Ben called me back. He said he'd managed to track the server to a storage room in a sub-basement below his office. He was aware of the basement, but it was abandoned years before he'd even started working there due to ventilation and mold issues. It's just full of old IT crap now and some storage lockers. Someone had set up the server in a storage closet, and the closet itself was completely obscured by old computer equipment probably for years. He figures that's why it was never found, meaning the server had been running under their noses all that time. When he gets in, he sees an old desktop hooked up to a landline. Beside it, he saw a notepad with "Please stop" written on it. That alone made him want to get the hell out of there. The whole place is covered in thick dust too, and his allergies were acting up. Somehow, the server was still running. He has to hook up a monitor and keyboard just to interact with it. One thing he said in passing really disturbed me. He said,
"The ironic thing is, the server was built with an auto shutdown date, and the date was the same day I was there to shut it down. Dude, it's like it knew I was gonna be there that day."
He said after shutting it down, he went and told his manager all about it. Just a fun IT anecdote. His manager told him there's really only one man who could have set that up. Back in the early 90s, he said, a guy worked in the department they all called Milky, because his last name was Melky and he was really white. He was a little eccentric too. That had nothing to do with milk, it just happened to be true. Then he had a burnout and he got a lot eccentric. It started with him pounding his desk. The manager at the time asked him if he was okay. According to Ben's boss, he answered with,
"There's no way out."
Then he heard Milky say something like,
"You think you exist, but you're just another part of it. Everything is another puzzle. Do I exist?"
After that, the rest of the department started getting more nervous around Milky. He just got bad vibes around him, the manager said. It got worse. Every day around 3 p.m., Milky started standing in a dark corner of the office, facing the wall. He'd mutter some things. The guys joked that it was his prayers, but he'd always come away looking more upset than anything else. Once a new guy asked him if he was a Muslim, and he replied with,
Sorry.
The guy asked what he was sorry for.
It was telling me how your children die,
he answered. Toward the end, before they fired him, he started telling them about how he found a place on the internet that wasn't made by humans. The guys joked that it was Skynet, but he said it wasn't created by machines either. It was always there. The internet just found it by accident. It showed him things he couldn't unsee. Ben's boss even recalled that he started to tear up. Ben's boss told him it was sad to see such a smart guy clearly losing it. Even though Milky was never caught stealing anything, equipment disappeared during his shift. Probably the equipment that went into the server. When they fired him, he told them that the secret place got into his head and that he'd sometimes wake up in strange places and had no idea how he got there. They never saw him again after he left that day. Ben said after that story and that creepy gopher server, he straight up refused to look into the hole. I told him it really wasn't that bad and to quit being a wimp. That's when he said he hadn't told me everything. The server had a link up through the phone line to a really old webcam. One of those low-res webcams where the image updates every 4 seconds or so. It had been running non-stop since '97. All of the saved images just show the front of someone's house. The same house back to '97. He sent me some of the photos because he knew what it was. It was my house.
Why would this guy have been spying on you all those years ago, man? How did he even know you? It doesn't make any sense, and honestly, it scares the shit out of me.
And here's what I told him. The thing about that webcam is, I just bought this house 2 years ago. That camera was pointed here before I ever moved in. It was just an astronomically improbable coincidence. At least, that's what it should be. But I didn't believe that's what it was any more than he did. The next day, I was still reeling from my conversations with Ben and the real Angelica. I ran it over in my head so many times. Like maybe the police made a mistake. So of course, I'd never spoken to this woman. She was the wrong Angelica. But no, I knew everything about her. Someone systematically deceived me for 2 years. And someone had been recording a house I was going to move into for 20 years. And someone had recorded me when I was a boy. What happened 20 years ago to cause all this? It was so insane. I started to question everything. I felt I was being watched constantly. I started to wonder if my mom remembered anything. She saw me more than anyone at the time, naturally. When I called her up, she said she was expecting me to call. I generally didn't call during the week, so I asked why. She said because of my little prank. I grew concerned immediately. I wasn't pranking anyone. I tried to calmly ask her what prank. She said the 2 guys. They showed up with a note from me to let them in. They don't say anything or do anything. They've just been sitting there with their chairs pulled together in her kitchen, just looking at the floor. You don't recognize them at all? I asked her. She laughed and said no, but I think she was starting to realize I didn't know what was going on.
They're dressed in bee costumes,
she said, almost as an afterthought. I told her to calmly get out of the house and call the police because I didn't have anything to do with this. She said she was upstairs. She'd have to go past them to get out. I told her to keep me on the phone until she got out. I listened carefully. It seemed to be taking forever. Finally, she said,
"They're gone. The front door was left open."
I told her to call the police right away and check in with me in a bit. While talking, I had absent-mindedly walked from my office to my own kitchen. My front door was also left open. Not only was it locked just a moment ago, but it seemed like quite a coincidence. I closed the door and locked it. Then I looked all around the house with a kitchen knife in hand. I have a 1-story with a basement, so it was easy enough to cover all the hiding places. Fortunately, there was nobody. So I tried to tell myself I just didn't close the door right. Until my neighbor came over and asked me if I was having a costume party. I said no. That's when he told me he saw 2 guys in bee costumes leaving my home. They just walked straight across the road and behind the neighbor's house into the woods. How can they even see in the woods at night? He asked. I picked up my mother and we went to the police station. I figured this one would be best in person. All these strange events barely seemed coherent. But I got the feeling it was all connected in some way. The police were baffled. They admitted someone was harassing me, but without more evidence, there was really nothing they could do. When we were making the report, my mom told me she was thinking about something just after this happened, because it struck her as odd.
Do you remember how you had this dial-up modem, and when you'd run it, you could swear you'd heard a little voice inside talking to you?
The way she said it, like it was nothing, sent a shiver through me, because I didn't remember that at all. What? Was all I could say. This is what she said.
Yes. You'd set it a go, and in all the beeps and pops, you said there was a little voice in there with a message. To me, it was a lot of crazy noise, but you made me get real close and listen, and you told me it was saying, "Everything's better in here, abracadabra." Can't believe I even remembered that.
I told her I couldn't remember that. That sounds crazy. But she just gave me a blank stare. I thought maybe she was concerned, so I started to tell her about what was happening, the whole Angelica thing, so she'd understand. I was saying to her, "You remember that girl I used to chat with online in the 90s, Angelica?" She kept giving me a blank stare like she couldn't understand me, so I told her more. How I met her on the web ring my Fortune City page was on. And didn't she remember my home page at least? She shook her head. What she said next scared me in a way I've never been scared before. She told me she got an internet connection after I left for college to email me. But before that,
we never ever had the internet in our home.
I said she must have gotten hit in the head because I remember distinctly all these experiences being online. Building my homepage, YIFNet, IRC, ICQ, all of that was when I was in high school. She flat denied it. She said she remembered, though, that I used to tell her I'd found a way to get into the internet without a connection. I'd have to call some number with my modem. Then I'd have to sit still at the screen for a few minutes, something like that. She always thought I was joking. Before Detective Thoreau came to get us, she looked into my eyes.
You should be careful on that internet, you know,
she said.
A lot of bad things on there.
She rose to shake the detective's hand. I was grateful to get off the subject. The detective offered to have a friend in the computer forensics department take a look at some of the sites that I'd reported, but he didn't have much hope. After I got back home, I secured the house one more time. Then I got to work. The best lead I had at that point was this Holy Moses character, so I downloaded MIRC to see if I could find him in his old haunts. It had been a long time since I'd used MIRC. I barely remembered how it worked. And there are so many channels on EFNet it would take forever. So I decided to focus on channels that would have been relevant to Angelica back in the day. I just started asking in channels like Gothic and Vampires if anyone knew of Holy Moses or heard of him. But each time I mentioned him, the channel fell to almost complete silence. I didn't get a yes or a no, I got ignored. Sometimes users even started to leave the channel. So I was about to give up and try another avenue when I got a private message from U47284U. He, or she, told me I shouldn't be doing what I was doing. I asked him why. He said it doesn't come off well to them, whatever that means. He also said Holy Moses is just a bot. It's been around forever, never logs off, and is almost always idling for days at a time. I told him if that was true, why was everyone so reluctant to talk about it? I didn't want to tell him Angelica's story, I just wanted to find out what he knew. He said the whole thing weirds people out because nobody knows who built Holy Moses. Nobody. Over decades, no one has ever claimed ownership. Not even trolls. Nobody knows where it came from or why it's there. It doesn't do anything. It's just there, he said. That's the creepiest thing about it. Always just there. Legends had built up around Holy Moses, he said, like it was a government supercomputer monitoring IRC, or it was the KGB, or a ghost, a bot left running long after the owner died and his bank account kept paying the bills. But no one knows. It was just there. Users tried messaging it and it never responded. It never interacts in any channel. It offers no services. It has moments of apparent activity where it's no longer idle, but no one's been able to detect what it does during this time. Except occasionally a change of channel, seemingly at random. He said there was only one time when it did anything substantial, as far as anyone knew. Once in over 2 decades, and that only made things weirder. I was typing out a message to ask this guy what it was because he wasn't saying, but just then I heard what sounded like my front door slam. I paused and listened carefully, trying not to even breathe. I didn't hear anything, so I rushed out to the front door. Nobody was there, nothing disturbed. The doors were all closed and locked. I chalked it up to nerves and went back to my office. When I got back, U472884U had sent me a message.
Where'd you go? Hope nothing strange happened.
That was a little eerie, but I was focused on getting answers, so I ignored it and asked what it was Holy Moses did. He said, "Fine, I'll tell you." And this is what he said happened. In 1999, at 5 in the morning CST on November 21st, Holy Moses joined the channel #Ornithology and made a series of short statements. First, deceive them at 7 a.m., empty it at 9 a.m., abandon them at 6 p.m., turn back at 9 p.m., and have it your way just before midnight. Then it went offline until January 5th. Why? He asked. Why be silent and useless for years, do that and then never do anything after? Sometimes, when he really thought about it, he said, it gave him the serious heebie-jeebies. That was all he knew, or anyone knew, and he reiterated that I really shouldn't be looking into this and to just drop it. I thanked him for his help. I remembered a little more of what commands MIRC had after getting into the groove some, so I tried a holds on Holy Moses to see if he was out there. He was, or it was. It was on one channel only, #StillLife. It had been signed on for 16 days and idle for 3. Its IP was showing only the letter Y. I was thinking about going to the channel and messaging him to see what would happen, but I suddenly got another message from U472884U.
I told you to drop it.
I know it's just text, but it freaked me out. I closed out of MIRC immediately and walked away. I figured it was just a nut trying to psych me out, and you know what? It worked. I continued to argue with my mother the next few days about what she'd said, telling her she confused reality with a Lifetime movie, but she assured me there was no internet in her house while I lived there. She said I had my floppy disks that I'd take home with me, but that was it. We went on arguing for a while before it occurred to me to ask, take home from where? She said she didn't know. I'd go out at times and I'd come home with discs. I had a Sterilite tub full of them in my closet. None of them were labeled, so she didn't know how I had any idea what was on each one, but I seemed to know. She remembered how I'd dive into my bin and dig around through all the black discs and pop up with just the one I wanted. Generally, she didn't intrude on my privacy, she said. She just saw me do it a few times. Of course, I didn't remember any floppy disks. Either my mother was becoming senile, or I was losing my mind. Both possibilities were upsetting. My mom's a really good person. She'd had a rough time since my dad died a few years ago, but she was super caring. She didn't like to see anyone hurt, and she could see I was truly upset, not just trying to be right. So, she gave me a big hug, and she told me I should ask Ricky. Ricky? I hadn't thought of him. Ricky was an old high school buddy of mine. Well, we were friends from grade 2 until we left for college. We just drifted apart after. I had him friended on Facebook and we never talked. You know how it goes. She said when I'd go out to wherever it was I went, I usually had Ricky with me. We'd walk all the way across the bridge into town to pass our weekends. I decided to take her advice. I sent Ricky a message on Facebook. He wrote back really fast. I was surprised because I never see status updates or any activity from him. I asked him if he was free for a phone call. I was scared about having another internet-only conversation, frankly. Facebook said he was typing a reply for about 5 minutes without anything happening. I was wondering what the hell novel he was typing. Then my phone rang. I didn't recognize the number. I know I never gave my number to Ricky, so there's no way it could be him, I thought. While I waited, looking at my phone, Ricky started typing out periods over and over. I answered. The voice on the other end sort of sounded like Ricky, as much as I could remember, but like he was really far away on a beat-up CB. I don't know why, but it made me feel weird and uneasy. I said I think we have a bad connection. He said it's the best possible and that he knows. I was about to ask what he knows when he said,
alt.rec.birdwatch,
and hung up. I got a message on Facebook saying,
nice catching up.
He wouldn't answer anything I said after that. I asked folks I knew if Ricky was okay. Apparently, he was in a car accident years back and was mostly bedridden. I made a note to try and visit him someday. Anyway, alt.rec.birdwatch is of course a Usenet news group. I used to browse news groups all the time as a teen, mostly for the porn. I was surprised they still existed. Now I had to look up how to get to them. I remembered being able to do it through my email software, but apparently that's not a feature of Outlook anymore. So I looked up newsgroup readers and found one I'd used back in the day. Then I found some servers and started looking for alt.rec.birdwatch. When I finally found it, it turned out to be mostly British upskirt photography. I didn't understand why Ricky wanted me there, until I saw a post with the header, "Remember the dog," and instantly felt clammy and cold. I didn't know why, but there was something to it. Something I couldn't put my finger on. This is what the post read.
Everyone remember how sometimes you'd go in there and it'd be all dusty and no one was there, like it was abandoned years ago, but you could still go sit at a computer and get online? And remember how sometimes you'd go in there and there'd be these people and they were really weird and they just watched you like you were a rat in a maze, and sometimes they were in costumes? Anyone remember the dog? Sometimes there were no people and there was just this dog at the counter. I think it was a golden retriever. It never panted, but it watched, and sometimes it'd make you do things.
That was it. And it was enough. I was trembling and I didn't know why. It didn't look like anyone had replied to this message, and it had been posted 3 years ago. It just seemed so out of place. I kind of started to remember. I remembered at least that there was an internet cafe in town. It didn't last long. Like most internet cafes, it popped up around 96 or 97 to take advantage of the internet craze and let people who didn't own computers experience the wonder. When personal computers became more common, they died a quick death. This cafe was popular with the teens in 96. It got stale after that. That's when something happened to it. It changed management or something. It changed. We tried going back just to hang out, but most kids didn't want to be there anymore. I had some friends who just wouldn't go or say why, but Ricky and I would hang out there all the time. Why couldn't I remember that before? Maybe Mom was right all along. Maybe that's where I was on the internet. I replied to the newsgroup message with,
why wasn't I able to remember?
It was a long shot since the post was so old. Then I started looking through the other posts to see if there were others like it. There were others. They were all vague, but I knew what they were about. I knew. Someone posted,
sometimes when we were hanging out, we thought we were just there for an hour or so, but when we came out, the whole day had passed. And when we talked about what we did there, we had completely different stories. Even though we were together the whole time, it was like an acid trip, and we were stupid kids. So we kept going.
The Egypt. That's what the place was called. None of these people would say its name, but I remembered it then suddenly. That strange little internet cafe just behind the post office, where I didn't even realize there was commercial space before. The Egypt. Someone else posted,
There was this one time when my friend dragged me along and I didn't feel like being there. The owners or staff weren't there that day. It was the dog. I don't like to think about it. Remember how it never panted? Somehow that sticks out after all this time. We were just goofing off, nothing special, when I looked over at my friend's screen. He was watching a live webcam of my bedroom, just staring at it. I'm thinking this is a dumb joke, but it pisses me off. So I told him that was weird, and I was not okay with a webcam in my room. He just said, something's going to happen. Gave me the heebie-jeebies. He wasn't joking, and it didn't even sound like him. Here's the thing that gets me the most. I decided to leave, but I needed to piss first. On the way out, I go over to my buddy, and he's still watching the webcam. That annoys me, but worse, when I look at the screen, someone's in my bedroom, ransacking the place, under the mattress, in the drawers. I'm ready to go home or get one of my dad's golf clubs. Then the guy looks right at the camera and starts taking it down. Saw the dude's face, and it was me, no doubt about it. That was my face. How is this possible? You're thinking the webcam wasn't live, but it was.
Someone replied to that post with,
"When you were in the bathroom, did you try knocking on the wall? Someone knocks back."
Someone replied to that with,
"I did. He said he'd let me in, but there's no door."
In the sea of bird-watching photos and upskirts dating back to 95, that was all I could find. It took me all night. I closed it down. It was too much. I was psyching myself out. The next day, I had a reply to my post asking why I couldn't remember. It read,
"You weren't meant to."
I felt it then, that something really wrong would happen in that place, the Egypt. So I started doing some research into local records to see if I could find who owned it. They're public records, so it wasn't hard. I'd expected to find some change in management in the 90s, or where the place got sold in the 2000s. I expected wrong. It was purchased in 1980 and had the same owner ever since. A company or organization called The New Way. It sounded like a cult. The weird thing is, that place was never used before the Egypt, as far as I know. In 1980, there really wasn't an internet, so why would you buy a place and do nothing with it for 15 years, just waiting for the internet to happen? It all seemed too mysterious. Plus, there was nothing about this company anywhere. It's hard to describe how alone I started to feel at this time. I talked to some people in my life about what was going on, but their help was limited. That's why I decided to try to go back to alt.rec.birdwatch, if it was still there. At least there, someone might be having a similar experience. So, I made my post. I asked if anyone had heard of The New Way. Then I waited. To my surprise, I got a call from Ben right after. He asked me if I'd done anything recently. I asked him to be more specific.
"You must have done something, because something happened,"
he said. I still had no idea what he meant. He sounded strange. His words were just slightly slurred and there was no accent anywhere in his sentences. Just a string of words. Almost like a robot, but not quite. And it had that distant quality that Ricky's call had.
"Something's happening right now,"
he told me.
"I booted it up again."
Ben was just the most rational, bland guy. Something was definitely wrong for him to be acting like this. I asked him if he was okay. He said that I needed to check my messages. I asked, what messages? He insisted.
"Listen, you have to check your messages. They've been waiting for you."
The whole thing didn't feel right at all. I asked him again what messages he meant. All I heard was little whispering sounds like psst, psst, psst. I thought I was losing him, but when I listened carefully and turned up the volume, I heard it. He was saying please over and over and over. I felt a pit in my stomach. I asked if he needed help, if there was anything I could do. He went silent for several seconds. Ben? Still silence.
"Please!"
He shouted so loud I dropped my phone. I scrambled to put the battery back in with shaking hands, and then I called in a wellness check on him. I called the Guelph campus too, just in case. I didn't know what else to do. I'd never experienced anything like that. I checked my email right after to see if I had anything from him, but I didn't. I had no voicemails. The only other messages I could think of was ICQ, so I powered up the old computer again to check on my ICQ account. It's possible there was nothing. I just had to make sure. It took forever to load up, but there was a message waiting. It wasn't from anyone I recognized. The name on the account was Bernie Bush. The message said,
Heaven.
There was a link to an MP4 video. I clicked it. The download box said it would take 30 hours to complete, so I just let it go. I tried replying to Bernie too, but ICQ alerted me that the account was disabled. I also couldn't find any results on any search for such a person. I don't think Ben would ever make a fake account like that, but how did Ben know about the message? I got contacted by someone from Guelph University's campus security later on that day. They asked me when I'd last spoken to Ben. I told them he just called. They said he hadn't been to work in a few days and has not been answering the phone. I was apparently the last one to hear from him. They recommended I file a missing persons report. I asked if his family shouldn't do that, but the dude just snorted. So I made the report over the phone to the Guelph PD. I was pretty worried about the guy. I hope he's okay. I also hoped his disappearing had nothing to do with anything I got him involved in. The next day, I got an email replying to my newsgroup post. I recognized the address. It was the same person who posted about the dog. She said I needed to call her urgently and provided a 1-800 number followed by what looked like a license plate number, 472 BMT. When I called, I got an interactive menu system for a tanning supplies company. When I listened to the options, I got the idea that 472 BMT might be how to navigate the menu. So I pressed each of the numbers in the order she said. The system said I was being transferred to an account specialist. I heard someone pick up the line.
You're starting to remember, aren't you?
A voice said. I think I gasped. She said she couldn't talk long, so I had to just listen. She wanted to tell me something that might help me. She said she started remembering about a year ago. She remembered these sessions in the Egypt. They preyed on vulnerable misfit kids. Whoever came there got introduced gradually to this website called The Hole. Once they showed it to us, we had to sit there and study it, solve its puzzles. But it'd change us. That's what they always said. She didn't know if they built it or not, but it's what they were all about.
I think we're still in the hole,
she said. I tried to ask her what that even meant, what she was talking about. She had already hung up before I got the chance. I tried calling her back, but the menu options didn't work anymore. I was more confused than ever. I felt like I didn't know what was real anymore. That's a terrible place to be, trust me. All I was sure of was that I'd come into something very wrong when I was a teen, and it was coming back. I didn't know why it took a vacation or what it wanted. I just wanted my life back to normal. After that, I suddenly remembered the video file I left downloading on my old computer. I checked it and it had completely downloaded. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was, but I played it anyway. I knew what I was looking at as soon as the video started. It was footage of inside the Egypt. It had been a long time, but it hit me fast. There was no timestamp. The footage was grainy and the tracking was off, but I knew it. It looked like it was from a corner security cam. There we all were, sitting at our computers. Strangely enough, our backs were to the monitors. We were staring at a wall. I spotted myself in the group. We just sat there, staring ahead. Nobody was moving or saying anything. I couldn't make out what the computers were doing behind us, but we weren't touching them. What were we staring at? What were we doing? Why would I do this? I couldn't remember these events at all. I was the only one that ever looked away from the wall. I kept glancing over behind the bar. It was hard to tell, but I think I was afraid of something. I looked frightened. I tried to make out what I was looking at, but the tracking lines were in the way. When they faded a little, and I was able to make it out, someone was standing there in the shadows. Whoever it was, at just that moment, turned to look right at the camera. It's like they knew I was watching. I know that's crazy, but it creeped the heck out of me. I shut the video down there, and I don't plan to open it again. After that, I kept researching the new way because there had to be something to it. I was able to find a record that mentioned the owner's name, Bernard K. Bush, the same name as on the ICQ message. I looked for obituaries, white pages, anything that could lead me to him. I didn't think to look for missing persons cases, but I stumbled on one anyway. An old homepage asking to help us find Uncle Bern. I emailed his niece, presumably from the address listed asking for more information. The page was made in the year 2000, so I didn't expect the email to work. But it did. I got a reply the same day asking me how I knew Uncle Bern. I wasn't sure how to answer, but I decided to go with honesty. I told her more or less what was going on, leaving out the parts that would make me sound delusional. This is what I got back.
I'm going to put this all in one message because I don't want to have to talk again. Uncle Bern was a good man. He used to be a rabbi. He raised me after my parents died in an accident. He was good with electronics. He thought computers were the future. That's why he called his company the New Way. He bought up all the commercial space he could afford with his inheritance. All over the country. It was more than he could handle, but he just rented it out. Life was good. He kept selling computers in his little shop. I'd help when I get home from school and on weekends. He kept bees and I helped with that too. Really, life was good. Until he married Connie in 1994. He met her during a visit to Europe. He said she worked in the same orphanage she had been raised in, and nobody knew much else about her. She was a strange woman. She didn't like me. She was into things that scared me. I saw her making a homeless man cry by staring at him. Animals would go quiet when she was around. Sometimes she'd hide under my bed for hours, waiting for me to go to bed at night. When I did, she would slide out and grab me. I'd scream and scream. She walked away like nothing happened. She didn't laugh or say anything. It wasn't a prank or a joke. It was something else. I didn't understand. I still don't. I started sleeping on a beanbag chair in the basement after that. She'd often go into the corner of the room and whisper to someone. There was nobody there, no phone or nothing. She'd even get mad at whoever it was. Then she'd go back to knitting. She was always knitting something, but the things she knitted were useless. Gloves with 3 fingers, socks, but she'd seal up the ends so you couldn't wear them. I didn't hate her. I was scared to death of her. I don't know why she made Uncle Bern so happy. I remember the day she started pressuring him to turn his rental spaces into internet cafes. She told him the internet was the real future and would outlast computers. She'd say, "We are the internet." She made him get it at home, even though it was really expensive then. She had him go to this website she said didn't really exist. I remember that because it always made me nervous when she talked about it. Uncle Bern asked her who made it. She said she had no idea. Nobody did. She found it already made, just like everyone else. She told him it called to her. It called to everyone like her. At the time, I thought it sounded flaky. Now it just gives me the creeps. Uncle Bern changed after that. They spent a lot of time on that website. I don't understand it. There was nothing there. I looked over their shoulder, and it was all blank. but they saw all sorts of things. And when the internet cafes started opening, more people were involved. It was strange. They would sit and stare into space, and strange things would happen. Like, I could swear I heard a voice in my monitor when I dialed up and when I listened. It was saying, "It hurts." I decided it was all in my head. Anytime I got an email asking, why wasn't I able to remember? I don't know why that message upset me so much. 20 years ago, but I remember it so vividly. One night, when I was alone with Uncle Bernd for once, I told him I wish things would be like they used to be. He said that's what everyone wants, but it can't be. He leaned in close and whispered, "It talks, tells us things." He told me about how this is strange, and I don't understand it, but I'll try. How human beings are set to be obsolete, and they need to upgrade for the new era. He said Y2K, if you remember that, wasn't going to affect computers like everyone thought. They'd be fine. It was going to change people. Either you evolved or you wouldn't like what's coming. I didn't dare tell Uncle Bernd that this was crazy. I couldn't hurt his feelings like that. But I knew something bad was going to happen. He and Connie went off to open their internet cafes all over, and I left home for college. Uncle Bernd kept in contact until 1999. Then he just disappeared. Connie, too. I know some bad things happened around those internet cafes, but it's not Uncle Bernd's fault. Please, don't blame him.
I had plenty more questions and I sent them to her, but I never heard back. That's getting to be a real motif in my life. But at least she gave me some answers, and it all led right back to the hole. It had to be the same mysterious website. Just had to be. I figured if I ever wanted to know what was going on, I'd have to go to the hole myself. I pulled up the instructions Angelica sent me on how to get there. I can't say I felt like I was doing the right thing. I didn't. It felt ass over tea kettle wrong. Like there was something really terrible just off screen in my memories. I knew it was there, but I couldn't see it. So I welcomed the interruption when my phone rang. My neighbor was calling me to tell me the man in the bee costume was back. He said the man was standing in my front yard. I walked over to the window and peeped out. It was nice and toasty inside, but I felt like my whole body was breaking into goosebumps. He was there, under the streetlight, looking right at the window with his insectoid eyes. I asked my neighbor how long he'd been there. He said he called me as soon as he saw it and that I should hang up and call the police. I started to do that, but there was no point calling the police. As soon as I hung up, he walked across the road and into the woods. When hanging up, I received a notification on my phone of an email from Ben. There was no text, just a video file. I played it right away. It started with him speaking to the camera. He looked scared and like he hadn't had sleep in about 2 days.
"I went into hiding,"
he said, his voice shaking.
"Things got too weird. A little stuff at first. Then, one night, like 3 a.m., a group of people I've never seen before knocked on my door and I didn't answer. I just watched them through the peephole. They didn't move. They didn't knock again. They didn't try to look in the peephole. They just stood there, staring at the door. They didn't look homeless or crazy, just people. Normal, everyday people. I called through the door that they had the wrong address. They started laughing, loud, fake guffaws. Then they silently walked away. Then I start getting calls where all I can hear is a man growling like a dog on the other end, and a few growly words like, why, and abracadabra. It must have really gotten to me, man. because I started having fits. I don't know what I do during these fits. I know I upset a lady at a grocery store. Whatever you got me into, it's bad juju. Like KGB Illuminati bad.
He pointed the camera away from himself to a computer monitor. When he was turning, I recognized the notepad on the desk, the same one from his description. He was in that basement storage locker, with the gopher sight. I'd thought he'd shut the thing down. There was an image on the screen updating every few seconds, but this one wasn't pointing at my house like before. It was inside.
Watch,
he whispered. With each frame, I saw a new shot of the inside of my house. First, the kitchen. Update, the hallway. Update, my office door. Update, the door slightly ajar. Update, the door opened more. Update, entering my room. Update, me sitting at the computer. I could hardly breathe. I turned around slowly, expecting to see someone there. But the video wasn't live, of course. When I turned around, the webcam was just a black screen. Because of that, I was able to make out the timestamp. It was tomorrow's date. I'm sure someone just fiddled with the date, but that only made it creepier, if that's even possible. Now I had video evidence of breaking and entering, except nothing to say who did it or why. I was losing confidence in the police altogether. The last thing Ben said on the video is that he went ahead and traced that link I gave him to the hole. He was able to get a specific address. I knew the address he gave me very well, because it's the duplex apartment I grew up in. That didn't make any sense. Still, I knew if I wanted to know what was happening, that's where I'd have to go. My hometown isn't too far from where I live now. I moved to go to college. It's about a 4-hour drive away. My mom moved to be close to me after Dad died, so I rarely have a reason to go there. I heard from Mom when they decided to abandon the duplexes. For whatever reason, they couldn't sell or rent them anymore and didn't have the budget to renovate, so the town government is just letting them rot. When I first heard that news, I didn't care much. I try not to get sentimental, but preparing to see the place again, where I had so many memories, yeah, it got to me. The days of watching He-Man in my fuzzy Star Wars pajamas. The days of watching The X-Files with Mom. The days of lying in bed all summer reading UFO books. Of course, I realized it'd just be empty space now. Nothing in common with those memories, other than a floor plan. Those feelings vanished soon after I arrived. I was able to sneak in through the living room window in the back, just like I used to do when I'd get home from school and realize I forgot my keys. The moment feet hit the linoleum floor, the music started. It was low and distorted at first, so I couldn't make out what it was. It didn't matter. Someone had to be in there, and that someone knew I was here. I waited for a sound other than the music. Nothing. I felt a little more courage, so I started walking towards the stairs. The music got louder, but no less distorted. The tune was familiar, though. I went up the stairs slowly. That's where my old room was. By the time I got to the top, I knew what I was listening to. Early in the Morning by Vanity Fair. An oldie. And it was coming from a grimy old radio propped in front of my bedroom door. That was odd because the same song started playing again when it reached the end. What radio station plays the same song twice in a row? I switched the radio off. Doing that, I realized, telegraphed my exact location. I broke out in a cold sweat for a moment, waiting for something to happen, but all I heard now was a buzzing from in the room, like a beehive. I noticed my name placard was still on the door. Other people had lived there after Mom left, I'm sure of that. Either those people chose to leave my name on a door in their home, or someone had put it back. Either way, it was weird. I opened it. I didn't and still don't know how to react to what I saw inside. The room had been set up to look exactly like it did when I was a teen. Not like it did after I left for college or even just before, like it did in 1999. Down to the details. The Halloween lights around the desktop, Fangoria posters on the walls, my old Mr. T pillow on the bed. Someone had to have known my room in intimate detail to have done this. It was insane. Me, My mom and Ricky are about the only ones. But there were some details that were off. At first, that was comforting. Then the more I thought about it, they seemed intentional. Like on the Candyman poster, it said it starred Tiny Lister instead of Tony Todd. And the wall was painted with the same style of stucco, but the color was a shade or two off. Things like that. They were everywhere. That was more troubling to me than the recreation itself. It was like it was recreated in a bad dream. Or it all meant something. I found where the buzzing was coming from at any rate. It was the computer. It was running. I sat down and activated the screen. Like the rest of the room, the desktop was a faithful snapshot of 1999. Every icon just as I remembered. I couldn't find anything running out of the ordinary. It was like being transported to the past. That's when I noticed the one thing out of order with my desktop. An icon way in the corner, almost off the screen, called Milk and Honey. I never had any such file. I'm sure of that. I started moving the mouse up to it. I felt strangely afraid to open it. Before I could, the radio started blasting early in the morning again, and my heart almost stopped. I looked behind me expecting the worst. Nobody was there. I got up to switch the radio off, but it was still off. I checked the batteries and there were none. That's when I realized the music wasn't coming from the radio. I don't think it ever was. I wanted to get out of there. I felt fear before. I don't think I've ever known what dread feels like before then. Not really. But I had to find out what Milk and Honey was. It loaded a telnet connection. I hadn't seen one of those in a while. The connection worked because in a few seconds an ASC2 mountain filled the window. I waited and waited for something to happen, but nothing did. Just the mountain. I tried submitting some inputs. I even wondered if the connection died. I was going to retry, but I got a phone call from Detective Thoreau just then.
Are you alone?
He asked me if I was alone. I thought that was strange, but I told him I believed I was, but I wasn't sure. He asked where I was, and I told him. He said I needed to get out of that house slowly and calmly, get in my car, and drive back to him. His voice. I knew that sound. It was controlled panic. Something was definitely wrong. I was ready to listen, but I told him I wanted to know what was going on. He said he had a gut feeling about something and decided to check back with Angelica to make sure everything was okay. Everything was not. He said that girl he put me in contact with 2 weeks ago was not Angelica. They had no idea who that woman was because no one's been able to find her. The home she was in was apparently between renters. Nobody lived there at the time. All they found left behind was a script detailing what she was supposed to say when she spoke to me. I was speechless and confused. I just readjusted my thinking to believe everything with Angelica was a lie. And now that the truth about the lie was also a lie, did that make the lie true? But it got worse. Detective Thoreau said he contacted Angelica's family again and asked more questions. A lot more. She had every message I ever sent her printed out. Pictures of me, a map of my hometown, a doll. He said in some of the pictures I was clearly sleeping. Did I know of any such pictures? I couldn't speak. He took my silence for a no, and he was right.
There's more, but you have to get back here now. Calmly.
I thanked him and prepared to do just what he said. That's when I noticed more had happened on the telnet screen. There was a question up.
Are you alone?
Is that you? I asked, but the detective had already hung up. I didn't really think it was him anyway, I just hoped. I responded in the telnet client that I believed I was alone. As soon as I did, a sound started coming from the computer speakers. It came out slow and garbled. It said,
"This message is a warning transmitted by dilations after 2100. Break this device. Shut it all down. Get out. Save yourself."
I had no idea what it meant, really. I only remember it because it kept repeating, so I was able to record it. Other than that, I couldn't find anything strange on the computer. I unplugged it from everything anyway, just to be safe. I got up, ready to calmly exit like the detective said. I would have been okay, I think. But I saw something. Something that froze me in place. There were strands of dark hair flowing from under the bed. I just kept staring at them. Mentally, I needed to make sure I was seeing right, that it wasn't just threads. It was dark in that area after all. My eyes adjusted slowly and I realized I wasn't just looking at hair. I had been looking right into someone's eye for half a minute. And whoever it was had just been staring right back the whole time. I screamed, and I ran, jumping several steps at a time out the front door. Sure, it wasn't my proudest moment, but what matters is I lived. I don't know who that was. I didn't want to find out. Knowing I was being watched that whole time, it still felt like that eye was on me. That's pretty much ruined my memories of that place forever. There was just one other thing to do in town while I was there. The Egypt. I don't know if I disconnected the hole by unplugging that computer, but I still had to face the Egypt again. When I got there, the parking lot at the post office was completely empty. I parked in back in front of the filthy, old windows of what used to be an internet cafe. I didn't even have to break in. The glass in the door had already been busted. I just had to reach in and unlock. My hands started tingling as soon as I reached in. I kept expecting someone or something to grab my hand. When I got in, I was shocked to see it hadn't really changed at all. Computers everywhere, a sign-up sheet on the counter, and no one there. I started hearing some low voices. As soon as I did, I looked around for a place to hide. The voices continued, distant and muffled. It took me a moment to recognize my own voice. It was the conversation I'd had with Angelica. The part where she told me about being seen in places she'd never been. It was coming from one of the computers. I got closer to it and I could see someone was up on the screen. I knew what it was right away. The animated skeleton gifs and links to conspiracy theories in Heaven's Gate. Yeah, it was my homepage. The one that was deleted almost 2 decades ago. I never thought I'd see it again. But why? Who put it there? On another computer, I saw a video of a middle-aged couple staring into the camera, like they were watching me, and a little girl peeking over their shoulder. The woman said, "It chose you," and the man was shaking his head slightly. He looked frightened. Then another computer started playing a song. I recognized the sound of Vanity Fair again, Hitching a Ride. That made it click. I just walked into a trap. I had to get out. But I couldn't. These people started coming inside. I hadn't even heard them approaching. A middle-aged woman with long, black hair, well-dressed. An older businessman, it looked like. A rough-looking homeless guy. More and more people crowded in without saying anything. They were moving towards me. I tried talking to them, but their faces were blank, emotionless. They didn't seem to hear. I ran into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. It had a simple turn-the-bolt lock, so I locked it. I pulled out my phone to see if I could get the police, but there was no signal. I started hyperventilating and had to catch myself against the wall. That's when I remembered the story about the guy knocking on the wall. Maybe there weren't bricks on the other side. I knocked for a hollow spot, and when I found one, I started kicking a hole in the drywall. I tore the rest of the hole open with my hands. There was space back there. I used my phone's flashlight to look inside. The space was about 2 feet in width to the brick wall. I stepped inside. There were tons of floppy disks stashed in there. It was crazy. I heard those people breathing outside the door. They weren't trying to open it or beat it down. They were breathing heavily against it. Then I saw something moving under the door frame. I thought it was a finger slipping under, maybe trying to grab a shoelace or something. But it was too pink, too wet. It was a tongue. One of them was licking under the door. That scared me enough to go deeper into the space, stumbling over pieces of sheetrock. But there was nowhere to go. While I waited for something, anything to happen, I noticed 2 things. One, written above the hole I just made, on the inside, the hole had been painted. The other, it wasn't sheetrock I was stumbling over. It was bones. I don't know how long I sat there. Suddenly, the breathing sound stopped. A few minutes later, Detective Thoreau burst into the bathroom. The door splintered at the first thrust. Those people could have gotten to me if they wanted to. The detective said no one was out there when he arrived. While he escorted me out, I saw all the computers were gone, and the guest book, all of it. But the bones and floppy disks were there and very real. He said we'd have a lot to discuss. After I got away from the police station, I came home and settled down to try and relax. Anything to rest my nerves. Just as I settled in, I got an email notification on my phone that said,
"Please look,"
and provided a link. I didn't recognize the number, but since the link was to a Guelph University page, I figured it was Ben. The link brought me to the webcam that Ben found weeks ago on the Gopher server. I was regretting my decision to trust it already. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? The frames kept updating, but nothing was happening. Until, with one update, I saw the trunk of my car was opening. When the frame updated 4 seconds later, the trunk was fully open and someone was hanging half out. I guess I was mesmerized because I just kept watching, waiting for the next frame update. Whoever it was, he was standing at my door. I went to my front door and looked out the people. No one was there. I looked at my phone again to check the webcam. Someone was, or should be, standing right in front of it. Maybe it was something that happened in the past. I looked through the peephole again and it was blocked. It took me a moment to realize I was looking right into someone's face. An awful, hate-filled face. I took my phone with me to my office and locked the door. I heard my front doorknob rattling and then open. I knew I'd locked it. Whoever it was walked in purposefully right to the office, like they already knew where I was going. I didn't have much confidence in the lock. I expected the door to fly open immediately. Instead, I heard a weird, distant voice, just like when I spoke to Ricky. It was like the weather radio tuned to the wrong frequency.
"Why did you leave?"
it asked. I called 911. I heard the operator pick up, but I couldn't speak. The door opened and this person walked in. His face was hazy, but it was familiar. He had some kind of weapon. He forced me to get on my computer and go to the hole. He walked me through each step. I didn't have a choice. I did it. After all those years, there it was. The same bland page that seemed to do nothing. But I could feel it like fingers poking in my brain. It was like I was still in my office. But that guy was gone. So were other things. I could see things that were always there but weren't really there. It was all the same, just a little different. I was still on the phone with 911, I realized. I tried to tell the operator that the man was gone. Nothing I said was coming out right. I kept telling the operator that I saw Tot, I saw a putty cat. And the operator was telling me,
"That's the captain. He's a jackal, and he's not happy with you."
You ever heard of freaking?
Someone asked. It was disorienting, but I knew right away I was looking at Ben, and I wasn't in my home. There was a guy standing with Ben that I didn't recognize. I asked if I was in Guelph and how I got there. He assured me I was in a motel in my hometown. He didn't trust technologically facilitated communication anymore, so he came all the way to talk to me. And he introduced his associate as Milky. He'd found him holed up in a Catholic commune in rural Ontario. They said I was in serious danger. Milky spoke then. His voice was slurred. He was aware of it because he apologized for it. He went on to tell me what happened to him. He said he'd been a part of this hacking community for years. Nothing for profit, just good old-fashioned mischief. They especially liked dicking with fringe and religious groups. They started on IRC. When the www became the thing, they migrated to the web forums. One day, a hidden link appears on the forum. Other members try to scrub it and insist that no one touch it. One of the guys in the forum, one of their oldest members who fled the Soviet Union back in the 70s, said he knew what it was. It was studied before and it was never, ever supposed to be available to the public. He said he'd seen what Stalin could do, what murderers could do, and he wasn't scared, because that was life. But this thing scared him. It sounded like a put-on. Milky said this guy had a healthy sense of humor. but the guy swore it was real. He said it started way back when the first computers were being networked. The electrons and other particles that are brought together and herded about in making these connections leave empty spaces of nothing where they were. It's like an anti-net, and the more and more we connect all over the world, the more this emptiness grows.
And what's so scary about that?
Someone on the forum asked, and he replied,
Just because it's empty space doesn't mean there's nothing in it.
He wouldn't elaborate on that, no matter how much they tried. He'd only tell them he'd seen it for himself. Milky figured the guy didn't want to make them curious about it. Well, that failed. He was very curious about it, more than ever. So he clicked the link. He remembered being disappointed by it, because it was just a blank page. But after clicking it, he started to notice strange things happening. He lost track of time. He'd be told by acquaintances that he'd done things he had no memory of doing, or even that he couldn't have done because he was doing something else. This one time, he heard his dog barking. It was 3 a.m. He got up to see what was going on. The dog was standing in the entrance to his living room just barking nonstop. He expects to find a mouse cornered in there. But he said he remembers being so startled he tried to scream but no sound would come out. 2 men in business suits were sitting on his couch. He immediately thought of a mob hit. But it's Canada. What mob? He turned on the light. They didn't flinch. They looked like normal businessmen. They were staring at the floor, drinking Capri Sun. He told them to get out of his house or he'd call the police. They just got up and left. On the way out, one of them said, "You asked us to come and sit here." He never saw those men again in his life. Another time, he called his brother in Vancouver to wish him a happy birthday. They had a pleasant chat and he hung up the phone, went about his business. About an hour later, it hit him like a punch in the gut. His brother died 2 years ago. He always called him on his birthday. He just did it so reflexively, and when he got an answer, it was like old times.
Who the hell was I talking to, man?
He asked. His stories sounded a lot like the ones that the fake or real Angelica told me about when I talked to her weeks ago. So either I was speaking to the real Angelica then, or maybe this wasn't the real Ben and Melky. I guess I couldn't be sure about anything anymore. At least it was less scary to believe they were real. During that time, he said, he kept checking the hole. He wanted to figure it out. He thought it was controlling him. He didn't remember the things he saw when he visited, but he said the old Soviet was right. It wasn't empty. What he saw in there, his brain wouldn't let him remember. I just wanted to know why all this was happening. Ben stepped in. He said there's only one way he can think of for this site, if it can be called that, to influence a mind that way. It has to be electromagnetic emissions. It must somehow be able to read them off of us and produce them as well. It's a technique that was experimented with as a form of freaking, but never with biological systems. As to why, he didn't think there was any purpose. It was just there and did what it did. It was the anti-net. It introduces emptiness, division, and chaos instead of connection. That's just a byproduct of its existence, and its existence is a byproduct of the internet. Like angry Facebook arguments are a byproduct of the internet. It was never supposed to be something you could just navigate to. It was theoretical, a thing a few computer scientists knew about. Somehow, someone leaked it out there. It was all over. It was buried on the Heaven's Gate website. Hacking forums, occult sites, the fringe of the internet is where it moved. This was a lot to take in, and I'm not sure how much of it I really believe. On top of that, apparently several hours had passed since the man made me click to the hole. I suddenly remembered what the 911 operator had said to me. "Who's the captain?" I asked. Milky was shaving when I asked him. His hands stopped moving. I saw in the mirror tears forming in his eyes. He was visibly shaking.
Captain Meat, from the hole. It looks kind of like a dog.
Then he went back to shaving like nothing happened. Later, I thanked Ben and Milky for saving me, for risking so much, really, especially Ben, and for trying to warn me with the link to the webcam. Both of them denied ever sending that text. They asked to see it. They couldn't figure out where it came from. They checked the link to the webcam too. It still worked. There was the front of my home. My car with the trunk still open. We watched for a few frame updates before Ben noticed. Someone was in the trunk. It was dark and grainy, but that was definitely someone in there. And I shuddered when we all agreed that whoever that person was, they were looking right at the camera. Or us. We turned it off. I woke up in the middle of the night a few nights later. We decided we didn't want to keep paying for the motel, so we were crashing with my mom by then. She was happy for the company, and she was obviously worried about me. She said I had to get a grip and not let my life slip away.
Just solve this thing,
she said. It was weird. It wasn't the sort of thing my mom would say. Anyway, I woke up because I was hearing whispering sounds. You'd think louder sounds will wake you, but no. The whispers are the worst. I listened carefully. I tried not to move. I wanted to hear where they were coming from. It was a two-way conversation. I just couldn't make out any of the content, though. Just a word here and there. I got up slowly and looked forward to the corner of the room. That's where I thought the sounds were. It took a while for my eyes to adjust. When they did, I saw Milky kneeling in front of one of the electrical sockets. He'd whisper something into it, then turn his head and wait, and whispers came back. He saw me looking and said,
"Some trick, huh?"
I guess it was ventriloquism. But why do that in the middle of the night? Because he was crazy. I got out of bed and went out to the kitchen for water. I could see someone standing out on the front porch through the kitchen window. Figuring Ben couldn't sleep either, I went out to ask him if Milky was really okay, because he didn't seem to be. I flicked on the outdoor light and stepped out. But it wasn't Ben out there. It was Milky again. He tried to tell me something about constellations, but I walked back in. Something wasn't making sense. There was no way he could have gotten out that fast. Some trick, huh? I went into the living room. The TV was on. It was that episode of Seinfeld where George finds a doll that looks like his mother. That made me uncomfortable, so I changed to another channel. The program guide said the 9th gate would be showing. I always liked that one. But instead of the 9th gate, it was the 10 Commandments. Very different movies, only one number off though. Seeing Heston's Moses posturing with the Egyptians struck me. I never did get to speak to Holy Moses. I let myself be distracted, chased off, or both. And everything happening just seemed to be getting more and more filled with coincidences and connections that weren't adding up. Or added up too well, which is the same thing if you ask me. I started up Mom's computer. It still ran Windows XP. It was Dad's computer and she didn't like change. I had to download MIRC, and as soon as I did, I connected to EFNet. This time I was going to talk to him. He wasn't hard to find. Just a holes, and there he was, in @H1N1. He was the only one in there besides me. Not a lot of bird flu fans, I guess. Before I could send him a message, an email notification appeared on screen. I guess Mom had it on auto start. The notification caught my eye because it said it was from Detective Thoreau. Subject, information requested. I shouldn't have, but since it was from the detective, I felt it had to concern my situation. I clicked on it and read.
As we discussed, here's the documentation on the dental records with the doctor's signature.
The attached document was about the skeletal remains found in the Egypt. I felt a sudden wave of horror because I thought I knew what was coming. Dad's bones somehow got in there, but I was wrong. They matched the skeleton up to my dental records. Mine.
I don't know who that man is,
he went on,
but he is not your son.
That was just absurd. I knew my own mother, for Pete's sake. I thought about deleting the email, but that wouldn't do any good. Then I started piecing things together, wondering if maybe I really was dead. Or maybe I was the imposter, and that's why I had memory lapses. Then I remembered I was just about to message Holy Moses. Why did something always happen when I was about to message him? It had to be a trick. I went back to IRC and sent Holy Moses a message.
Who are you?
No response. I got a sudden message from U472884U.
Do you know where your mother is?
I ignored him. I sent another message to Holy Moses.
Do you know what's going on?
No response. U472884U messaged me again.
Are you sure she's okay?
I took a chance on what I remembered from Angelica's story. I sent Holy Moses a short message. The letter M. This immediately triggered a file transmission, which I accepted. It was a video file. It downloaded in about 5 minutes. If Holy Moses was as old as they claimed, this video would have taken a day or two back then. The video was called freedom.mov. Milky came in from the outside, stood a few feet away from me, and stared at me. That was unnerving enough. Then the pantry door started to open and Ben stepped out. He had to have been sitting cramped in there all that time. He also stood still and just stared at me. My mom came in from outdoors. Why was she outdoors and where? She joined Milky and Ben. "What's going on?" I asked them. They didn't speak. I felt the tension in the air and the assurance that something would happen. The suspense and stillness were getting worse than anything they could do to me. My heart was beating so fast. And I had been hearing a dripping sound for a minute or two without paying attention. Too much was going on. Now I looked to where the sound was coming from. I saw fat beetles crawling out of Milky's sleeves, over his hands, and dropping to the floor. What was going on? I think I was so afraid I couldn't feel anymore. Slowly, I grabbed a loose USB dongle, attached it to my phone and to the computer. I'm surprised that old computer could read the phone, but it did. While they stared at me, I transferred the video file to my phone. I unplugged the dongle, took my phone, and ran to the bathroom where I locked myself in. I heard feet shuffle up to the door and stop there. I turned on the shower to drown out sound and then started watching the video. The webcam being used was severely damaged by the looks of it, but I could make out a very sickly-looking older man. The audio was distorted, and I had the shower running, so I had to start it up over and up the volume. The man said he'd been trying to warn me. The dilation distortion from the hole allows him to send messages during brief windows. If I am listening to this, he said, I am in the hole and have been for a while. Other things are also in here. While he spoke, I kept hearing screams in the background of the recording. Some sounded closer than others. He said these things don't want me going anywhere. I need to get out before it's too late. He knows, he said, because he's me. The last thing he said before the video ended abruptly was, "The birds and the bees." I couldn't leave through the door, so I pulled up the blind to leave through the bathroom window. I almost shrieked when I saw my mother's face pressed up against the window. I was trapped. I thought about pushing through anyway, but I couldn't hit my mother. I could hit Ben or Milky if I had to, but not my mother. So I took the door. Nobody was there. That just made me worry about where they really were. I stepped outside and still nobody there. I hurried to the car before Mom could come round from the back. Then I heard rapid footsteps. Ben was running right toward me from way down the street.
"Stop hurting me!"
he shouted. But he didn't look in pain. He looked in a rage. I got in my car and started backing up. When he got to me, he was pounding on the windows, still screaming. I drove straight back to my home, leaving them all behind. The only explanation could be that I'm in the hole, whatever that means. Because there's no other way Ben and my mom would act like that. But when did that happen, and what does that even mean anyway? Before I even stepped inside my home, I knew something was wrong. Waves of something, just bad, pure bad, were hitting me. I opened my front door. Everything looked normal. I started turning on all the lights, and I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer. Then I saw them. 2 men in bee costumes sitting on my treadmill, looking at the floor, not moving. Almost like they were stuffed or forgot where they were. "What do you people want from me?" I said. I kept a tight grip on the knife. They stood up. Then they both looked down the hall towards my office. I followed their gaze, but I saw nothing down there. After a few seconds of wondering what they saw, I heard the song start. Early in the morning. While I was looking down the hall, they were already heading out the door. I decided to follow them because whatever started that music gave me a worse feeling than them. As I stepped out the door, I'm sure I heard a dog growling behind me. I followed them across the road and into the woods. I turned my phone flashlight on to be able to follow them. It's like they could see in the dark, the way they navigated the woods. The deeper we went, the more uneasy I became. They just seemed to keep going and going. But the deeper we went, the more I started to hear birds. I never even thought of it before, but I hadn't heard any birds for a long time. weeks at least, or locusts or any normal springtime sounds. The more I followed the bees, the more I heard the birds, until they got loud enough I figured we must be under a massive collection of nests. I kept following them until it got too loud to bear, and then it sounded like machinery, like elevators. There was a machine, hidden out in the middle of nowhere. I followed them inside, and then... And then I was back in my office, sitting at my desk, slumped over my keyboard. The corner of my mouth was wet. I must have blacked out. I picked myself up. It felt like I was just waking up from a deep sleep. The room was bright with sunlight. I could hear birds chirping up a frenzy outside. My screensaver was on. When I shifted the mouse just to see what time it was, there was an email from the globetrotter.net, Angelica. It read,
Pretty intense, huh? You can spend the rest of your life in there.
I sat disoriented for a while before realizing I had to urinate, eat, and drink. When I had done those things, I looked around my home for clues. The knife I'd taken was back where it belonged. My old computer was put up in its box. I called my mom to ask if she was okay. She didn't remember any of the events from the previous night. That's when I remembered the video on my phone, from Holy Moses. I checked and it was still there. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I played it back. Here would be my evidence. The video was 2 minutes of distorted audio and video. In all the distortions, no recognizable sounds or images. That was a few weeks ago. It's taken me some time to get calibrated to reality. Nothing strange has happened since, and I can't explain what happened. Maybe I had a psychotic break. I was under a lot of stress at work. Maybe someone was gaslighting the hell out of me. Maybe there really is a secret website that uses electromagnetic waves to mess with your mind. I'm just glad it's over. I'm glad to be going back to work like a regular person, making banana smoothies, not thinking about sinister internet cafes. I really do remember the Egypt and the hole, and it's like reality all twisted. I'll just end by saying I don't think I'll be feeling any nostalgia for the old days of internet for a good, long while. The only problem I'm having is, whenever I'm trying to sleep, I keep remembering the whole nightmare and asking myself, am I still inside? But then, what difference would it make? I wasn't sure where else to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. I've been an SAR officer for a few years now, and along the way, I've seen some things that I think you guys will be interested in. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people. Most of the time, they just wander off the path, or slip down a small cliff and can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old stay where you are thing, but they don't wander far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing persons cases I get called on. The first was a little boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time, both the kids apparently wandered off. When their parents couldn't find them, they called us, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked where her brother was, she told us that he'd been taken away by the Bear Man. She said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, and that he wanted to play with her brother for a while. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the Bear Man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair, like a bear. and that he had a weird face. We searched that area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, and she'd never come back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name, before they called for help. Again, we searched everywhere, and we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could possibly have gone, because neither her mother nor her grandpa saw her ever come down. A few times I've been out on my own searching with a canine, and they've tried to lead me straight up cliffs. Not hills, not even rock faces. Straight, sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling, and in those cases we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff or miles away from where the canine has led us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's sort of strange. One particularly sad case involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl had fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound her mother made when we told her what had happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance and let out the most haunting, heartbroken wail I've ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and a part of her had died with her daughter. I heard from another SAR officer that she killed herself a few weeks after it happened. She couldn't live with the loss of her daughter. I was teamed up with another SAR officer because we'd received reports of bears in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to, and we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get to where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevasse with a broken leg. It was not pleasant. He'd been there for almost 2 days, and his leg was very obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard from one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. He kept talking about how he'd been doing fine, and when he'd gotten to the top, a man had been there. He said the guy had no climbing equipment, and he was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out and ended up trying to get off the mountain too fast, which is why he'd fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night, climbing down the mountain and letting out these horrible, muffled screams. That story bothered the hell out of me. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out until late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and pack and was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, so we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking us why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated this woman got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from around all of us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me, and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." Now, I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar, and I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she said that, I heard that weird coughing right in my ear, and I just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say I was really happy when we left the area that night. This is the last one I'll tell, and it's probably the weirdest story I have. Now, I don't know if this is true in every SAR unit, but in mine, it's sort of an unspoken, regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with the other SAR officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point, we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case when we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point, we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told, very emphatically, that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because it happens so frequently. I have a lot more stories, and I suppose if anyone's interested, I'll tell some of them tomorrow. If anyone has any theories about the stairs, or if you've seen them too, let me know. So I logged back on tonight and was blown away by the staggering amount of interest this seems to have generated. First off, I'll address a few things that you guys have brought up. There's been an overwhelming amount of people mentioning the similarity between some of my stories and those of David Politis. I assure you I'm not trying to rip him off in any way. I've got nothing but respect for the guy. He's actually what inspired me to write this because I can verify a lot of the things he talks about. We do have a lot of these strange missing persons cases, and most of the time, they aren't solved. Either that, or we find them in places they have no business being. I personally haven't been on many calls like that, but I'll share a few that I've seen, and a story my friend told me that relates to this. There was a lot of feedback about the stairs, so I'll touch on that briefly here, and I'll also include a story. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, styles, and conditions. Some are pretty dilapidated, just ruins, but others are brand new. I saw one set that looked like they came from a lighthouse. They were metal and spiral, almost old-fashioned. The stairs don't go up infinitely or farther than I could see, but some sets are taller than others. Like I said before, just imagine the stairs in your house as if someone copy-pasted them in the middle of nowhere. I don't have any pictures. It's never really occurred to me to try again after the first time, and I don't really feel like risking my job over it. I'll try again in the future, but I can't really promise anything. A few people expressed confusion about the guy who ran into the man with no face. Just to clarify, when the climber ascended and reached the top of the peak, he saw another man in a parka and ski pants. This was the man with no face. Sorry about the confusing wording of that story. I'll try to avoid that in the future. Alright, on to the new stories. As far as missing persons go, I'd say about half the calls I get are related to that. The others are rescue calls. People who fall down cliffs and hurt themselves, get injured by fire, and you wouldn't believe how often this happens. It's mostly drunk kids. Get bitten or stung by animals or insects, etc. And we're a tight team, and we have veterans who are excellent at finding signs of lost people. That's what makes these cases where we never find any trace of them so frustrating. One in particular was upsetting for all of us, because we did find a trace of them, but it just led to more questions than answers. An older man had been hiking alone on a well-established trail, but his wife called to say that he hadn't come home when he should have. Apparently, he had a history of seizures, and she was worried that he hadn't taken his medication and had suffered one out on the trail. Before you ask, I have no idea why he thought it was okay to go out alone, or why she didn't go with him. I don't ask about that kind of thing because past a certain point, it really doesn't matter. Someone is missing, and it's my job to find them. We went out in a standard search formation, and it wasn't long before one of our vets found signs that the guy had gone off the trail. We grouped up and followed him, spreading out in a fan to make sure we were covering as much ground as possible. Suddenly, a call comes over the radio telling us all to head back to the vet's location, and we come right away because this usually means the missing person is injured and we need a full team to help get them out safely. We meet back up, and the vet is just standing at the base of a tree with his hands on the sides of his head. I ask my buddy what's going on, and he points up into the branches of this tree. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing, but there's a walking stick dangling from a branch at least 30 feet off the ground. The little strap thing on the handle has been looped around the branch, and it's just hanging there. There's no way the guy could have tossed it up that far, and we don't see any other signs that he's still in the area. We call up into the tree, but it's obvious no one's in it. We're all just sort of left scratching our heads. We keep searching for the guy, but we never find him. We even bring our canines out, but they lose his scent long before this tree. Eventually, the search is called off because there are other calls we have to attend to, and past a certain point, there's not much we can do. The guy's wife called us every day for months afterwards, asking if we'd found her husband. And it was heartbreaking to hear her get more and more hopeless each time. I'm not sure why this call in particular was so upsetting, but I think it was just the sheer improbability of it. That and the questions that were raised. How the hell had this guy's cane ended up there? Did someone kill him and toss that up there as some weird trophy? We did our best to find him, but it was almost like a taunt. We still talk about that one from time to time. Missing kids are the most heartbreaking. Doesn't matter what circumstances they go missing under, it's never easy, and we always dread the ones we find deceased. It's not common, but it does happen. David Politis talks a lot about kids' SAR teams find in places they shouldn't be or couldn't be. I could honestly say I've heard about this kind of thing happening more than I've seen it, but I'll share one of the ones that I think about a lot that I witnessed personally. A mother and her 3 kids were out for a picnic in an area of the park that has a small lake. One is 6, one is 5, and the other is about 3. She's watching them all really closely, and according to her, she never lets them out of her sight at any time. She never saw anyone else in the area either, which is important. She packs their stuff up, and they start to head back to the parking area. Now, this lake is only about 2 miles into the woods, and it's on very clearly established trails. It's almost impossible to get lost getting from the parking area to it unless you're deliberately going off the path like an imbecile. Her kids are walking in front of her when she hears what sounds like someone coming up the path behind her. She turns around, and in the 4 or so seconds that she's not looking, her 5-year-old son vanishes. She figures he stepped off the trail to pee or something, and she asks her other 2 kids where he went. They both tell her that a big man with a scary face came out of the woods next to them, took the kid's hand, and led him into the trees. The 2 remaining kids don't seem upset. In fact, she later says that it seems like they've been drugged. They're sort of spacey and fuzzy. So of course, she freaks out and starts looking frantically in the area for her kid. She's screaming his name, and she says at one point, she thinks she heard him answer her. Now, obviously, she can't go blindly running into the woods. She's got the other 2 kids. She calls the police, and they send us out immediately. We respond, and we start the search for him. Over the course of this search, which spans miles, we never find a single trace of the kid. Canines can't pick up any scent, and we don't find any clothing or broken bushes or literally anything that would signify a child being there. Of course, there's suspicion about the mother for a while, but it's pretty clear that she's completely destroyed by the whole thing. We look for this kid for weeks, with a lot of volunteer help. But eventually, the search peters out and we have to move on. The volunteers keep searching though, and one day, we get a call on the radio letting us know that a body has been found and needs to be recovered. They tell us the location, and none of us can believe it. We figure it has to be a different kid. But we go there, about 15 miles from the site where he vanished, and sure enough, we find the body of the kid we've been looking for. I have been trying to figure out how this kid got where he did ever since we found him, and I've never come up with an answer. A volunteer just happened to be in the area because he figured he might as well look in places no one else would think to, on the off chance the body had been dumped. He comes to the base of a tall, rocky slope, and halfway up, he sees something. He looks through his binoculars, and sure enough, it's the body of a little boy, stuffed into a little opening in the rock. He recognizes the color of the kid's shirt, so he knows right away that it's the missing boy. That's when he calls it in, and we're dispatched. It took us almost an hour to get his body down, and none of us could believe what we were seeing. Not only was this kid 15 miles from where he'd started, but there was no possible way he could have gotten up there on his own. This slope is treacherous, and it's hard even for us with our climbing gear. A 5-year-old boy had no way of getting up there. Of that, I'm certain. Not only that, but the kid doesn't have a scratch on him. His shoes are gone, but his feet aren't damaged or dirty, so it wasn't an animal that dragged him up there. And from what we can tell, he hasn't been dead that long. He'd been out there for over a month by that point, and it looked like he'd only been dead for, at most, a day or two. The whole thing was unbelievably strange, and was one of the most disconcerting calls I've ever been on. We found out later that the coroner determined that the kid had died from exposure. He'd frozen to death, probably late at night 2 days before we found him. There were no suspects and no answers. To date, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. One of my first jobs as a trainee was a search op for a 4-year-old kid that had gotten separated from his mom. This was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail and we saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he'd been last seen. The kid wasn't even aware that he'd wandered that far. One of the vets brought him back, which I was glad for because I'm not really good with kids. I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I are headed back, she decides to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people will usually move downhill because it's easier. We hike out there. It's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area, she's pointing out places she's found people in the past. I see something in the distance. Now, this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area, though there's back roads you can take to get closer if you don't want to hike that far. But we're on state-protected land, which means that there can't be any kind of commercial or residential development out here. The most you'll ever see is a fire tower or a makeshift shelter that homeless people think they can get away with building. But I can see from here that whatever this thing is has straight edges, and if there's one thing you learn quickly, it's that nature rarely makes straight lines. I point it out, but she doesn't say anything. She just hangs back and lets me wander over and check it out. I get within about 20 feet of it, and all the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's a staircase in the middle of the fucking woods. In proper context, it would literally be the most benign thing ever. It's just a normal staircase with beige carpet and about 10 steps tall. But instead of being in a house where it obviously should be, it's out here in the middle of the woods. The sides aren't carpeted, obviously, and I could see the wood it's made of. It's almost like a video game glitch, where the house has failed to load completely in and the stairs are the only thing visible. I stand there, and it's like my brain is working overtime to try and make sense of what I'm seeing. My trainer comes and stands next to me, and she just stands there casually, looking at it as if it's the least interesting thing in the world. I ask her what the fuck that thing is doing there, and she just chuckles.
Get used to it, rookie. You're gonna see a lot of them.
I start to move closer, but she just grabs my arm, hard.
I wouldn't do that,
she said. Her voice is casual, but her grip is tight, and I just stand there, looking at her.
You're gonna see them all the time, but don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't go up them. Just ignore them.
I start to ask her about it, but something in the way she's looking at me tells me that it's best if I don't. We end up moving on, and the subject doesn't come up again for the rest of my training. She was right, though. I'd say about every 5th call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs. Sometimes they're relatively close to the path, maybe within 2 or 3 miles. Sometimes they're 20, 30 miles out, literally in the middle of nowhere, and I only find them during the broadest searches or training weekends. They're usually in good condition, but sometimes it looks like they've been out there for miles. All different kinds, all different sizes. The biggest I ever saw looked like they came off of a turn-of-the-century mansion and were at least 10 feet wide, with steps leading up at least 15 or 20 feet. I've tried talking about it with people, but they just give me the same response my trainer did. It's normal. Don't worry about it. They're not a big deal, but don't go close to them or up them. When my trainees ask me about it now, I give them the same response. I don't really know what else to tell them. I'm really hoping someday I get a better answer, but it hasn't happened yet. This is another one that was less spooky and more sad. A young man went missing late in winter when realistically, no one should be going that far out onto the trails. We close a lot of them, but some remain open year-round, unless there's a shitload of snow. We did an op for him, but we had about 6 feet of snow on the ground. It was an unusually heavy snow year, and we knew it wasn't likely that we'd find him until spring when the thaw came. Sure enough, when the first big thaw came, a hiker reported a body a little ways off the main trail. We found him at the base of the tree, in a pile of melted snow. I knew right away what had happened, and it scared the living shit out of me. Most of you who ski or snowboard or spend any amount of time on a mountain will probably have guessed too. When snow falls, it doesn't collect as thick in the areas beneath the branches. It happens most with fir trees because they have a sort of closed umbrella shape. So what you end up with is a space around the base of the tree that's filled with a mixture of loose, powdery snow, air, and branches. They're called tree wells, and they're not immediately obvious if you don't know what you're looking for. We put up signs in the Welcome Center, big ones, letting people know how dangerous they are, but every year that we get an unusual amount of snow, at least one person doesn't read them, or doesn't take the warning seriously, and we find out about it in spring. My best guess is that this young man was hiking and got tired, or maybe a cramp from walking in the deep snow. He went to go sit at the base of the tree, not knowing that there was a tree well, and fell in. He got stuck with his feet up, and the surrounding snow caved in around him. Unable to free himself, he suffocated. It's called snow immersion suffocation, and it doesn't usually happen except in really deep snow. But if you get stuck in a weird position, like this guy did, even 6 feet of snow can be lethal. What scared me most was imagining how he must have struggled. Upside down, in the freezing cold. He didn't die quickly. The snow would have formed a dense, heavy pile on top of him, and it would have been literally impossible to get out. As it got harder to breathe, he would have known what was happening. I can't even imagine what he was thinking in his last moments. A lot of my less outdoorsy friends want to know if I've ever seen the Goat Man while I've been out on calls. Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, I've never had anything quite like that happen. I guess the closest was the whole black-eyed man thing, but I didn't see anything. However, there was one call where I had something kind of similar happen, but I'm not sure I'm willing to chalk it up to the Goat Man. We'd gotten a report that an older woman had fainted along one of the trails and needed assistance getting back down to the main area. We hike up to where she's at, and her husband is just beside himself. He runs, well, I guess more jogs to us, and tells us that he was a little ways off the trail looking at something when his wife starts screaming behind him. He runs back to her, and she's passed out on the trail. We get her on a backboard, and as we're getting her down to the Welcome Center, she comes to and starts screaming again. I calm her down and ask her what happened. I can't remember verbatim what she said, but essentially, what happened was this. She'd been waiting for her husband when she started hearing this really strange sound. She said it sounded sort of like a cat, but it was off somehow, and she couldn't quite figure out why. She went a little ahead to try and hear it better, and it sounded like it was coming closer. She said the closer it got, the more uneasy she was, until she finally figured out what was wrong. I do remember this next part, because it was so weird that I don't think I could forget it if I tried.
It wasn't a cat. It was a man, saying the word meow over and over, just meow, meow, meow. But it wasn't a man, it couldn't have been, because I've never heard a man make his voice buzz like that. I thought my hearing aid was going out, but it wasn't. I adjusted it, and it still sounded all buzzy. Oh, it was awful. He was coming closer, but I couldn't see him, and the closer he got, the more scared I was, and the last thing I remember was a shape coming out of the trees. I guess that's when I fainted.
Now, I'm obviously a little perplexed as to why a guy would be out in the fucking woods chanting meow meow at people. So once we get down the mountain, I tell my superior that I'm gonna go search the area to see if I can find anything. He gives me the go-ahead, and I grab a radio and hike back to where she fainted. I don't see anyone, so I keep going about a mile more, and when I head back, I go off the trail to see if I can figure out where she saw him coming from. It's almost sunset by this point, and I don't have any desire to be out at night alone, so I just sort of write it off and make a mental note to check it out again tomorrow. But as I'm heading back, I start to hear something in the distance. I stop, and I call out for anyone in the immediate area to identify themselves. The sound didn't come closer or get louder, but it sounded exactly like a man saying meow, meow, in this really odd monotone. As comical as it makes it sound, it was almost like that guy on South Park with the electrolarynx, Ned. I go off the trail in the direction I think it's coming from, but I never seem to get closer. It's almost like it's coming from all directions. Eventually, it just sort of fades out, and I ended up going back to the Welcome Center. I didn't get any further reports like that, and even though I went back to that area, I never heard that exact sound again. I suppose it could have just been some stupid kid out there fucking with people, but even I have to admit, it was weird. So this kind of turned into a massive wall of text, and for that I apologize. I wanted to get to the stories my friend told me, and he does have some good ones, so I'll share those tomorrow evening. I also have a few more of my own I think you guys will like. I'm sorry to keep you on suspense again. Hopefully the stories here will make up for it and help you get through the next 24 hours. Edit. Since it seems like all of you would like to hear more, tomorrow I'll write up as many stories as I can and I'll do a massive post. I'll include my friends' stories and I'll see if I can't get a hold of any more people who might have interesting things to talk about. Well, once again, you guys have blown me away with your staggering amount of responses to my stories. There's no way I can respond to each of you individually, so I'm just going to address some common things again and then move on to the stories. I'm going to write as many as I can think of in addition to my friends' stories, and I'll probably not update again until I get a chance to answer some questions that I myself have for my superiors. Alright, so the common questions I found you all had. I'm not comfortable talking about exactly where I work, unfortunately. In all reality, some of the things I've mentioned here could get me in a lot of trouble or fired, so it's best if I just don't discuss too much. I will say that I'm in the United States, and in an area that is comprised of a great deal of wilderness. We're talking hundreds of miles of thick forest, with a mountain range and a few lakes. There is still a great amount of interest in the stairs, and luckily for you guys, my friend has a story that I think you'll all be very interested in. I'll go into that more at the end of this update. As for whether or not I have ever thought of asking my superiors about them, I have, but again, I don't want to risk my job. However, one of my former superiors no longer works as an SAR officer, and it's possible that he may be willing to talk to me about it. I'll be speaking to him again later in the week, and I will let you all know what comes of that. As far as advice on becoming an SAR officer goes, I think the best advice I can give is to contact your local Forest Service office and see if they offer any training courses or what the qualifications are. I've been doing this for years, and I started out as a volunteer helping on search and rescue operations. It's a great job despite the occasional tragic situations, and I wouldn't want to do anything else. Alright, let's move on to the stories. The first happened on a case that I went out on right after I got out of training and was still pretty new to everything. Before I took this job, I was a volunteer, so I had a basic idea of what to expect, but on those calls, you're mostly dealing with finding lost people after vets have already found signs of them. As a search and rescue officer, you go out for all kinds of cases, from animal bites to heart attacks. This case got called in early in the morning, from a young couple who were up on the trails that goes by the lake. The husband was completely hysterical, and we couldn't really figure out what was going on. We could hear the woman screaming in the background, and he was begging us to come up there right away. When we get there, we see him holding his wife, and she's got something in her arms. She's screaming these awful, almost animal-like screams, and he's sobbing. He sees us, and he screams at us to help them, to please get an ambulance up there. Now, obviously, we can't just drive an ambulance up the walking path, so we ask him if his wife needs help, or if she can walk on her own. He's still hysterical, but he manages to tell us that it's not his wife that needs help. I go over while one of the vets tries to calm him down, and I ask the wife what's going on. She's rocking, holding something, and just shrieking over and over. I crouch down and see whatever she's holding. It's covering her with blood. That's when I notice the sling on her front and my heart sinks. I ask her to tell me what's going on, and I sort of pry her arms gently open so I can see what she's holding. It's her baby, and it's obviously dead. His head is caved in on one side and he's covered in scratches. Now, I've seen dead bodies before, but something about this whole situation hits me hard. Yeah, I have to take a second to compose myself, and I get up and go get one of the other vets who is standing by. I tell him that it's a dead kid, and he sort of pats my shoulder and tells me he'll deal with it. It took us over an hour to get this woman to let us see her kid. Every time we try to take him from her, she flips out and tells us we can't have him, that he'll be okay if we just leave her alone and let her help him. But eventually, one of the vets manages to calm her down and she gives us the body. We took it back to the med area, but when the EMT showed up, they told us that there was never any hope of saving the kid. He died instantly from the trauma to his head. I was good buddies with one of the nurses who met them at the hospital, and she told me later what had happened. Turns out the couple had been walking with the baby in the sling, and they stopped because the kid was fussing. The dad takes the kid and is holding him, looking out over this little gully by the path. The mom comes to stand next to them, but she ends up stepping on a loose patch of soil and she trips. She falls into the dad, who drops the kid, who ends up falling about 20 feet down this little gully into the rocks at the bottom. The dad climbed down and recovered the kid, but he'd fallen right on his head and was dead by the time he got there. The baby was only about 15 months old. It was a total freak accident, a series of events that coalesced into the worst possible outcome. It's probably one of the more awful calls I've been on. I haven't seen a lot of animal bites in my time as an SAR officer, mostly because there aren't that many animals that come around the area. While there are bears in the area, they tend to stay pretty far away from people, and sightings are highly unusual. Most of the animals you'll see are small ones like coyotes, raccoons, or skunks. What we do see frequently, though, are moose. And let me tell you, moose are nasty fuckers. They'll chase after anything for any reason, and God help you if you get in between a female and its baby. One of the more amusing calls was of a guy who'd gotten chased down by an absolutely massive male moose and was stuck up a tree. Took us almost an hour to get him down, and when he was finally on solid ground again, he looks at me and says, "God damn, them fuckers is big up close." I guess that's not really a scary story, but we still laugh about that one. I honestly don't know how I'd forgotten this story, but it is, by far, the scariest thing that's happened to me. I guess maybe I've tried so long to forget about it that it just didn't come to mind right away. As someone who spends literally all of their time in the woods, you don't ever want to let yourself get scared of being alone or out in the middle of nowhere. That's why when you have experiences like this, you tend to just forget about them and move on. This is, to date, the only thing that's ever made me seriously consider if this job is the right one for me. I don't really like talking about it much, but I'll do the best I can to remember it all. As I recall, this took place right at the end of spring. It was a typical lost child call. A 4-year-old girl had wandered away from her family's campsite and had been missing for about 2 hours. Her parents were completely despondent and told us what most parents do. My kid would never wander away. She's so good about staying close. She's never done anything like this before, etc., etc. We assure the parents that we'll do everything we can to find her, and we spread out in a standard search formation. I was partnered with one of my good buddies, and we were sort of casually holding conversation while we hiked. I know it sounds callous, but you do sort of become desensitized when you've done this long enough. It becomes the norm, and I think to a certain extent, you have to learn to desensitize yourself in order to work this job. We search for a good 2 hours, going well beyond where we think she'd be, and we come out of a small valley when something makes us both stop in unison. We freeze and look at each other, and there's almost a sensation like a plane depressurizing. My ears pop, and I have this odd sensation of having dropped about 10 feet. I start to ask my buddy if he felt that, but before I can, we hear the loudest sound I ever heard in my life. It's almost like a freight train passing directly by us, but it's coming from every direction at once, including above and below us. He screams something to me, but I can't hear him over this deafening roar. Understandably freaked out, we look all around us trying to find the source of the sound, but neither of us sees anything. Of course, my first thought is a landslide, but we're not near any cliffs, and even if we were, it would have hit us by now. The sound goes on, and we're trying to yell to each other, but even standing close together, we can't hear anything but this sound. Then, as suddenly as it starts, it stops, like someone threw a switch and cut it off. We stand there for a second, perfectly still, and slowly, the normal sounds of the woods come back. He asks me what the fuck just happened, but I just kind of shrug, and we stand there looking at each other for a minute. I get on the radio and ask if anyone else just heard the end of the fucking world, but no one else hears it, even though we're all within shouting distance of each other. My buddy and I just sort of shrug it off and keep going. About an hour later, we all check up on the radios and no one's found the little girl. Most of the time, we won't search when it gets dark, but because we don't have any kind of lead on her, a few of us decide to keep on going, including me and my buddy. We keep close together and we're calling out for her every couple of minutes. At this point, I'm hoping beyond hope that we find her because while I may not like kids, the idea of them being out all alone in the dark is awful. The woods can be intimidating to kids in the daylight. At night, well, it's a whole different beast. But we're not seeing any signs of her or getting any responses, and around midnight, we decide to turn around and head back to the rendezvous point. We're about halfway back when my buddy stops and shines his light to the right of us into a really thick deadfall, or a group of dead trees. I ask him if he's heard a response, but he just told me to be quiet a second and listen. I do. And in the distance, I can hear what sounded like a kid crying. We both call the girl's name and listen for any kind of response, but it's just this really faint crying. We head in the direction of this deadfall and go around it, calling her name over and over. As we get closer to the crying, I start getting this weird feeling in my gut, and I tell my buddy that something isn't right. He tells me he feels the same way, but we can't figure out what it is. We stop where we are and call the girl's name again, and at the same time, we both figure it out. The crying is on a loop. It's the same little hitching sob, then wail, then quiet hiccup, repeated over and over. It's exactly the same every time, and without saying another word, we both take off running. It's the only time I've ever lost my composure like that, but something about it was so incredibly wrong, and neither of us wanted to stay out there anymore. When we got back to the rendezvous, we asked if anyone else had heard anything strange, but no one else knew what we were talking about. I know it sounds sort of anticlimactic, but that call fucked me up for a long time. As for the little girl, we never found a trace of her. We keep an eye out for her and all the other people we've never found, but frankly, I doubt we'll ever find anything. Of the missing persons calls I've gone out on, only a handful have ever resulted in a complete disappearance, meaning no trace of the person and nobody ever found. But sometimes, finding a body just leads to more questions than answers. Here are some of the bodies we found that have become infamous in our team. A teenage boy whose remains were recovered almost a year after he vanished. We found the top of his skull, 2 finger bones, and his camera almost 40 miles from where he was last seen. The camera, sadly, was destroyed. The pelvis of an older man who had vanished a month earlier. That was all we found. The lower jaw and right foot of a 2-year-old boy on the highest peak of a ridge in the southern part of the park. The body of a 10-year-old girl with Down syndrome, almost 20 miles from where she'd vanished. She had died of exposure 3 weeks after going missing, and all of her clothes were intact except for her shoes and jacket. There were berries and cooked meat in her stomach when they did the autopsy. The coroner said it appeared as if someone had been taking care of her. No suspects were ever identified. The frozen body of a 1-year-old baby, found a week after vanishing in the hollow trunk of a tree 10 miles from the area he was seen last. There was fresh milk found in his stomach, but his tongue was gone. A single vertebra and right kneecap of a 3-year-old girl, found in the snow almost 20 miles from the campground her family had been at the previous summer. Now, on to a couple of the stories my friend told me. I mentioned that you were all interested in the stairs, and you're in luck. He's had a closer encounter with them. Though he doesn't have any explanation for them, he does have a bit more experience with them than I do. My buddy has been an SAR officer for about 7 years. He started when he was a junior in college, and he had a very similar experience when he first encountered the stairs. His trainer told him almost the same thing mine did, which was to never go near, touch, or ascend them. For the first year, he did just that, but apparently his curiosity got the better of him, and on one call, he broke away from the line and went to go check a set of them out. He said they were about 10 miles from the path where a teenage girl had vanished, and the dogs were following a scent. He was on his own, lagging behind the main group when he saw a set of stairs off to his left. They looked like they were from a new house because the carpeting was pristine and white. He said that as he got closer, he didn't feel any different or hear any weird noises. He was expecting something to happen, like bleeding from his ears or collapsing, but he got right up next to them and didn't feel anything. The only thing he said that was odd was that there was absolutely no debris on the steps. No dust, no dirt, leaves, anything. And there didn't appear to be any signs of animal or insect activity in the immediate area, which he found strange too. It was less like things were avoiding them and more like they just happened to be in a relatively barren part of the forest. He touched the stairs and didn't feel anything except that sort of sticky feeling you get from new carpet. Making sure his radio was on, he slowly climbed them. He said it was terrifying because the way they'd been stigmatized, he wasn't really sure what was going to happen to him. He joked that half of him expected to be teleported to some other dimension and the other half was watching for a UFO to come swooping down. But he got to the top with little event, and he stood there looking around. But, he said, the longer he stood on the top step, the more he felt like he was doing something very, very wrong. He described it as the feeling you'd get if you were in a part of a government building you have no business being in, as if someone was going to come and arrest you or shoot you in the back of the head at any second. He tried to brush it off, but the feeling got stronger and stronger, and that's when he realized he couldn't hear anything anymore. The sounds of the forest were gone, and he couldn't hear his own breathing. It was like some kind of weird, awful tinnitus, but more oppressive. He climbed back down and rejoined the search and didn't mention what he'd done. But, he said, the weirdest part came after. His trainer was waiting back at the welcome center after the search ended for the day, and he cornered my buddy before he could leave. He said his trainer had this look of intense anger, and he asked what was wrong. "You went up them, didn't you?" My buddy said it wasn't phrased as a question. He asked how his trainer knew. The trainer just shook his head. "Because we didn't find her. The dogs lost her scent." My buddy asked what that had to do with anything. The trainer asked how long he'd been on the stairs, and my buddy said no more than a minute. The trainer gave him this really awful, almost dead-eyed look, and told him that if he ever went up another set of stairs again, he'd be fired immediately. The trainer walked away, and I guess he's never answered any of the questions my buddy has asked him about since. My buddy has been involved in a lot of missing persons cases where there's never been a trace of them found. I mentioned David Politis, and my buddy said he can confirm that those stories are, for the most part, accurate. He said that most of the time, if the person isn't found right away, they're either never found or they're found weeks, months, or years later in places that they can't possibly have gotten to. One story he told me really stood out that involved a 5-year-old boy with a severe mental disability. The little boy vanished from a picnic area in the late fall. In addition to the mental disability, he was also physically handicapped, and his parents explained over and over that he simply could not have vanished. It was impossible. Someone had to have taken him. My buddy said they searched for this kid for weeks, going miles out of the accepted range, but it was like he'd never even been there. The dogs couldn't pick up his scent anywhere, not even in the picnic area where he'd apparently vanished from. Suspicion fell on the parents, but it was pretty clear that they were devastated and hadn't done anything sinister to their kid. The search was concluded about a month later, and my buddy said everyone had pretty much forgotten it by later in the winter. He was out on a training op in the snow on one of the higher peaks when he came across something in the snow. He said he saw it from far away at first, and when he got closer, he realized it was a shirt, frozen and sticking partway out of the powder. He recognized it as belonging to the kid because it had a distinctive pattern. About 20 yards away, he found the kid's body, lying partially buried in the snow. My buddy said there was no way the kid had been dead for any more than a few days, even though he'd been missing for almost 3 months. The kid was curled around something, and when my buddy brushed off the snow to see what it was, he said he almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a big chunk of ice that had been carved crudely to look sort of like a person. The kid was holding it so tight that it had frostbitten his chest and hands, which my buddy could tell even with the decay that had taken place. He radioed the rest of the crew, and they took the body off the mountain. Now, he recapped all this for me, and to put it simply, there was no way this kid could have both survived for almost 3 months on his own or have gotten to this peak. There was no physical way this child could have walked almost 15 miles and ended up on top of the goddamn mountain. To top it off, there was nothing in the kid's stomach or colon. Nothing. Not even water. It was like, my buddy said, the kid had been taken off the face of the earth, put in suspended animation, and dropped on this mountain months later, only to die of exposure. He's never really gotten over that one. The last story I'll share from him was the one that took place relatively recently, only a few months ago. They were out doing a recon for mountain lions because there have been several reports of sightings in the last couple of days. One of our jobs is to scout out the areas where these animals are seen to ensure that if they are in the area, we can warn people and close off those trails. He was out on his own in a very heavily forested part of the park towards dusk when he heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the distance. Now, as most of you know, when a mountain lion screams, it sounds almost exactly like a woman being brutally murdered. It's unsettling, but far from abnormal. My buddy radioed back and let ops know that he'd heard one and that he was going to keep going to see if he could figure out where its territory started. He heard the mountain lion scream a couple more times, always from the same spot, and determined the approximate area of the mountain lion's territory. He was about to head back when he heard another scream, this time within only a few yards of him. Of course, he freaks out and starts heading back at a much faster pace because the last thing he wants is to run into a goddamn mountain lion and get mauled to death. As he got back on the path and started heading back, the screaming followed him and he broke into a jog. When he was about a mile from ops, the screaming stopped and he turned around to see if it was following him. It was almost night by this point, but he said that in the distance, just before the path rounded a corner, he could see what looked like a male figure. He called out to them, warning them that the paths were closed and that he needed to come back to the welcome center. The figure just stood there, and my buddy started to walk over. When he was about 10 yards away, the figure took, as he described, an impossibly long step toward him and let out the same scream my buddy had been hearing. My buddy didn't even say anything. He just turned and sprinted back to the ops, never looking behind him. By the time he got back, the screaming had moved back into the woods. He didn't mention it to anyone else. Just said that there was a mountain lion in the area and that they would need to close those paths until the animal could be located and moved. I'm going to end this entry here, since it's turned into a huge wall of text. I'm going to be heading out on a yearly training op tomorrow morning, so I'll be gone until early next week. I'll be meeting with a lot of former trainers and buddies who work in other areas at the park, and I'll be asking around about any stories they'd like to share. I'm glad you guys have been interested in my stories, and once I'm back from this op, I'll continue to share them. Well, I'm back from my training op, and I have a lot of really interesting stories to share with you. I've got enough that I'm going to break them up into 2 parts, with this being the first. I'd love to put them all in one entry, but I just haven't had a chance to write them all down yet. I didn't have anything too crazy happen while I was out there, but we did have one incident with a rookie that I found relevant. Since I'm sure you guys have been waiting for these, I'll just get right into the stories. I'll assign each batch of stories to the person who told them to me. KD is a vet who's been an SAR officer for about 15 years. She specializes in high-elevation mountain rescues and is widely considered one of the best in her field. She was one of the more enthusiastic storytellers, and since we were together a fair amount during exercises, she ended up telling me about 4 that really stuck with me. The first she told me in response to my asking about her most traumatic calls. She shook her head and told me that really bad calls happen more frequently on the mountain since the potential for nasty accidents is higher. About 5 years ago, one of the parks she worked at had a string of disappearances. It was a bad year, she said, one of the worst on record as far as weather went. They were getting about a foot of new snow every couple of days, and there were a few avalanches that killed some climbers. They'd warned people about staying on the mapped areas, but of course, there are always those who didn't listen. In one particularly nasty case, an entire family got wiped out because the father decided he knew better than the officials, and he took them out into an area that wasn't safe. They were snowshoeing, and, as best KD could figure, they'd walked onto a shelf of snow that looked solid, but it actually wasn't. It gave way, and this family went ass over tea kettle almost 300 feet down a slope. They landed on the rocks at the bottom, and the parents died instantly. One of the kids did as well, but the other 2 survived. One had a broken leg and fractured ribs, and the other was almost unharmed save for some bruising and a sprained ankle. The uninjured child left his sibling behind and set out to find help. KD said the kid didn't make it more than half a mile before a storm overtook him. He stopped to try and get warm, or maybe just a rest, and ended up freezing to death. They ended up finding the family with the help of some witnesses who saw them heading out into the wilderness, and she was the one to find the kid who'd frozen to death looking for help. She said it had started to snow, just enough to obscure long-distance vision, but not enough to make searching impossible. She saw a figure sitting in the snow up ahead, and she got to it as quickly as possible. She described in detail how, as she got closer, she realized first that it was a child, second that they were deceased, and third that they were frozen in one of the most pitiful positions she had ever found a corpse in. The kid was sitting upright, with his knees tucked up against his chest. His arms were curled around them, and his head was tucked up in his coat. When she moved the coat to look at his face, she saw that he died crying. His face was twisted and the tears were frozen on his cheeks. She said it was painfully obvious that the kid was terrified when he'd succumbed to hypothermia, and, as a mother, it broke her heart. She told me, repeatedly, that she hopes the father is burning in hell as we speak. The other traumatic story she told me that stood out in my mind was one that happened when she was a rookie. Her team got a report of an experienced climber who hadn't come home the previous day. His wife was convinced that something bad had happened because he'd never failed to come home on time. They went out looking for him and had to climb what sounded like some very technically challenging parts of the mountain. They got to a relatively flat area, and Katie started seeing blood in the snow. She followed the trail, and as she went, she started seeing little bits of tissue. She wasn't sure exactly what body part it had come from, but the further she followed it, the more there was. She follows this blood and tissue trail to a sheltered area under a cliff face, and she finds the climber. She said there was so much blood, more than anything she'd ever seen before. He was lying face down, one arm stretched in front of him, as if he died crawling. She looks closer and she sees that he's been partially disemboweled, which is where the tissue had come from. The guy has an ice pick tucked into a hip holster and it's covered in blood. Of course, they'll never be sure exactly what happened, but she said, as best as she could figure, this is what went down. The guy had been attempting to climb up to the next area and had been using his ice axe to ascend. He'd probably hit a loose patch and had fallen. On the way down, possibly when he landed, he'd gotten impaled by the axe and it had disemboweled him. He dragged himself along, tearing pieces of himself out as he went, and had died under the cliff face. She isn't terribly bothered by gore, but I guess a few of the guys who came to help her remove the body threw up when they turned him over, and a good portion of his intestines spilled out. I mentioned to her that I was interested in hearing about any experiences she had with people completely disappearing. Her eyes light up and she leaned in close to me. "Want to hear a real doozy?" she asked. She tells me about how, when she first started, there was a case that got a lot of attention in the media. A family had been out berry picking in an area of the forest very close to the entrance to the park. They had 2 little boys, both under the age of 5, and at some point during the day, one of them vanishes. There's an absolutely massive search, and they find absolutely nothing. It's another one of those cases where it's like the kid was never there in the first place. The dogs just sit down and don't pick up on anything, and no trace of the kid is found. The search goes on for about 2 months, but it's eventually called off. Fast forward to 6 months later. The family comes back to place flowers at a memorial that's been set up there for the kid. They bring their other son. While they're placing the flowers, they lose sight of the kid for about 3 seconds, and in that span of time, he vanishes into thin air. Now, obviously, the parents are beyond devastated. It's awful enough to lose 1 child, but to lose 2 is beyond imagining. The search is huge, one of the largest in state history. There are about 300 volunteers combing every inch of this park looking for the kid. But again, there's no trace of him. The search goes on for about a week, with people looking miles from the part of the park where he vanished from. And then, almost 2 weeks later, a volunteer almost 15 miles from the designated search area radios in that he's found the kid. They assume that the kid was dead, but the volunteer says that not only he's alive, he's in good shape. KD and her team go out to recover the kid, and when they get there, they can't believe that this is the kid that's been missing. His clothes are clean, there's no dirt on him anywhere, and he doesn't appear traumatized. The volunteer says that he found the kid sitting on a log, playing with a little twig bundle that's bound together with some old rope. Katie asks him where he's been, who he was with for those 2 weeks, and the kid tells her that he's been with the Fuzzy Man. Now, KD firmly believes in Bigfoot, so she gets all excited and asks what he means by fuzzy. Was he hairy? But the kid says no, he wasn't hairy. He was a fuzzy man, and he describes a man that's blurry, like when you close your eyes but not all the way closed. He says the man came out of the trees and took the kid with him deep into the woods. The kid says he slept in a hollow tree, and the fuzzy man gave him berries to eat. KD asks if the man was mean, if he scared the kid. And the kid says no, he wasn't scary, but I didn't like how he didn't have eyes. KD says they get the kid back to headquarters, and a cop takes him into town to talk to him more about what has happened. She's friends with the cop that talked to him, and she said the kid described being kept in this tree by the fuzzy man and given berries whenever he was hungry. He was allowed to wander around a very specific clearing, but when he tried to go further, the fuzzy man would get mad and yell real loud even though he didn't have a mouth. When the kid got scared at night, the fuzzy man made it go brighter and gave him the twig bundle. He said the fuzzy man was going to keep him, but he had to let him go because the kid wasn't the right kind. He either can't or won't elaborate more on that. The cops are just sort of left scratching their heads, and the search for his brother is renewed with no results. The kid has no idea where his brother might be, and they never find him. The last story that KD told me was of something that happened to her when she got separated from her training group when she was a rookie. They were learning the basics of high elevation belaying on a well-mapped side of the mountain, and she had to use the bathroom. She went off about 50 yards from the group during a meal break and did her business. I'll let her tell you the rest, exactly as she told it to me.
So, I go to take a piss. Once I'm done, I start going back to the group. But I've only gotten about 5 feet when I realize that I have no idea where I am. And this wasn't I got turned around lost. I mean, I had literally no fucking clue where I was. If you'd asked me, I don't even think I'd have been able to tell you what state we were in. It was sort of how I imagine people with amnesia feel, you know? You're completely lost, and you have no idea what to do. So I stood there for a while, just trying to figure out where the fuck I was and what I was supposed to do. But the longer I stand there, the more confusion and turned around I get. So I started walking. As I recall, I just picked a random direction and went for it. And as I'm walking, it's just getting worse and worse, to the point where I have no concept of why I'm on the mountain in the first place. I'm just trudging through the snow, and then I start hearing this voice. It's kind of inside my head, almost. Like if a frog could talk, all low and croaky. And it's telling me over and over, it's okay, it's okay. You just need to find something. You just need to find something to eat. Find something to eat and you'll be okay. Just keep walking and find something to eat. 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 So I start looking around for anything that I can eat. And I swear to God, I've never felt that hungry in my whole life. It was bottomless. And I think I'd have eaten just about anything you put in front of me right then. I had no concept of time, so I had no idea how long I'd been out when I hear an actual voice coming toward me. I go toward it and see one of the other SARs, and he looks fucking terrified. He's running towards me, asking if I'm okay, and what the hell I'm doing out here. And the scary thing was, as he's running towards me, I kind of see myself reaching into my belt for my hunting knife. I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing. But what I am thinking is that I have to eat. If I don't eat, I'll never be okay again. So I just have to eat. He sees me doing that, and he backs off right away. He yells at me to put my knife away, that he's not going to hurt me, and that kind of snaps me back. All of a sudden, I know exactly where I am, and I put the knife away. I run to him and ask him how long I've been gone, thinking he'll tell me I've been gone for half an hour or so. But he tells me I've been gone for 2 fucking days. I've gone over 2 peaks and ended up almost on the other side of the mountain. And if I'd kept going, I would have ended up wandering into about 300 miles of wilderness. They'd never have found me. You can't believe I'm not dead. And of course, I don't know what the fuck to think. To me, no time has passed at all. I don't say anything. I just go back with him to a rendezvous point, and I'm taken back to HQ to be airlifted to the hospital. When I get there, they do all kinds of tests and try to figure out what happened. As best they can guess, I had some kind of weird fugue state, which is kind of like amnesia, or a weird seizure that knocked my brain out of whack. But the truth is that we really don't know. It's never happened again. But I'll tell you, ever since then, I never go out there alone. People rag on me for making them come with me when I have to leave the group. But I just tell them that listening to me piss in the snow is better than losing me for 2 fucking days on a freezing mountain.
The next person I talked to was EW, a former trainer who now works as an EMT. He still comes to ops like these to help out, but he doesn't work full-time for us anymore. He specialized in finding lost kids. He just seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to knowing where they'd gone. He's a legend among the more senior vets, but he gets embarrassed if you compliment him on his work. He sat down with me at dinner one evening, and we ended up swapping stories. Most of them were just casual, but when we got on the subject of our weirder calls, I mentioned that I'd had a buddy who had gone up a set of stairs. He got kind of quiet and asked me if I'd heard of a little boy who disappeared from his park a few years back. I hadn't, so he told me the story. They were out looking for this 11-year-old boy, Joey, who'd gone missing near a river. Of course, the first thought was that he'd fallen in and drowned, but when they brought the dogs out, they led search and rescue officers away from the river and up into a very densely forested area. When we do searches for people, we search in a grid pattern, and we search every box of the grid incredibly thoroughly. What EW's team noticed right away was that a very strange pattern was emerging. Dogs in alternating boxes were picking up Joey's scent, but losing it when they overlapped with another box. If you think of a checkerboard, Joey's scent was being picked up in random black squares, but never in red. This, of course, didn't make any sense, because how could the kid bounce from area to area without leaving a scent in each place he passed? EW and his partner pass into a new box of the grid, and EW notices a set of stairs about 50 yards away. He tells his partner that they need to go check near it, but his partner flat out refuses. He tells EW that he's made it a point never to go near any stairs he sees, and that while it may be routine, he's not to pretend that it's normal. He tells EW that he'll wait in sight while EW checks. EW says he was irritated, but he felt for the guy and didn't push him on the subject. The rest comes from EW himself.
I walked over to the stairs. They were small, kind of like the stairs into a basement. I don't really feel strongly one way or the other about them. The stairs, I mean. So I wasn't scared or anything. I guess I'm like everyone else, and I just prefer not to think about them too much. Anyway, I went over, and I could see that there was something lying on the bottom step, sort of curled up. My heart sank, because, of course, you always hope for the best, and we were confident that we'd find this kid alive, because he'd only been missing for a few hours. But I knew right away that it was him, and that he was dead. He was curled up in a little ball on the step, holding his stomach. It looked like he'd been in horrible pain when he died, but I didn't see any blood, except some on his lips and chin. I radioed in that I'd found him, and we got his body back to command. And that poor family, they were devastated. The parents couldn't understand how he'd been dead, because he'd only been gone for such a short amount of time, and on top of that, we didn't have any obvious cause of death, which just made it worse. I figured he'd probably eaten something poisonous, since he was holding his stomach when I found him, but I didn't want to guess. It's hard enough to hear that your kid is dead, let alone have some stupid SAR guy guessing what had happened. They took him away, and I went home and tried not to think about it. I hate finding dead kids, man. I love this job, but it's one of the reasons I left. I've got 2 daughters, and the thought of losing them that way was just...
He choked up a little here. I'm not great with emotional stuff like that, and it's always sort of awkward to see a grown man cry, so I didn't really know what to do. He pulled himself together eventually, though, and he kept going.
We don't always hear back from the coroners about the cause of death. It's not really our job to know, I guess, and sometimes, if they think it's foul play, they won't tell us because of legal bullshit. But I've got a friend who works for the sheriff's department, and he'll usually pass along any interesting info if I ask. In this case, though, I actually got a call from him about a week later. He asks if I remember the kid, and of course I do, and he says some seriously weird shit is going on. He tells me, "EW, man, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but the coroner has no idea what happened to this kid. He's never even seen anything like it." My friend goes on to tell me that when the coroner opened the kid up, he couldn't even believe what he was seeing. The kid's organs were like Swiss cheese. Quarter-size holes were punched clean through just about every single organ this kid had, aside from his heart and lungs. But his colon, stomach, his kidneys, even his testicles were full of these clean holes. My friend said the coroner described it as if someone had taken a hole punch and punched holes out of everything. They were so neat. But the kid didn't have a scratch on him, no entry or exit wounds, The closest anyone there had ever seen like it was a guy who filled himself full of buckshot a year or so back while cleaning his rifle. No one had a clue what could possibly have caused it. My friend asked me if I had ever heard of anything like that, or if we'd had similar cases in the past, but I'd never even heard of something like that, and I told him I wasn't going to be of any help to him. As far as I know, the coroner determined the cause of death as something like massive internal bleeding, but no one knows what really happened. I've never been able to forget that kid. I have nightmares about it sometimes. I don't let my kids go into the woods alone, and when we go together, I never let them out of my sight. I used to love it out there, but that case and a couple of others just sort of ruined it for me.
Dinner was over, so we started to clean up and go back to our cabins. Before we went our separate ways, he put his hand on my shoulder and looked at me really close. He tells me that there are bad things out here. Things that don't care if we have families or lives, or that we can think and feel. He tells me to be careful, and he walks away. I didn't get a chance to talk with him again, but that story stuck with me. By pure coincidence, I got talking to another vet, PB, who's been in the search and rescue field for years. We were partnered on a grid sweep during a training exercise, and we were chatting casually about how we liked the job, what kinds of things we've seen, and the like. At one point, we passed an old set of stairs, though these were probably from an old fire lookout given the area that we were in. I sort of casually mentioned that I was curious about the stairs and that I wished I knew more about them. He got kind of quiet and looked like he wanted to tell me something but wasn't sure if he should. Finally, he told me to turn my radio off. Obviously, that is something we are never, ever supposed to do, but I did it, and he did the same. About 7 years ago, he tells me, he was out on a call with a rookie. They were in an area of the park that has a lot of strange reports and events. Disappearances, stories about lights in the forest, odd noises, things like that. The rookie was totally spooked, kept going on and on about things out in the woods. According to PB,
the guy wouldn't stop talking about the goat man. Just on and on. Goat man this and goat man that. Finally, I told him that there was plenty else to be afraid of out here that was very real, and that he better get over this thing with the goat man. The rookie wanted to know what kinds of things I was talking about. I just told him to shut up and walk. We crested a little ridge, and there was a staircase about 10 yards ahead. The rookie stops dead in his tracks and just there look at him. I tell him, see, that's something you should be afraid of. The rookie asked me what the hell these are doing out here, and for some reason I just open up and tell him the truth, or what I've been told is the truth. I could have gotten in a lot of trouble for doing what I did, and I could get in a lot of trouble for repeating to you, but you're a nice kid, and I want you to stop looking into this. Quit while you're ahead. So, I'll tell you what I know, under the condition that you never breathe a word of this to the soups. I told him I wouldn't say a word, and he double-checked that our radios are off. When I first started out, we were a little less tight-lipped about them and other things that happen out here. We warned people before they were even hired that there was weird shit going on. I guess the Forest Service was tired of having such a massive turnover rate. They wanted people to know what they were getting into. So they started having people sign these agreements that they wouldn't go to the media about what they were gonna see. The FS didn't want to scare people away, so the last thing they needed were spooked rookies running off to the media with stories of ghosts and haunted stairs. But eventually, they found that the agreements weren't necessary. People not only didn't want to talk about what they saw, they wouldn't. A few times, media tried to talk to people when kids or hikers would disappear, and no one would say a word. Can't really explain it. I guess we just don't really want to admit anything is wrong. This is our job, to be out in the woods every single day. We don't need to be spooked, and the best way to avoid this is to pretend like everything's okay. So I'll tell you everything I can think of, and after that, I'm done talking about it for good. And I expect you not to bring it up around me, ever. The stairs have been out here for as long as the parks have existed. We have records going back decades describing them. Sometimes people go up on them, and nothing happens. Other times, look, I really don't like talking about this, but sometimes really bad shit happens. I saw one guy get his hand sliced clean off when he got to the top step. He reached out to touch a tree branch, and it happened so fast. 1 second his hand was there, and the next it was gone. Completely clean wound. We didn't find his hand, and the guy almost died. Another time, a woman touched one of the stairs, and a blood vessel in her brain exploded. It literally exploded, like a water balloon. She sorta stumbled down and came over to me, and all she got out was, "I think something is wrong with me." She dropped like a sack of flour, dead before she hit the ground. I'll never forget the way the blood leaked into the inside of her eye. And before she died, I watched it turn red. I watched it happen. There wasn't a single thing I could do to help. We warned people not to go anywhere near him, but there's always at least one idiot who does. And even if nothing happens to them, something bad always happens. Kids go missing as we're on the trail. Someone dies the next day, cut in half in a completely safe part of the park. I don't know why, but something bad always happens. I don't know exactly why they're out here, but it doesn't matter. They're here. And if we were smart, we'd tell our new officers exactly what they're capable of.
We were both quiet for a little while. I was afraid to talk because I wasn't sure if he was done. He looked like he wanted to say something else. Finally, he spoke up again.
Have you ever noticed how you can't find the same ones twice?
I nodded, expecting him to continue, but he just sort of stayed quiet, walking alongside me. And eventually he started a story about the biggest deer he'd ever seen in the park. I didn't bring up the subject again, and I didn't press him for any more stories. He dropped out of the op the next day. Apparently, he left before the sun came up. He said he was sick. None of us have heard from him since he left. I'm going to stop here for the time being. I'll try and post the next part in the coming days, but while with it being the end of summer, things are pretty busy here. Thanks for the continued interest, guys. You've really awakened this curiosity in me that I didn't know I had. I apologize for the short update, guys. Things have gotten a little crazy around here, and I'm not sure how often I'll be able to update going forward. I really appreciate all the support you guys have given me, and while I only have a couple of stories to share with you, I'll be interested to see what you all think. A firefighter who was helping us at the training op told me about a call he'd gone on, supposedly to help rescue a kid from an absolutely massive tree. He said they didn't give him details, just that they needed him to come out and help because they lacked the proper equipment. He'd been called out specifically because this thing was so huge that the search and rescue officers didn't feel safe trying to climb it. He'd been a tree trimmer before joining the VFD, so it was easy enough for him to grab his old equipment to come help out. He was led out about 2 miles, and the team stopped at one of the biggest trees in the area and pointed up. He laughed and asked the op captain how the kid had gotten up there, made some joke about the old cat in a tree thing, but the captain just shook his head and told him to get up there and get the kid down. He said he knew something was up, but he didn't push it. He said that as he climbed the tree, he started wondering if they were playing a prank on him.
There was no way this kid should have been able to climb this fucking thing. It was massive at the base, but about halfway up it started tapering. And I almost had to turn back a few times because I really didn't think it was going to hold me.
But he said he kept going, and when he was just about at the top, he saw a flash of blue in the branches.
I saw the kid's shirt sort of caught in a branch, and I called out to him and told him to come near me if he could, but he didn't say anything. I kept moving, calling the kid's name and telling him not to be scared, that I was there to help him. By the time I got to him, I knew he wasn't going to answer me. I found him, or what was left of him, cradled in the fork of a branch, and the fact that he was up there was sheer luck. If he'd fallen any other way, he'd have come crashing down. It wouldn't have mattered, though, because this kid was dead long before he ended up in that tree. I don't know who put him there, or how, or why, but it was fucking sick. Kid's intestines had popped out of his mouth and were hanging in the branches. It was like some sick fucking Christmas tree, the way they were draped all over everything. I got a better look and saw they'd even popped out of his ass. His guts were hanging out the bottom of his pants. His eyes were gone. I assume shoved out from whatever force caused him to pop like a stress ball. You ever seen a body that's been floating in water for a long time? How their tongues kind of swell up and stick out?
His was like that. I remember because there were flies crawling all over it. I think I must have just gone into shock because, man, I just pushed that kid down with a stick I broke off a branch. Just kinda poked him until he fell. I don't know why I did that. I almost lost my job because of that. But man, the thought of hauling that kid down over my shoulder the whole way, gathering his guts up and coiling them around me like ropes so they wouldn't get snagged, I couldn't do it. I've seen a lot of dead kids, more than I'd ever admit. I've seen a kid who hid in a full bathtub during a house fire, boiled him alive, turned him into literal soup. But this, I don't know what did this, but the thought of touching that kid's body made me feel like I was gonna lose my mind. I heard him hit the ground and I figured everyone would freak out, but no. They knew he was dead when they sent me up there. They didn't say anything, but they didn't shout or freak out or anything. I got to the bottom and I started to get up in the captain's face, asked him who he thought he was sending me up there when they knew damn well the kid was dead. But he just told me it was none of my concern and thanked me for getting the evidence down. I remember he said that. I remember it specifically because it was so weird to hear it phrased that way. The evidence. Like he wasn't even a person. Like he'd never been a little kid who got lost and had something fucking unspeakable happen to him. The captain had a crew lead me back out of the woods, but he and 2 others stayed behind, and, well, I thought that was weird. Why wouldn't they have me help get the kid out? I tried asking, but the guys leading me out just told me they couldn't discuss an open case. I asked him what he thought about what happened to the kid, and he got really pensive and thought about it for a bit. I would have said a crush injury based on how his guts came out like that. But with those injuries, you see massive contusions under the skin. Obvious trauma. This wasn't like that. It was almost like that kid got caught in a big vacuum and had his guts sucked out. But even then, there was no trauma. None at all. It bothers me, man. It bothers the hell out of me. One of the vets in the training ob reads No Sleep, and he recognized my stories. He knows me pretty well, and we've swapped stories before. He asked if he could share something he's noticed about the stairs and some thoughts he had.
I'm really glad you decided to share these. I think it's important for people to be aware of what's out there, especially since the Forest Service is doing such a good job at covering it all up.
I asked him what he meant.
What do you mean, what do I mean? The lack of any kind of media attention? No coverage of missing kids or bodies found miles from where they got lost in the first place? David Polides hit this right on the head. The FS is doing everything they can to keep people coming here, even if it isn't safe. I mean, to be fair, it's not like these things happen every day, but numbers add up, and it's worth looking into, especially the stairs. I was surprised you didn't mention the flipped ones.
I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't remember him ever talking about something like that. He seemed somewhat incredulous.
Dude, I can't believe you've been on this long without seeing them. No one told you about them?
I shrugged and asked him to elaborate.
Well, there's the normal stairs. The ones that pop up when we're out a ways. I know you know about them, but sometimes I've run across ones that are flipped upside down. I guess it would be like if you had a dollhouse and the stairs were a separate piece. Now, take that, flip it upside down so the top step is stuck in the dirt, and put it out in the woods. They're like that. I don't see them as often, but they're odd, to say the least. Makes me think of footage taken after a tornado, when houses are all blown apart and random things are left standing, like chimneys and garden walls. Those ones freak me out more than the normal ones because I can't really write those off as easily.
I don't scare very easily, like most of us who work out here. But that idea stuck with me, and it bothers me. I'm going to try and find more out about them. He also mentioned how many people were bothered by the guy with no face. He got really excited and told me he'd seen something similar.
I was out on a training exercise a few years ago. I was camped out in my tent and I heard someone walking around outside of camp. We're told not to wander far, which you know, so I wondered if maybe it was a rookie who'd gotten up to pee and couldn't find his way back. Remember that guy in our group a few years back who almost fell off the damn mountain? Well, I'm paranoid about that happening again. So I got up to see what was going on. I went to the edge of camp and called out to whoever it was and told him that camp was this way, but they kept going back out into the woods, so I went after them. I know it was stupid, but I was half asleep and I just really didn't want to deal with some idiot getting hurt. I followed this thing on a dead straight course for about a mile, and then it stopped on the edge of a little river. I could see the outline of it because the water was reflecting the moon, and it looked just like an ordinary guy. He had a pack on, and it looked like he was facing me. I asked if he was okay, if he needed help. He cocked his head like he didn't understand me. I always have my pocket knife on me, and it's got a little thumb light attached to it, so I turned that on and lit up his chest, so I wouldn't blind him. He was breathing slowly and deep, so I wondered if he was sleepwalking. I went closer and asked him again if he was okay. I moved the light up and something didn't seem right, so I stopped. He kept breathing these real slow, deep breaths, and I sort of figured out gradually that that's what was bothering me. It was like he was pretending to breathe, but not actually doing it. His breaths were too even and deep, and all his movements were exaggerated, like his shoulders going up and his chest moving. I told him to identify himself, and he made this muffled noise. I moved the light up, and I shit you not, this guy had no face, just smooth skin. I freaked out, and I sort of fumbled my light, but I saw him move towards me, but he didn't actually move. I don't know how to explain it, but 1 second he was at the edge of the river, and the next he was 5 feet from me. I never looked away or blinked. It was like he moved so fast my brain couldn't keep up. I tripped and fell on my ass, and I could see this line open up on his throat. It stretched up to his ears, and his head tilted back, and he smiled at me with his throat. There wasn't any blood, just this gaping, dark hole. And I swear, he smiled at me with this gash in his throat. I got up and I ran as fast as I could back to camp. I couldn't hear him following me, but I felt like he was always right behind me, even though when I looked back, I couldn't see him. I calmed down when I got back to camp. The fire was still going, and I guess the pack mentality of being with other people made me stop and breathe a little. I waited by the fire to see if he'd follow me there, but I didn't hear anything else for a few hours, so I went back to bed. I know it sounds weird, but the whole thing was just so surreal that it was almost like I immediately wrote it off as my imagination.
Most of the time it's rookies, but one guy told a story that actually managed to get under my skin a little bit, and I know the same was true for others. He said it was true, but then again, every ghost story told around a campfire is true. Somehow, though, I don't think he was making it up. It had that ring of truth that only really traumatizing events have. He said that when he was a kid, he and his friend used to go out into the woods behind his house a lot. He lived in northern Maine, where there's a lot of dense, unpopulated national forest. He said the woods up there aren't like they are here. They're so thick in places that the trees block out the sun almost completely. He and his friend grew up there, so they weren't scared of being out there alone, but they did always maintain a sense of caution in certain areas. He said it was never really talked about, but they always knew not to go more than a mile or two beyond their homes. The adults never said why, but it was an unspoken rule that no one ventured out that far. He and his friend made up stories about bears as big as houses that lived out there, and they used to scare each other by hiding and making growling noises while the others searched for them. He said one summer, there was a series of awful storms that blew down a lot of trees and set one part of the forest a few miles behind his house on fire. Fire crews got it under control, but he said some of them came back, not quite the same.
It was like they'd been to war. You could tell they'd really gotten scared because they had the same look on their faces. I think it's called shell shock. My friend and I said they were like walking dead people. They didn't smile or say anything if you went up to them, and most of them left town as soon as everything was over. I asked my parents about it, but they said they didn't know what I was talking about. Once everyone was told the woods were safe again, my friend and I decided to try and hike out to where the fire had been. We didn't tell our parents where we were going, and it was pretty exciting to think that we were disobeying them like that. We hiked out about 2 miles or so, and we started seeing burnt trees and stuff. I remember my friend got really upset because we found the skeleton of a deer curled up under a tree, and I practically had to drag her away. She wanted to bury it, but I didn't want her touching it because its antlers were weird. I can't remember why. I just remember thinking that there was something wrong with them, and I didn't want either of us going near it. The farther we went, the more burnt everything got. Eventually, there was no standing trees, and it was like being on another planet. Almost nothing was green, just brown and black everywhere. We were standing there, looking at it all, and we both heard someone shouting in the distance. I panicked because I thought it was my dad and that he was going to tell me I was grounded. My friend broke off and went to hide behind a big rock because she said she didn't want to be caught out here. Her parents had forbidden her to come out in the woods at all. She lied and told them we were going to a movie. I followed her, and we kept listening. I could hear this voice getting closer, and I realized they were calling for help. Thought maybe it was some hiker who'd gotten lost and needed direction back to town. That used to happen all the time, so I was used to helping people out. I heard him following my voice, so I kept calling out until I saw him running in the distance. He got closer, and I could see that his face was all red. I told my friend to give me her pack, because she had a first aid kit. She made this noise like she was grossed out, and she asked if I saw his face. I told her to shut up, and I jogged up to meet him. I stopped about halfway, and when he stopped in front of me, I could see that his nose and lips and part of his forehead were all gone. It was like they'd been sliced clean off. He was bleeding bad, and I saw that the knees of his pants were red too. I took a step back, but I was too scared to move much, and he grabbed my shoulder. I felt like I got a shock, and he jerked back. He started babbling. I couldn't tell what he was saying, except that he kept asking how long he'd been gone. He asked me where his unit was, but I just shook my head. He looked me over and saw my Walkman, and he screamed. He just kept babbling and touched his face, and I realized he wasn't wearing the right clothing. He had some kind of weird gray cloth jacket and almost formal pants on, and the jacket had these weird buttons and red borders on it. I kept shaking my head, and I told him I couldn't understand what he was saying. I went to open the first aid, but he just screamed again and said the only thing I could really understand: "Don't touch me. You'll make me go back there." And after that, he ran off, and I could hear him screaming the whole time. And when I couldn't hear him anymore, I turned around, and my friend was crying. I just turned around and started walking back toward town. She asked me over and over what had happened and who that was, but I didn't say anything. When we got home, I told her I didn't want to play in the woods with her anymore. We're still friends, but we don't talk about that guy. Not ever.
When I started out as a rookie, no one had told me a lot about the job in terms of weird things that could happen. I'm assuming this was largely to prevent me from freaking out and abandoning the park. But a few months into my service, when I was still a rookie, a friend and I were drunk at a party, and he opened up a bit.
Yeah, it can get a little crazy out there, I guess. I think the worst ones are when people die when they just shouldn't, you know? Or when we'd find them dead like 10 minutes after someone says they saw them last. They were fine when I passed them on the switchback, I swear. That sort of shit. Like, take this guy who I found one spring out on a really popular trail. Someone comes into the VC freaking out about some guy who's laying in the middle of a path in this giant pool of blood. So we run out there and we find this guy, dead as a doornail, which he absolutely should be, because the back of his head is like mashed potatoes. The skull is decimated. Brains are leaking out like custard filling, and the guy's old, so you figure, yeah, he probably fell and hit his head. Old people fall all the time. It's no big deal. Except that this area where he fell doesn't have any big rocks. There's not even any big stumps or big branches. And on top of that, there's no blood trail, so he clearly died where he dropped. Now, that's when you turn to murder, but there were people out there just out of the line of sight of the guy. If someone came up behind him and murdered him, then there's no way someone wouldn't have heard. And again, even if someone had, there'd be a blood trail and spatter all over the place. But someone on the scene said it looked exactly like he'd fallen and smashed his head on a rock. So what the fuck did he hit his head on? And then there was this lady I found in a different park about 5 years ago, back when I was upstate. We found her in the middle of a stand of big junipers, curled around the trunk like she was hugging it. We pick her up and move her, and a fucking waterfall comes out of her mouth. It splashes all over my shoes. Her clothes are dry and her hair is dry, but the amount of water in her lungs and stomach was phenomenal. Unreal, man. The coroner's report says the cause of death was drowning. Her lungs were completely full of water. This, even though we're in the middle of the high desert and there isn't a body of water for miles. No puddles, no nothing. No signs of anyone else being out here. I mean, yeah, it's possible they were murdered, but why go out of the way to do it like that? Why not just stab him and be done with it? And I don't know. It just sits weird with me.
Now, of course, that freaked me out a little, but we were wasted, and I guess I sort of wrote it off as a fluke. I also assumed there was exaggeration there since, we were wasted. Now, I don't like talking about this next case very much. It was an awful one that I've done my best to forget about, but of course, that's easier said than done. This happened about 6 months after the conversation with my friend at the bar, and up until that point, I hadn't had a lot of really weird shit go down. A few things here and there, and of course the stairs, but it's amazingly easy to get used to stuff like that when it's treated as if it's normal. This case was a little different. A guy with Down syndrome in his 20s went missing after his family lost sight of him on a major path. That was odd in and of itself because this guy never left his mom's side. She was absolutely convinced he'd been kidnapped, and unfortunately, a ranger who wasn't with the park anymore insinuated that no one was going to kidnap someone, with that kind of disability. Not very tactful to say the least. We wasted a lot of time trying to calm her down enough to get the information about him, and then we put out official missing persons call. Because of the urgency of the situation, him being mostly unable to function alone, we had local police come in and help us. We didn't find him the first night, which was heartbreaking. None of us wanted to think of him being alone out there. We assumed he just kept wandering and was staying ahead of us. We brought out helis the next day, and they spotted him in a little canyon. I helped bring him back up, but he was in bad shape, and I think we all knew he wasn't going to make it. He'd fallen and broken his spine and couldn't feel his lower half. He'd also broken both of his legs, one at the femur, and he'd lost a lot of blood. He was confused and scared while he was alone, so he'd probably exacerbated the injuries by dragging himself a little ways. I know it sounds awful, but while I was riding in the copter with him, I asked him why he'd wandered off. I just wanted something to tell his mother, to let her know it wasn't her fault, because he was fading fast and I didn't think she'd get to ask him herself. He was crying, and he said something about the little sad boy had wanted him to come play. He said the little boy wanted to trade so he could go home. Then he closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was in the canyon. I'm not sure that's exactly what he said, but it was what I thought the gist of it was. He kept crying, asking where his mommy was, and I held his hand and tried my best to keep him calm. It was cold out there. He kept saying that. It was cold out there. My legs were frozen. It was cold out there. It's cold in me. He was getting weaker, so he eventually stopped talking and he closed his eyes for a while. Then, when we were about 5 minutes from the hospital, he looked right at me with these big tears running down his face and he said, "Mama won't see me no more. Love, Mama. Wish she was here." And he closed his eyes and he just never woke up. It was horrible, and I don't like talking about it. That case is one of the first ones that really rattled me badly. Because of how badly it affected me, I reached out to a senior ranger and who ended up helping me through it. As time went on and we got to know each other better, he ended up sharing one of his own stories with me. It was disturbing, but it helped to know that I wasn't the only one affected by the things going on out there.
I think this must have happened before you got here, because I think if it happened while you were here, you'd have remembered it. I know it didn't end up in the news, for some reason, but I think most people who've been here long enough know about it. The park sold off a portion of land to a logging company, and it was a really controversial thing. But it wasn't that large or old of a plot, and it was right after the recession, so we needed cash bad. Anyway, they were felling this plot of land, and we get a call that we need to get our supervisors out right away. I don't know why, but they ended up sending me and a few other guys along with the heads. I guess for power in numbers, to see what was up. We got there, and all these guys are crowded around a tree that they've just cut down. They're all pissed off and freaking out, and the foreman comes over and says he wants to know what we think we're up to. What the hell y'all think this is? Some kind of sick joke? You've got a lot of nerve pulling this shit. We bought this land fair and square. Well, we didn't know what the hell he was talking about, so he brings us over to this felled tree and points at it and tells us that when they cut it down, it was just like this, and they'll be damned if they put it there. The inside of the tree was all rotted out and hollow in one spot, and when they'd cut it down, it had exposed that chamber, and inside it is a hand. Like a perfectly severed hand, and looks like it's actually fused with the inside of the tree. Well, now we think they're pulling a joke, so we tell them that we don't like being fucked with, and we start to leave. But they tell us they've already called the cops, and that they'll go right to the media if we don't stick around. Well, that gets the heads' attention, so they stick around and talk to the police about it. Everyone is denying that they put the hand in there, and besides, how would anyone have even done it? It's clearly a real hand, but it's not mummified or skeletal. It's brand new, probably not even a day old, and it's definitely fused with the wood. You can see that it's coming right out of it. The loggers, they insist that they didn't put it there. Somehow, this fresh human hand ended up fused to the inside of this living tree. The cops have them cut up that section of tree into a movable chunk. Then they take the hand away, and the area is closed off. There was a pretty big investigation, but I know they didn't find any answers. Now it's become this legend, and as far as I know, we haven't sold any more property for logging.
As you all know, I went to a training seminar recently and heard some amazing and horrible things out there. One of the guys I talked to while I was there told me a story when we were all around the campfire one night. We were both pretty drunk, you'll see a pattern here, and we were swapping stories. He told me this one.
Me and another guy were out on a field search because some campers reported screaming noises that night. So we head out there to look for whatever fucking mountain lion has wandered into the area. And I'm pissed. We've had 3 of them show up in the camping areas that year alone. And I'm getting tired as hell of constantly having to deal with them. Plus, I just don't like them anyway. They're a pain in the ass, and they're loud, and they scare the shit out of me. Fucking cats. Piece of shit. I'm groaning about it to the guy I'm with, and he thinks it's a real fucking riot.
So, we're seeing all these broken branches and what look like dens, and we're pretty sure we know where this thing is. I call in and they tell me to confirm if possible, which, just means they want you to step in a big pile of shit and use that as proof. I'm not seeing any though, so I basically tell them to shove it. I'm done. We know that damn thing's out here somewhere, even if I'm not stepping in its shit or inside its mouth or whatever. Guy I'm with wanders off to take a piss or whatever, and I stay behind watching this little burrow under a tree to see if maybe a fox or something is living under it. 'Cause I love foxes, man. They're cute as hell. But anyway, I'm watching this tree and I start hearing branches crackling, and it's coming from the direction my partner went opposite of. Now, I've got my pistol, but you and I both know that's not gonna do shit against a cat. I cock it and I holler for my partner to get his dumb ass back, but he's too far and he can't hear me. I stand up and get my sights on where the thing is approaching, and I shit you not, man, I just about peed myself. This guy is coming toward me, and he's back flipping through the fucking woods. Like, instead of walking, he's doing these crazy fucking backflips, and I swear to God, he cleared every fucking log and bush in his path. It was like he knew right where he was going. I yell at the guy to stop right where he is, that I'm pointing a gun at him, but he keeps coming, and I just kinda lost it. I shot at the ground in front of him, and it was a dumb fucking thing to do, but man, I didn't want this guy anywhere near me. When I fired, he was about 50 yards from me, and as soon as the gun goes off, he whirls around and goes off, back flipping back into the woods. My partner hears my gun go off and runs back and asks what's up, and I tell him there's some fucking weirdo out here hopped up on God knows what, and we need to get the hell out of Dodge. I let the cops know what happened, and I didn't get in any trouble for firing, but man, I don't know what that motherfucker was on. I've never seen anything like that before. Shit was absolutely butt-fuck crazy.
I think we can agree that there's stuff going on out there in the woods. And while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all this is that it is so damn important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of you think you're invincible, but the fact is that you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd ever imagine. One of the topics that I get asked about a lot, here and in real life, involve things like the Rake, the Wendigo, and other related legends. I can't honestly say that I know a lot about any of them, but based on some light reading I did, I could say that I've heard stories that seem to be loosely related to them. You've heard the old adage that legends like that come from somewhere, and I'm sure that's true, but as all of you know, I do try to take things with a grain of salt. You have to, out here. It's sort of like working in a hospital, I'd imagine. You could spend all day thinking about how many people have died there and how there are probably ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, all over the place, but it doesn't do you any good. It just makes it harder to do your job. I think a lot of us feel that way, and that's why we're just trying to go about our work like everything is fine. Once you get paranoid, there's not really any going back, and a lot of cadets quit because of it. My park especially seems to have a high turnover rate because the cadets graduate and get so freaked out about everything, and they can't seem to let it go. You have to learn to internalize things and shut off. I've talked to Katie a bit about her experience because I wanted to know what she thought about the Wendigo. She didn't really have anything in particular to say about it, aside from the fact that she didn't want to think about it that much. She did tell me that a friend of hers has had something similar happen. I contacted this person, H, over Skype, and they agreed to talk to me a bit. They are aware of my work here, and they're fine with me sharing the story exactly as they told it.
I grew up in Central Oregon. There's a reservation called Warm Springs, about 2 or so hours from where I live. I only mention that because a lot of people in my area have friends there, and a lot of the land in the area belongs to that tribe. When I was a kid, we used to go camping up there. Not on the res, of course, but in that area. And I met lots of kids who grew up there. I got to know one kid really well. His name was Nolan, and we ended up hanging out a lot when our families were in the area. Our folks got to know each other, so we'd all get in touch, camp out around the same time, we'd camped for about 2 weeks, so we were out there for a long time.
At this point, I asked him if he camped in an RV.
Yeah, my dad had one, so I guess it wasn't really camping, but we'd take our tents and stuff and set them up out away from the camp most nights. I didn't like sleeping in there because I like being outside.
We talked for a bit about camping.
So, anyway, sorry. One year, Nolan and I were out there. I think we must have been like 12 or so. We wanted to go out and camp near the river because we wanted to try night fishing. I think we must have been about a third of a mile from the main camp, far enough away that we couldn't hear or see anyone else. I remember that. We were messing around most of the day. I don't really remember much about it, but we ended up building a fire at some point. I was really impressed because he had his flint or something that he used to start it. I'd never seen anyone do that before, so I thought it was pretty cool. I got him to teach me how to do it, and we lit some stuff on fire, which, looking back, was really stupid, because it was in the middle of fucking summer, and if I remember right, the fire warning was either yellow or orange. But thankfully, we didn't start anything major, and when it got dark, we sat around and talked about whatever it is 12-year-olds talk about. I don't really remember. What I do remember is that at some point, he looked over my shoulder at the river and asked me if I could see something. The way our camp was set up, we were about 10 feet from the river, and we were at the widest point, so it was probably about 20 feet to the other bank. It gets hot up there in the summer, but the water's still cold, which is important. I look over my shoulder, and I could see something wading into the river on the other side. From where we were, it looked like a deer, but we couldn't really tell because of the fire. I got up to look closer, and I saw a pair of antlers, so I figured it was a buck, but I thought it was weird that it was wading into the water. And it was definitely heading for us, so I asked Nolan what he thought we should do. He's looking at the fire with this weird expression, and he tells me to sit down and shut up, so I do, because I'd never seen him act that way before. He's whispering at me to ignore it and to just keep talking like we were, but I couldn't think of anything to say. He was saying something about an episode of some show, but I could hear the deer coming through the water, so I wasn't really paying attention. I kept trying to see over his shoulder, but every time I did, he'd sort of hit me on the arm and make me look at him. I wasn't really scared. I remember I was just sort of confused, but then I heard the deer come out of the water, and I could kind of make out what it looked like. And I realized it wasn't a deer, because whatever it was walking on 2 legs. I started to get up. I was super freaked out, but Nolan just yanked me back down and talked louder about this television show. And I could tell he was just as scared as I was, probably even more. He leaned in and poked the fire with his stick, and he whispered that whatever I do, I can't speak to it. I could see it come closer, and it stood right behind Nolan's back. I was about ready to pee my pants, and I think I'd probably have run if I'd been alone, but I didn't want to leave Nolan. So I kept sitting really still and sneaking glances at it. It wasn't that tall, but the way it carried itself was just wrong. Like its center of balance was screwed up. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of like it kept shifting too far forward. It just stood there behind Nolan for a long time, and eventually Nolan ran out of things to say, and we just kind of sat there for a second. The fire was making noise, but I thought I could hear this thing talking in a really low voice. I couldn't hear what it was saying, and I leaned forward a tiny little bit, and I actually did pee my pants when it leaned forward too. I couldn't see its face, but I saw its eyes. They were cloudy and milky, and if you want to know what they looked like, find that scene from Lord of the Rings where Frodo falls into the lake and all the dead people are floating toward him. That's what its eyes looked like. So all I saw were these 2 white eyes floating above Nolan's head, and the really vague shape of antlers coming out of its head. I don't know what my face looked like, but at exactly the same time, Nolan and I fucking booked it out of there, and we ran nonstop until we got to the main camp. My pants were soaking with pee, so I took them off as we were running and threw them in the bushes. We both stopped once we were in front of my dad's RV, and we couldn't see anything chasing us. We stood there and caught our breath. I asked him what that thing was, but he said he didn't know. He said his grandpa had only ever warned him that if anything ever came up to him when he was out in the desert, he was never, ever supposed to talk to it or listen to anything it had to say. I wanted to know if he heard it talking too, and he said that the only thing he'd been able to understand was "help you." I think he ended up sleeping in the RV with my parents, and the next night we went back out and didn't see anything. That does remind me in a lot of ways of the Wendigo legend. There's a phrase used to describe it that I think fits perfectly, which is that the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely places. I know sometimes when I'm out in the wilds, or I know there's no one around me for miles and miles, I get this weird kind of craving that I can't really explain. I don't know if it happens to anyone else, but it's this desire to consume. It's not like I crave anything in particular, but more of this weird, distracting hunger that comes from every part of my gut. I also wanted to find out more about the Faceless Man, if I was able, and found a few similar things. I asked around my circle of friends, and one of them said when he was out doing repairs at a park in his area, he saw something kind of like that. We were having dinner in town, 5 of us, including myself. This guy, he was repainting an information booth and heard a man ask him for directions to the nearest campsite. He didn't turn around because he was up on the ladder, but he informed the man that there weren't any campsites nearby, but that if he headed down the road about 4 miles, he'd find one at another park. He asked if he could be of any other help, but the man said no and thanked him. My friend said he kept painting, but he was listening and never heard the man leave. The second he came up and talked to me, the hairs on my neck stood up, but I wasn't sure why. I just had this really uneasy feeling about the whole thing, and I wanted to finish painting and get out of there. I figured maybe part of it was that I couldn't turn around to look at him, but something just felt off. There was also this weird smell floating around even before the guy talked to me, kind of like old period blood. I had looked around to see what was causing it, but I didn't find anything, so I waited for the guy to walk away, but I didn't hear him leave, which made me think he was just standing there and watching me. So I asked again if I could do anything for him, and he didn't answer. I knew he was there though, because I hadn't heard him leave, so I did this awkward turn on the ladder to look down and see what he was doing. Now, I admit it could have just been my brain fucking up, but I swear to you, Russ, for a split second when I turned around, that fucker didn't have a face. Like, he had no face. It was almost concave and totally smooth, and I just about had a fucking heart attack because I couldn't even wrap my brain around what I was seeing. I think I started to say something, but there was this kind of pop inside my head, and suddenly he was just a normal-looking guy. I must have looked weird because he asked me if I was okay, and I was just like, yeah, I'm fine. He asks about the campsite again, and I point to where he has to go. And he's like, I'm not from around here. Can you help me get there? Now, this is when I know something is really up, because there's no way this guy got out here and didn't know where he was. And for that matter, there was no car around, so how'd he get here in the first place? I said I was sorry, but that I couldn't take him anywhere in a company vehicle. And he says, like, please? I don't really know where I am. Can you come with me and help me get there? So now I'm seriously weirded out, and I start wondering if this is some kind of ambush or whatever. I told him I could call him a taxi to come out and take him where he needs to go, and I pulled out my phone, and he just goes, no, and walks away really quickly. But he doesn't walk out of the park. He walks back into the fucking trees. And I got right in my fucking truck and start to get the fuck out of there. Fuck the paint or whatever. I looked in my mirror to see where he was as I was leaving, and he was standing right at the tree line again. I don't know how he got there so fast, but this time I know the fucker didn't have a face. He was just watching me leave. And right before I turned the corner, he took a big step back into the trees and kind of dissolved, I guess. Maybe it was just so dark he blended in, but it felt more like he just melted away.
Immediately, right after this guy finished his story, someone else piped up with another one, but with a slightly different twist.
You know, actually, I had something sort of weird like that happen a while back. I was out doing some trail scouting, and I was out in the middle of nowhere figuring out where we were going to run this trail through. I hadn't seen anyone else for probably a good 2 hours, so I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just looking at the ground for the most part, and then out of nowhere, I crested this little hill and almost ran into this guy. He was older, probably his 60s, and I started to apologize to him for running into him, and that's when I noticed his face, and I probably looked like a complete douchebag because I stopped and just stared at him. It took me a second to figure out what was wrong, but this guy's face, it was huge. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I can describe it. His head wasn't big or anything, it was normal, but the amount of space his face took up was just way too much. Like, if you took someone's face and enlarged it by about 2 times, he doesn't say anything. He just kind of looks at me, and I backed up and was just kind of stuttering and saying I was sorry, and I went around him and fucking got out of there and did what I needed to do. The whole time, I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out that he'd pop up behind me or something. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear to you, it was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen.
I switched the topic to the stairs a little later, and there was a definite shift in enthusiasm. No one spoke up at first. There's a real stigma around discussing them even when we're away from work. But I broke the ice with a story of my own, and the guy who told the story about the faceless man told this one, albeit very quietly.
A couple of years ago, I was camping with my girlfriend, and we were out about 2 miles from the road at this site I know. We went to bed that night, but we couldn't sleep because,
Someone interjected a funny comment, and we were dangerously close to going off on another subject, but I got us back on track.
Yeah, real funny, you fucker. No, it was because we kept hearing that grinding noise. My brother used to grind his teeth in his sleep, and it kind of reminded me of that. My girlfriend was freaking out, but I just kept telling her to ignore it, because I've heard it before, and you just have to ignore it. It goes away eventually. You guys know what I mean?
We all knew what he meant.
So, eventually, I got her to go to sleep, but I woke up probably 2 hours later because something was just off. I rolled over and she wasn't there, and I kind of freaked out because...
He thought for a second, and then he took a very long drink.
Anyway, I ran out of the tent calling her name, but I didn't have to go far. She was standing at the edge of the camp looking at something in the trees, and I could see she was really pale. The fire was low, but bright enough to see her. Anyway, so I ran up to see what was going on, and she was dead asleep. But her eyes were open. She had this real spaced out look, you know? So I put my arm around her to lead her back, but she wouldn't move. She just said really quietly something like I have to go now, Eddie. I have to go. It's here. I was like, you're just sleepwalking. Come back to bed. But she wouldn't budge. She just kept standing there and saying that she had to go. And I looked where she was looking, and there was a fucking staircase right there, about 15 yards away. Gray one, concrete. And she started to walk toward it, but I yanked her back, and that woke her up. She looked at me like I was fucking out of my mind, and she asked what the fuck she was doing out of the tent. I didn't tell her anything. I just told her she was sleepwalking. The grinding was gone, so she just went back to the tent with me and fell asleep again. I don't know. I don't like thinking about it, you know?
We all knew.
You guys remember that kid with, I can't remember what it was, some kind of brain fuck up. Not Downs, but something like it. Well, I got to read the report he gave me when they found him a week after he went missing, and it was fucked up beyond belief. I mean, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because who knows what that kid actually thinks is real, but some of this stuff, I don't think he could have made it up.
Like what?
Well, first of all, he talked about the stairs. He said he'd been watching his dad build a fire, and the stairs came up to him, and he had to go up them, or something bad would happen. The cops couldn't really understand what he was talking about after that, because he just kept saying, like the campfire, over and over. And he kept mentioning sounds, but he couldn't say what sounds, just that it was loud, and he covered his ears so he couldn't hear them. But the thing I remember most is that they asked him where exactly he'd gone, and he just said he was right there. He kept pointing at himself, and they said they thought that meant that he thought he'd never left. He said he wasn't scared because the stairs were there, and he said they talked to him, but not like people talk. Like I said, it was really convoluted and hard to understand, and I have a feeling the cops didn't take most of it down. They ended up just saying the kid had some kind of amnesia or fugue, and they didn't think foul play was involved. It doesn't really explain why he came back a week later perfectly fine without a speck of dirt on him and well fed, but hey, what the cops say goes.
There are still a lot of questions I want to answer. I'll continue to ask around and find out whatever I can. This will be my final update for now. Things have deteriorated here to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening out here would affect every single part of my life, and maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously, but honestly, I just thought I was writing about things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know, and I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this. As much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind, I still do love my work and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. Because of the amount of attention the stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many I can't even remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones that I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds here was about a young woman who disappeared upstate. Initially, everyone assumed she was a runaway. She didn't come from a great home life, and so it really wasn't any kind of surprise that she'd choose to cut and run. But people started coming forward saying they'd seen her around the park shortly before she vanished. So some of the rangers in the area were sent out to make sure she hadn't hung herself or something on any of the back trails. It took them a while, but they did find her. Well, not all of her. Just half of her tongue and a quarter of the lower jaw. Very clean cuts from what I've heard. They never found the rest of her. So many stories about children. So many of them going missing and turning up in caves, wedged in between impossibly tight spaces. So many of them found on mountain peaks or at the bottoms of sheer gullies. Missing shoes, missing socks, or found with both in perfect condition despite them being miles and miles away from where they vanished. So many stories of black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out in the night, mimicking the sound of running water or a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station he thinks will listen to him and tells the same story. He was deer hunting, had camped out in a very remote area, and woke up because something was scraping against his tent. He thought it was a raccoon or a fox, until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out a human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leaped back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. This man was not wearing any clothing, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As the hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of amalgamation of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into the vague shape of a man. The face was lumpy and only a rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice before mimicking the sound of the tent zipper and fleeing into the night. A young couple, out for a hike in the rocky areas of my park, reported to me yesterday that they'd seen something strange out on a peak I'm very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker climbing up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the instant was over that this person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the young man. He said whoever, or whatever, this person was looking right at them. The climber waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist, sideways, and leaping off the peak. The young man didn't see where the climber had landed. I sent them on their way with assurances I'd check it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report, because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't question it anymore. There are so many things I won't ever be able to understand about my job, and it would take me years to relate all of the things I've heard in the last few months. When I feel like my job isn't in jeopardy, I'll come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you all for sticking by my side and enjoying the things I've talked about. If you go out into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, survival equipment. Let people know where you're going and when you'll be back. Don't go on uncharted paths unless you know exactly what you're doing. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't go up them. It's been a while, hasn't it? I know everyone says it, but time has this really strange way of flowing when you're an adult. I guess I'm at that age where I'm in between being a kid and getting old. Or maybe that's your entire life. In between things. It's summer now, which means we're dealing with a massive influx of people in the parks. We're an incredibly popular camping destination because of our large amount of campsites in various scenic areas, and in the summer season, these camps are almost always operating at almost a full capacity at any given time. We're well staffed, and all of us know what to look for, what to expect. We have teams standing by in the event of any kind of emergency. Even so, people still manage to slip away. In response to a couple of other incidents at the same site, we installed a camper near the entrance, and a ranger stays out there every night. We rotate so everyone spends one night a week there. I chose Wednesdays as these tend to be relatively low-key, with only our long-term guys around. This particular day had been humid, like the inside of a locked car. All of us were relatively miserable, but the camper had a small AC unit, and the campers and I took turns sitting in it until the sun went down. We all bedded down, and I had the AC turned up as high as it would go. It's a loud unit, so I had earplugs in. The camper is tiny but comfortable, and I fell asleep relatively quickly. I woke up in total silence, and it took me a minute to realize that was the problem. The AC had stopped, and there was absolutely no sound outside. I sat up, and the sheets didn't make any noise. I clapped. I yelled. Nothing. This has happened to me before. I'm a firm believer that it's some kind of strange acoustical phenomenon, but I don't think it's caused by the wind. I got out of bed and yanked on my boots and flew out the door. I ran to the edge of the campsite, about 500 feet away, and somewhere behind the trees there was something darker than the space around it. I headed for it, but I must have misjudged its distance because it took longer to get there than it should have. They'd split a tree in half. I'd seen lightning do that a few times, but not this cleanly. The cut was surgical. The bushes underneath it had been crushed, and I could faintly make out the shape of something furry. A raccoon, I suspected. The intestines bursting out of its eye sockets were already attracting flies. The stairs were concrete, old. I could make out the lines of graffiti on the lower steps. A metal handrail bowed out haphazardly. Most of the supports bent or gone. 10, maybe 12 steps. In a rush, the sound of the world came back, and I heard the faint electrical snap of a fly exploding near my ear. I sprinted back to camp. I grabbed the rifle out of the pickup I'd taken to the site and stood at the edge of the camp, my back to the woods. I stood there and watched until the sun came up. I watched the whole camp, every tent. I know I never fell asleep, and no one came into or out of our camp, so I really don't know how the woman got away. Her tent was in my direct line of sight. As best I can guess, she must have gotten out when I was turned away for a second. They're hopeful that she's still alive, of course, but I think we'll have to close that part of the park for a while. Officially, we'll be keeping an eye on things, but I wouldn't take much comfort in that. We're keeping an eye on a lot of things. I'm on call 24 hours a day now. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it pays the bills, and sometimes they let me leave early or take extra days off if I'm tired. There's not that much going on at night, of course, but occasionally one of us has to run around and deal with something. An animal sighting, a missing person, drunk people shooting at each other, that sort of thing. All in all, I get called out about a dozen times a month for some kind of nighttime emergency. Generally, the calls go something like this. A text and a phone call from my boss. 15 minutes to get out the door dressed in my uniform. 30 to work. Then anywhere from 5 minutes to 8 hours dealing with the issue. If it's a missing person or the cops are involved, that's up to 2 days without sleep. The worst was a murder-suicide. That took a week. By the end of it, I was in the hospital with severe fatigue and dehydration. My boss knows I'll pick up as soon as he calls, but I don't always hear texts. Usually he'll text first in case I'm up, but otherwise he'll get me on the phone. He is the only one who contacts me in these situations. That's always been our system in the past. So you can imagine my surprise when I got a call from him at 2 in the morning and saw I had 70 missed texts from just about every single person in our department. "Yeah, what's up?" I said, sitting up. I'm great at faking being awake on the phone.
"Clevewood Trail, south entrance. It's bad. Don't worry about your clothes, just get out there."
He was breathing heavy, and he didn't want me to finish my greeting. "What's up?" I was concerned now. My boss is unflappable.
"Just get out there. It's bad."
Of course, I immediately thought of the murder-suicide. It took us days to find all the pieces of their skulls. "How bad?"
"Katie is on her way. Call when you figured it out."
He hung up. He'd never sent another ranger up before me. I scrolled through the barrage of texts.
"OMG, Russ, what the hell is going on? Dude, what the fuck? I'm sorry. What's going on out there? Call me. Call boss's name right now, OMG."
I threw my clothes on and was out the door in about 5 minutes. The drive took about 15 minutes going 90 on the freeway, and along the way my phone kept pinging notifications. I turned it off and tossed it in the back seat. When I got there, Katie was waiting for me. Something about her face was wrong, and in the non-existent light, I had to get closer to see where she was wearing a respirator. The smell was like a wall. I ran into it about 5 feet from her and gagged. I took the respirator as she handed me and strapped it on, coughing and doubled over.
"Bad, huh?"
she quipped, her voice muffled. She patted me on the back.
"Come on."
I followed her into the forest, and even behind the filters I could still smell it. Believe me, it bothers me as much as it does anyone else when people say that something is indescribable, but I really do not know how to paint an accurate picture of what it was like. Imagine taking a fish and filling it full of other dead fish. Put the stuffed fish in a bag made out of the skin of even more dead fish, and leave the bag sitting in the sun for a few days. Sprinkle some halitosis and running grass on top of the bag, let it sit for another few days. Now open the bag and stick your head in and take a nice big breath. That should give you an idea of what it was like from half a mile away. It was hard to be heard through the respirators, so we didn't talk much while we walked. Neither of us really wanted our mouths open anyway. I kept thinking about how smells are composed of particulate, and a few times I had to stop and lift the respirator to spit and dry heave. KD clapped me on the back, almost knocking me off balance and sending my spit flying.
"Gross, huh? Don't worry. It's only worse from here."
I gave her a weak thumbs up and we kept going. She'd taken the van with our on-site equipment inside, and she'd been there long enough to have carted a couple of portable spotlights to the scene. As we crested a hill, I could see them shining on something. Something huge. The top of the thing crested out of the trees in places, a huge gray behemoth. I shot her a look, but she just grinned and waved me ahead. The smell was thick enough now to be almost visible, and something crunched underneath my feet. The robin I'd crushed was still alive, and it raised one wing weakly. I crushed its skull and moved on, but there were others. They remained where they'd fallen, their sides heaving and an occasional wing raised and dropped.
"Smell got him, I think,"
Katie said, kicking a bird off the path.
"There's a raccoon up here, too."
Took one bite and died. It was hilarious. Come look.
I stepped around the birds and the light filtered through the trees, shining on their little oil drop eyes. The path straightened, and up ahead I could see that the hulking thing, whatever it was, had fallen right across it about 300 yards ahead. I broke into a jog and KD kept pace. I went as close as I could until the smell was too much, and then I just stood while KD kept going. She kicked the thing and spread her arms out, taking it all in. The way she'd illuminated it, only parts were really visible. It rose up, an impenetrable wall, and disappeared into the tops of the trees. The sporadic but careful lighting gave it an almost reverent quality, like an artifact on display. Either way I looked, the thing stretched into the dark. KD walked the length of it to my right, until I could barely make her out in the dark. I craned my head up and could just see the edge, where it curved and dipped back down. I forced myself closer to the rubbery surface of the thing. It was grayish, darker in the light, and the surface was scarred and stippled with white marks. KD came back and walked down to the left.
Come here,
she called. I followed, not taking my eyes off the thing. We walked, kept walking, her hands sometimes brushing the thing, and up ahead now I could see something sticking out of the side of the wall.
Know what it is now?
I could hear that she was grinning, enjoying the mystery. It was some kind of thick flap, huge, bigger than both of us combined. One side was attached to the thing. It hung to the ground where it rested in the dirt. At the place where the flap joined the wall, there were strange protrusions. Ignoring the smell, now I looked closer. There were many of them, in various sizes, small, grainy craters. That's when the pieces fit together and I backed off, stumbling over myself and almost falling into the dirt. KD lifted the pectoral flipper with great effort.
You imagine how strong they have to be to move these things? Wish it still had its tail.
I ran forward and kept going until above my head I could see something reflecting in the light, just barely. Something liquid and glassy, just beginning to fog with bacteria and decay. The mouth was slightly open and the algae in the baleen was beginning to rot. Suddenly there was a loud, wheezing exhale and the thing moved, just slightly. The mouth opened, showing more of the slimy, putrid baleen, and from somewhere far down on the other end, there was a creak, and a thud I felt rather than heard.
Holy shit,
KD whispered.
Thought it died an hour ago. You feel that? It's still trying.
The milky eye moved to look at me, and there was another, weaker exhale. And as we stared at each other, the whale opened its mouth a little more, closed it, and died. The light left the blind eye and the entire corpse sagged, letting off more of that horrific stench. KD was still talking.
It's another one of those clean cuts. Right through the whole back of it. If you go around the other side, it's missing that fin and a big slice of its skin. But the tail's totally gone.
I couldn't break away. Couldn't stop looking into the cataract that was forming. All the bacteria now free to multiply and turn everything to liquid. Through the baleen, I could just make out the bulk of the tongue, and it was already losing color, already being eaten from the inside. And I ran as far away as I could before doubling over and vomiting. KD came over and patted my back. When it was over, I wiped my mouth and put the respirator back on. Now I went back to the corpse and began walking the length of it, shutting off every light. I couldn't stand to see it lit so beautifully.
I honestly don't even know who to call.
Down at the other end, I could see the clean slice, where the tail had been taken clean off. No boat propeller could have done it, but that was no surprise. I knew what had. I wondered how big they had been, down there in the deepest dark where only whales could go. It answered a theory I'd had for some time. The stairs were impartial. Deep down in my gut there was a glassy, obsidian panic that was so familiar now as to be unnoticeable, except when more weight was added. Suddenly, more than anything, I wanted to be home in the dark, and I told KD who to call, what to do, so that I could hand her my respirator and begin the walk back to my truck, never looking back at the corpse cresting the trees, the top of it growing its own forest of birds, feasting. We'll leave it to rot. We'll say a waterspout sucked up fish from one of the lakes and dumped them out there. When the bones are the only thing left, we'll dispose of them, and the trail will reopen. I drove back home and went to bed. And once again, I remind you all of the most important lesson. Don't touch them. Don't look at them. And don't go up them.
Most heartfelt greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlethems. I eagerly welcome you to Sturgeon's most premier station, Dusklight Radio, hosted by yours truly, the effervescent, ethereal, and immersive Everett J. Blackwell. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out some of our other transmissions. We're adding them regularly, and we'd love to have you as part of the Dusklight family by subscribing, hitting the bell of snakes, and you guessed it, more snakes, and leave a comment with stories you'd love for my many-legged runners to find. Now, I want to thank all of our patrons for making this possible. If you want to sign up, it's as little as $1 a month, and you get exclusive content, early access videos and stories, updates, and more. But times are tough, and we will always be grateful for support no matter what form it comes in. Financial, spiritual, corporeal, maniacal, whatever you want. It really helps us out. Dusklight gives thanks to our Purple Crayon Eaters, Creature Creations, Kid Kiriyama, Emma, Aiden, Becky Sinani, Rory Shamba, Camilla Roca, Oliver Yourface, Suds, PV69, Desert Bluffs, Justy Blue, Paul J. DeSena, Darkness Within, Christian Hatting, Calculi Zero, Mothman, Orphan Yuka, Okami-san, Ian Hancocks, Echo Kane, Gail Alstad, Alex, Candyman Gloving, Ashabel, Phi, Max, and Feeny Von Karma. Our janitors, Isabel Vladislaus, Mima, Razzie Berry Pie, Ryan Moore, Ressery Cardwell, Brianna Elliott, Darktail, Kenza, Oliver Topolugnatale, Alex Hansen, Allie, and a special shout out to someone joining the crew in Art Nightborn. Art spends his nights taking people around Sturgeon in his yellow cab. I guess Art needed extra money, especially in this economy. DJ Muffin, Shane Lewis, Ducks, Joy Flint Healy, Sabiel Eclipse, Death 31, Heather Cayley, Adrian R., Amy, Arkham Cookie, and Alex Nunez. Our Nightmare Detectives, Kikuhime 1202, Halo Davis, Mama Chewy, Melanie S., and Fox Clifford. Our Void Walkers, Domain S. Silvers, Rat Squash, and Professor Creepypasta. Now, you will meet more of our new Blackwell family members in a future upload, but for now, let me run down the list of who we've got. Our new Blackwell members marching their way into town are Sabrina Blackwell, Biggie Blackwell, Aphrodite Blackwell, Wojciech Blackwell, Olivia Blackwell, and Mike Blackwell. You'll learn more about these fascinating new members of our family in an upload very, very soon. Then, of course, there is Great Uncle Ven Blackwell with his forbidden knowledge, Izzy Blackwell, our resident bug devourer, TJ Blackwell, who seems hell-bent on stealing the spot of our janitor supremo and his purple crayon stash, Delira Blackwell, our new resident physician and provider of pestilence pills and poultry, Adela Blackwell's firebending and illusions and grand waffling, Ethan Blackwell, abyssal fisher and repo lord, Jackal Blackwell, head chef and mystery meat purveyor, Clue Blackwell, the chrysalis of unknowable horrors, Tabitha Blackwell, Void Water Baron and forever frenemy to our last entrant, Papa Kyle Blackwell,
from his tower of bones, broth, and spines, preparing the outer gods to recognize his claim alongside his hobo queen and little inheritor of the bone throne, who is already 2.5. We love and fear you, Papa. We thank you humbly for your patronage and look to see you bright and early for Dusklight orientation. Purple crayons and existential dread will be provided. And one last time, listeners, close your eyes and breathe with me. Remember, no matter how bad things are, how cruel people can be, and how heavy your shoulders may feel with the weight of the world bearing down on them, Dusklight will always be here to lift the load and provide you with some respite. Drink some hot cocoa with chocolate sprinkles and fat marshmallows. Have all the Christmas candy you can manage, watch a video about liminal spaces and cryptid sightings, and sleep on the cool side of the pillow with the window open and the stars twinkling down on you. Start and end each day with kindness in your heart. You matter, you are loved, and every day is another chance. I'll see you again when the sun sets and dusk enters the station.